Chapter 1859. Ha! The few of them laughed mercilessly. This was the legendary retribution. This bastard was still laughing at Jiang just a moment ago. In just a blink of an eye, the same fate had befallen Long San. What are you guys laughing at? I only have one ear. It's better than little Chinzi. Long San spoke aloud. What did you say? Judging from what you said, you are going to find another one? Lan Lingji continued to exert force. Oh my god. Long San realized that he had made a slip of the tongue. Before he could say anything, his other ear was pinched by Lan Lingji, causing him to wail incessantly on the high platform. Long San wanted to cry but had no tears. It seemed like the saying that women were tigers was true. Despite their gentle appearance during normal times, they were even scarier than a tigress when they were ferocious. They hadn't even performed the wedding ceremony, but they were already treated like this. If they got married, how would they live their lives in the future? Haha. The entire martial arena burst into laughter. The tense atmosphere was once again filled with joy, as though nothing had happened. Today was a joyous day, so it was natural to rejoice. Despite the fact that Jiang and Long San had been abused, they must be feeling very happy in their hearts. This was true love. The first bow, the second bow. The joyous atmosphere made exquisite paradise livelier. Jiang wasn't lucky enough to participate in this celebration. Instead, he was brought to a deserted place in exquisite paradise by his two wives. After the commotion, the atmosphere between the three of them returned to normal. To Jiang this scene was something that he would only dream of. The two most important people in his life had finally reunited. What made Jiang depressed was that Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qinyu didn't pay any attention to him after torturing him. The two girls sat on a huge rock and chatted in full swing, treating Jiang as heir. Jiang tried to butt in a few times but to no avail. Jiang was so angry that he could only walk around in circles. However, seeing how close the relationship between Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qinyu was, Jiang felt relieved. Although their identities were different now, one was the reincarnation of the female empress, and the other was the inheritor of the great emperor. Both of their statuses and identities were very high. They didn't feel like strangers to each other at all. They were still as close as sisters, just like how they were back in St. Origin. Sister Ning, will the Golden Clan really reappear? Jiang couldn't bear it anymore. He sat beside Wu Ningzhu and asked. This was what he wanted to know the most. Back in the Golden Horizon, De Huang Dog asked him to do his best to protect the Golden Guards of the Golden Clan. He even said that the Golden Clan wasn't truly extinct, and would reappear in the world sooner or later. If it wasn't for the sake of protecting the Golden Guards, Jiang wouldn't have formed such a huge enmity with the three immortal courts. That's right. The people of the Golden Clan are just in a deep slumber. They haven't truly perished. This is a means left behind by Golden Sovereign. He has sealed the entire Golden Clan in order to seek a chance of survival for the future of the Golden Clan. Back then, the Golden Clan suffered heavy casualties. Golden Sovereign used the time resurrection technique to completely seal the Golden Clan. Now that countless years have passed, the Golden Clan is about to awaken from its slumber. Wu Ningzhu spoke. She had inherited the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao and had even integrated with the memories of Empress Xiaoyao. She had already possessed the complete golden bloodline and could be considered as a member of the Golden Clan. Therefore, she knew more about the matters of the Golden Clan. It seems like De Huang is right. The Golden Clan hasn't truly perished. The time there seems to be frozen. The Golden Clan will reappear sooner or later. I want to know what the catastrophe that spread across the entire immortal world was. Jiang asked. This secret had always been tangled in his heart, but he couldn't find the answer. Back then, because Jiang wasn't strong enough, De Huang didn't tell him anything. He only left the desolate ancient land and disappeared. Now that Yan Qinyu and Wu Ningzhu had inherited the inheritance of Great Sovereign and integrated with the memories of Great Sovereign, the catastrophe of ancient times shouldn't be a secret to them. Big Brother Qin, that catastrophe has passed for too long. The structure of the immortal world has undergone great changes. Because of the long time that has passed, the catastrophe has already become a secret. Only a few people know about it, but Sister Ning and I have decided to tell you about it. Yan Qinyu said. Her tone suddenly became solemn. Yes, because a new catastrophe is about to befall the immortal world. It might happen in a year or 3 to 5 years or even 10 years. Anyway, the peace and structure of the immortal world will be broken again. It's good for you to know about it in advance, little Chinzi. The Golden Clan will reappear in the world before the catastrophe comes. I think this should be the means of Great Sovereign of Golden Clan. He has already predicted the scene 10,000 years later and the arrival of the second catastrophe. Wu Ningzhu said. What kind of catastrophe is it? Jiang Chen's mind was shaken. His expression turned solemn. It was imaginable that this catastrophe would definitely be a bloody one, and the immortal world would be in chaos. In the starry sky not far from the immortal world, there is another world called the barbarian world in ancient times. In the starry sky not far from the immortal world, there is another world. It was called the barbarian world in ancient times. There lived a race called the barbarian race. The people of the barbarian race look like humans on the surface, but what they worship are barbaric beasts. The bloodline of the barbarian race flows in their veins. The bloodline of the barbarian race is very powerful. They are bloodthirsty, warlike by nature and love to invade and plunder. In ancient times, the heavenly Tao of the immortal world cracked, giving the barbarian race a chance to invade the immortal world, which led to the great catastrophe. The bloodline of the barbarian race is different from that of the ordinary devil race and demon race. This race is so powerful that it's hard to find an existence that can restrain them. Only the bloodline of a true divine beast can restrain them, but there aren't so many divine beasts in this world. The only powerful one is the Golden Clan, which has inherited the bloodline of the divine bird, Golden Crow. Therefore, the Golden Clan has become the greatest nemesis of the barbarian race. The scene you saw in the Great Thousand Mirror was the scene when the barbarian race attacked the Golden Clan. It was also the final battle between the immortal world and the barbarian world. Empress Xiaoyao fell at that time. Wu Ningzhu recalled the memory of the catastrophe and told Jiang Chen about it bit by bit. Although she had entered the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao, she was very clear about the final situation of the Golden Horizon. So that's how it is. So that's the catastrophe. Jiang Chen sighed. Back then he had seen a lot of tragic scenes in the Great Thousand Mirror, but he couldn't see the faces of the enemies clearly. Now, after listening to Wu Ningzhu, he knew that those who couldn't see their faces clearly were the barbarians. Sister Ning has obtained the inheritance and memory of Empress Xiaoyao, but because Empress Xiaoyao perished in the catastrophe, she didn't know the situation of the immortal world after the catastrophe. When the barbarian race retreated and the catastrophe ended, both the immortal world and the barbarian world entered a state of recuperation. Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Zhang Xian led the 6th grade Great Sovereigns and above to open up the void and create a new space called the Sovereign Domain. The Sovereign Domain is high above the 9 immortal realms, but it's also connected to the 9 immortal realms. The Sovereign Domain relies on the immortal world and is not separated from the immortal world. However, the Sovereign Domain is built to resist the next catastrophe of the barbarian race. The Sovereign Domain is built between the immortal world and the barbarian world. As for whether there will be any conflicts with the barbarian race, I don't know. Therefore, if we want to go to the desolate ancient land, we must pass through the Sovereign Domain. With our current strength, I'm afraid that we're not qualified to enter the Sovereign Domain. Even if we can enter the desolate ancient land, I'm afraid that it'll be very difficult for us to save De Huang. Yan Xinyu said. Sovereign Domain? Jiang Qin sighed again. It seemed that he knew too little and his cultivation base was too weak. The great Sovereign Domain was divided into 9 levels. Now, a high and mighty Sovereign Domain had appeared above the immortal world in order to resist the barbarian world. No matter how dangerous it is, as long as there is a chance, I must rescue De Huang. I must rescue De Huang before the new catastrophe comes. Jiang Chen's tone was incomparably firm. His determination to rescue De Huang had never been broken, and he didn't dare to relax for a moment. He wouldn't give up any opportunity to enter the Sovereign Domain. Of course, the most important thing now was to improve his cultivation base. Without formidable strength, he wouldn't be qualified to face the catastrophe, and he wouldn't be qualified to enter the Sovereign Domain and the desolate savage land. Moreover, putting aside the high and mighty Sovereign Domain, there were still many grievances in the immortal domain that he hadn't understood yet. Jiang Qin knew that with his current strength, he wasn't qualified to think about the Sovereign Domain. It was still too far away from him. Not to mention the Sovereign Domain, he could only look up to the immortal court. I didn't expect there to be so many secrets in the immortal world. No wonder De Huang refused to tell me about it. Jiang Qin smiled bitterly. He shook his head and sighed, deeply aware of his own weakness. However, Jiang Qin also understood that he couldn't force anything. He had to take one step at a time, eat one mouthful at a time, and improve his cultivation base step by step. Currently, nothing was more important than improving his cultivation base. Everything in the future required formidable strength as the foundation. For Jiang Qin, knowing these ancient secrets was also very beneficial. At least, it allowed him to find the right direction and motivation, and also let him know what to do next. Little Qinzi, little you, the danger to you has been temporarily lifted. I have to hurry back now. Wu Ningzhu suddenly stood up and said. Where? Chapter 1861. I came out this time just to tell little Qinzi that I'm safe, but I didn't expect to encounter the great sovereign of the immortal court who wants to harm little Qinzi. Fortunately, I made it in time and I'm relieved to see little sister Xiaoyu. However, the Golden Clan is about to reappear in the world. I have inherited the will of Empress Xiaoyao, so I must do something for the Golden Clan. When I reappear, it will be the day when the Golden Clan reappears. I believe that the next time we meet, little Qinzi's cultivation base would have improved to an unknown extent. Wu Ningzhu said with a smile. Despite her reluctance, there were some things that had to be done. To Wu Ningzhu, helping the Golden Clan to reappear in the world was her responsibility, her obligation, and also the will of Empress Xiaoyao. AI. Monkey has already gotten married. I was thinking of bringing you to see my father and asking him to organize a wedding for us, but it seems like it's going to be postponed again. Jiang Qin let out a sigh. He really did have such a thought. All along he had never given Yan Qinyu and Wu Ningzhu any official status. The relationship between the three of them had grown so close that it was needless to say. Now that Long Shisan had gotten married, it was considered as a little stimulation to Jiang Qin. He wanted to give Yan Qinyu and Wu Ningzhu a status, and also to comfort Jiang Zhenhai. But now it seemed that it was impossible. After Wu Ningzhu left, he didn't know when they would meet again. When the matters in the immortal world calm down, you won't be able to run away even if you want to. Wu Ningzhu said with a smile. Then her body swayed and disappeared. Wu Ningzhu's appearance was very short, but her influence was enormous. Even the great emperor of the immortal court had no choice but to retreat. Now Jiang Qin completely knew about the catastrophe of the ancient times, the existence of the sovereign domain in the immortal world, and the great difference between great emperors. Big Brother Qin, great sovereign, is only a title for the pinnacle. In fact, people like Yuan Xiaolei can't be called great sovereign, but immortal emperor. For a long time, immortal emperors have always been great sovereigns in the eyes of the common people. They don't know that only peak existences like immortal execution king or great sovereign Zhongxian can be called great sovereigns. However, this title doesn't matter. Everything depends on strength. Yan Qinyu said. Great sovereign and immortal sovereign are just titles that are meaningless. I was the greatest saint in Saint Origin World back then, so what if I was the most powerful? Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Zhongxian are famous, but they are still nowhere to be seen. We just need to do what we should do. Let's go, Xiaoyu. Let's go and see how Monkey's wedding is going. Jiang Qin put his arm around Yan Qinyu's shoulder and flew towards the wedding venue. In any case, today was Long Shisan's wedding day. It was somewhat inexcusable for Jiang Qin and the others to hide here. On the huge martial arena, the joy of celebration had completely washed away the previous unhappiness. The ceremony of Long Shisan and Lan Lingji had just ended. During the ceremony, they naturally didn't forget to serve tea to Venerable Ling Long. This was basic etiquette. Monkey, it's time to send you to the bridal chamber. That's right. Monk is going to the bridal chamber for you today. Fuck off. Pay attention to your identity. Even if you are a lecherous monk, don't say it on such an occasion. Han Yan and the others began to jeer. Monk's true nature was exposed, making it clear that he was going to the bridal chamber. Such a behavior of a dignified eminent monk made people sigh. There's no need to rush to the bridal chamber. Master Monkey is in a good mood now. I'm going to do something big to celebrate my wedding. Long Shisan spoke all of a sudden. What are you going to do? Lan Lingji had a better understanding of Long Shisan. She could sense that something big was about to happen. Revenge. Long Shisan uttered these two words. Then, with a sway of his body, he turned into a ray of light and sped away. What the hell is he doing? That bastard is the bridegroom. The guests haven't left yet. Why is he leaving? What's more important than entering the bridal chamber? If I was with such a beautiful wife, I would have to put everything aside no matter how important it is. Revenge? Who is this bastard going to take revenge on? Xuanhuan Gate. He seems to be heading towards the direction of Xuanhuan Gate. No one had thought that Long Shisan would seek revenge at such a critical moment in the bridal chamber. Someone had already seen through Long Shisan's intention. The direction he was heading towards was the Xuanhuan Gate. I know. That day, Old Ancestor Yellow Spring and Old Man Corpse Yin joined hands to kill Long Shisan. Later on, Old Man Corpse Yin and Corpse Yin sect were killed by Jiang Chen's heavenly tribulation, but the Xuanhuan gate remained unscathed. Now that Long Shisan's cultivation base has improved so much that he could even kill Qi Jin, he no longer put Xuanhuan gate in his eyes. Therefore, the first thing he did was to go to Xuanhuan gate for revenge. He's going to kill old ancestor Yellow Spring and use his head as a wedding gift. Something big is going to happen. Let's go and have a look. Sensing Long Shisan's intention, many experts flew up and headed towards the Xuanhuan gate. In the world, everyone knew the grudge between the Xuanhuan gate and Long Shisan. On that day, Long Shisan was killed by old ancestor Yellow Spring and Old Man Corpse Yin. Unexpectedly, Long Shisan survived. According to Long Shisan's style of doing things, he would definitely seek revenge. However, Old Man Corpse Yin had been killed by Jiang Chen. Therefore, this debt was naturally placed on old ancestor Yellow Spring. This guy really has a character. Han Yin shook his head. It seems that something big is going to happen today. Let's go and have a look. Jiang Chen smiled and followed a large number of people to the Xuanhuan gate. The Xuanhuan gate. Located in the huge Yellow Spring mountain range, this place gave people a gloomy feeling. If one stayed here for a long time, it would indeed give people the feeling of the Yellow Spring. In any case, the power of the Xuanhuan gate couldn't be denied. As one of the 11 major powers of ethereal immortal domain, Xuanhuan gate's strength was imaginable. There were mighty late immortal venerables in the sect and even more powerful experts in the immortal court. However, Long Shisan had come today. Even if the old ancestor of the sect came out, he wouldn't be killed by Long Shisan. Old ancestor Yellow Spring was only an intermediate immortal venerable. It would be a piece of cake for Long Shisan to kill him. It seemed peaceful outside the Xuanhuan gate. The few disciples who were guarding the gate looked bored and chatted with each other. To them, guarding the gate was the most meaningless thing to do because this was the Xuanhuan gate, the most powerful existence in ethereal immortal domain. As long as one was sane, no one would cause trouble at the Xuanhuan gate, because it was no different from courting death. However, it probably never occurred to them that the real disaster was approaching the Xuanhuan gate. Chapter 1862. Who's that? Their eyes fell on Long Shisan. They didn't know who Long Shisan was. Even though Long Shisan's reputation was very big in ethereal immortal domain, their status in Xuanhuan gate wasn't very high. Therefore, they weren't qualified to enter the Golden Horizon. Even when Long Shisan wreaked havoc in ethereal immortal domain, they weren't present. In other words, existences of their level didn't even have the chance to see such a grand scene. Long Shisan. Long Shisan announced his name. Since he was going to invade the Xuanhuan gate alone, there was nothing to hide about his identity. What? Long Shisan? He's the famous Long Shisan. The expression of the guarding disciples changed drastically. As the saying goes, a person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. For these small fries, Dragon Shisan was simply a legendary existence. Although they were all young, they were not on the same level. It was even more impossible to compare them together. Don't be afraid. Master Monkey won't kill you all. You all aren't qualified to die in my hands. Tell old ancestor Yellow Spring to come out and face his death immediately. Long Shisan's voice was very loud. His voice reverberated in the sky above Xuanhuan gate. Even if the few disciples didn't report it, the experts of Xuanhuan gate would have been alerted. So. Sure enough, as soon as Long Shisan's voice faded, incomparably strong silhouettes rushed out from the interior of Xuanhuan gate. Each of them had incomparably powerful qi. All of them were mighty immortal venerables. As one of the 11 major powers in ethereal immortal domain, Xuanhuan gate wasn't any weaker than Great Qin Empire. It could be said that there were as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. There were more than a dozen immortal venerables here. At this time, Jiang Chen and the others had arrived, but they didn't go forward. Instead, they stood at a distance and watched. Today was Long Shisan's business. Given Long Shisan's current cultivation base, no one in the entire Xuanhuan gate could pose a threat to him. There's going to be a good show. Han Yan's face was relaxed. Long Shisan, aren't you a little too bold? How dare you come to our Xuanhuan gate and behave atrociously? Do you want to die? Long Shisan, I didn't think that you would dare to come to Xuanhuan gate to seek your death. This time you won't be so lucky. The two early immortal venerables immediately spoke harshly when they saw Long Shisan. They didn't conceal their killing intent. Furthermore, they weren't unfamiliar with Long Shisan. They were present when old ancestor Yellow Spring and Old Man Corpse Yin killed Long Shisan. That day old ancestor Yellow Spring tried to kill me. Today I'm going to kill him. Tell him to come out and face his death. Otherwise you all will die first. Long Shersan's domineering attitude was incomparably tough. There wasn't much to say about his relationship with Xuanhuan Gate. How dare you, Long Shersan? Who do you think you are? How dare you threaten to kill our old ancestor? Since you are courting death, this elder will fulfill your wish. An early immortal venerable elder shook his chi and lunged at Long Shersan. The people of Xuanhuan Gate were incomparably ferocious and arrogant. However, since this elder chose to attack Long Shersan, he certainly didn't know what had happened in Exquisite Paradise today. If he knew that even the late immortal venerable Qi Jin was killed by Long Shersan, a puny early immortal venerable elder like him would have long retreated. Some people will only remember how to write the word death when they die. The brain is a good thing, but it's a pity that you didn't bring it with you. Long Shersan shook his head and swung the iron staff forward at lightning speed. Bang! Arg! Accompanied by a shrill wail, the early immortal venerable elder of Xuanhuan Gate was smashed into pieces by Long Shersan's iron staff. He died tragically on the spot. What? The scene set off a storm in the eyes of the people of Xuanhuan Gate, especially those immortal venerable elders. Each of them widened their eyes and looked at Long Shersan as though they had seen a ghost. The elder was a true early immortal venerable, but he couldn't even withstand a single strike from Long Shersan and was killed. They wouldn't believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes. Not good. Long Shersan's cultivation base seems to have advanced by leaps and bounds. We are no match for him. Damn it. How did this bastard become so terrifying all of a sudden? How long has it been? We have underestimated him. I have long heard that Long Shersan's cultivation base has advanced by leaps and bounds during the selection of son-in-law in Exquisite Paradise. Even the genius of the immortal court, Qi Jin, wants to kill him. I'm afraid that only the Supreme Elder and the old ancestor of our sect can be his match. Only now did the people of Xuanhuan Gate recall that Long Shersan had killed numerous geniuses of the immortal court. It would be a piece of cake for him to deal with them now. Go and ask the Supreme Elder and the old ancestor to come out at once. Otherwise, no one in Xuanhuan Gate will be a match for Long Shersan. Even the sect master won't be a match for him. An intermediate immortal venerable elder spoke. Immediately, two experts turned and returned to the sect. It seemed like they were going to ask the old ancestor and the Supreme Elder to come out. Old Ancestor Yellow Spring, are you going to be a coward? I will count to 3. If you don't come out by then, I will start a massacre in your Xuanhuan Gate. Long Shersan's voice was like a thunderclap. The sound waves continued to reverberate in the sky above Xuanhuan Gate for a long time. Long Shersan, aren't you being too arrogant? As soon as Long Shersan's voice faded, a cold humph was heard from the interior of Xuanhuan Gate. Immediately, a majestic figure flew out. Who else could it be if he wasn't Old Ancestor Yellow Spring? One had to admit that Old Ancestor Yellow Spring was very powerful. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of Intermediate Immortal Venerable Realm. He was only one step away from the late Immortal Venerable Realm. In addition to his powerful foundation as the sect master, his true combat strength was almost on par with Venerable Ling Long. Therefore he wasn't afraid of Long Shersan. He was very confident in his own strength. Unfortunately, his confidence was based on the fact that Long Shersan had already advanced to the Intermediate Immortal Venerable Realm. If he knew that Long Shersan had already advanced to the Intermediate Immortal Venerable Realm, he was afraid that he would run away immediately without wasting any time. In Long Shersan's eyes, there was no difference whether Old Ancestor Yellow Spring's cultivation base was at the peak of Intermediate Immortal Venerable Realm, Late Immortal Venerable Realm, or even Peerless Venerable Realm. All of these were meaningless. Old Ancestor Yellow Spring, you failed to kill me that day. Today I'm here to take your old life. Long Shersan's chi fluctuated as he pointed the iron staff at Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. Remember how Old Ancestor Yellow Spring and Old Man Corpse Een treated Long Shersan that day? If it wasn't for Long Shersan's great luck, he would have been dead by now. It's only natural that he would come back for revenge. That's right. If I were him, I would also come back for revenge. This is a hatred of life and death. Many people could feel Long Shersan's determination to kill Old Ancestor Yellow Spring, but it was only natural. Long Shersan would seek revenge when there was a grudge. This was Long Shersan's character. The current situation of the Xuanhuan Gate had taught people a truth. Some people really couldn't be provoked. Once provoked, the root of the problem must be eliminated. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles in the future. Die, Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. Not even the gods can save you today. Long Shersan's killing intent soared. He attacked Old Ancestor Yellow Spring again. His speed was so fast that the elders of the Xuanhuan Gate could only watch. None of them dared to step forward to stop him. Even if they wanted to help Old Ancestor Yellow Spring, their rationality told them that it was all in vain. At this time, whoever rushed forward would only be greeted by death. Stop. At this moment, a loud bellow resounded from the inside of the Xuanhuan Gate. Immediately, a wave of chi rushed out like a tornado and turned into a silhouette, blocking in front of Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. It was a mighty late immortal venerable old man. He was the supreme elder of the Xuanhuan Gate. His strength was incomparably terrifying. He stood in front of Old Ancestor Yellow Spring, but his facial expression changed dramatically when he sensed the scariness of Long Shersan's strike. The supreme elder didn't dare to be careless. He struck out a palm strike with all his strength, attempting to knock Long Shersan's iron staff away, but to his horror he found out that the power of the staff was as heavy as a mountain. It wasn't something that he could shake. Long. A huge hole was created in the void. The Supreme Elder was sent flying a dozen meters away before he could stabilize his body. Impossible. The Supreme Elder felt as though he was dreaming. Given his strength, he wasn't a match for Long Shersan. Not only him, everyone in the Xuanhuan Gate was utterly shocked. The shock this time was much greater than the failure of Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. After all, Old Ancestor Yellow Spring was just an intermediate immortal venerable. It was understandable that he was defeated, but the Supreme Elder was a true late immortal venerable supreme expert. How could he be defeated? This was unacceptable to them. The Supreme Elder had long become a god in their hearts. He was an invincible and unreachable existence. Now that he was sent flying by Long Shersan, it was as though the belief in their hearts had been shattered. That kind of feeling was incomprehensible to ordinary people. All right. Since you've come, I'll kill you as well to put an end to the enmity between me and the Xuanhuan Gate. Long Shersan said. The iron staff in his hand locked onto the injured Old Ancestor Yellow Spring, and was about to smash it. Stop. Another expert flew out from the interior of the Xuanhuan Gate. He was an elder who seemed to be in his 70s or 80s. He looked very skinny, but his eyes were incomparably bright and captivating. Chapter 1864. Along with the appearance of the Old Ancestor, all the immortal venerables of Xuanhuan Gate had emerged. 2 late immortal venerables had become the biggest reliance of Xuanhuan Gate, but now none of them could feel happy. The reason was very simple. Even their mighty Supreme Elder wasn't a match for Long Shersan. Long Shersan's strength had exceeded their imagination. Even if the Old Ancestor came out now, the outcome would still be the same. After all, the Old Ancestor was as strong as the Supreme Elder, a late immortal venerable. If even the Supreme Elder wasn't a match for Long Shersan, the Old Ancestor wouldn't be able to do anything. Very well. It seems like the foundation of your Xuanhuan Gate is pretty good, but it's useless in front of Master Monkey. Today Master Monkey will pay you back for what you did to me in the past. Long Shersan's chi was unparalleled. His black and white hair was fluttering in the wind. The iron staff in his hand was radiating reddish-golden light. His killing intent was overflowing. He had no intention of letting go of the Xuanhuan Gate. Long Shersan, I think we should sit down and have a good talk about the matter between us. The Old Ancestor of Xuanhuan Gate spoke. He didn't make a move right away. After all, he was a smart man. Now that the situation had changed, the Long Shersan in front of him was no longer the Long Shersan that Old Ancestor Yellow Spring could easily kill. This was the reality. In this world, strength would always be respected. Whoever had the bigger fist would be respected. Today, Long Shersan had risen to the point that even the Xuanhuan Gate couldn't afford to offend him. Even the Old Ancestor of Xuanhuan Gate had to lower his voice. Perhaps no one in Xuanhuan Gate had ever thought that such a powerful sect would be reduced to such a passive state. What's there to talk about between Xuanhuan Gate and me? Long Shersan sneered. Long Shersan, our Xuanhuan Gate is a major sect after all. Our foundation is far beyond what you can imagine. Even the Immortal Court has our experts. If you try to kill us, the experts of the Immortal Court won't let you go. It's true that our sect master has hurt you, but you didn't die. Instead, it was a blessing in disguise. Plus, your hands are stained with the blood of our Xuanhuan Gate. In my opinion, we can write off all the grudges between us. We can be friends in the future. Even if we can't be friends, our Xuanhuan Gate will never find trouble with you again. The Old Ancestor of Xuanhuan Gate spoke. He wanted to sue for peace with Long Shersan in front of so many people. In fact, he wanted to protect the Xuanhuan Gate. After all, he knew very well that no one in the Xuanhuan Gate was a match for Long Shisan. If Long Shisan went on a killing spree, it was unknown how much damage the Xuanhuan Gate would suffer. Ah, old bastard, it seems like you still don't know what happened today. You seem to have made a mistake by threatening me with the Immortal Court. The grudge between me and the Immortal Court is deeper than all of you. Master Monkey doesn't put the Immortal Court in my eyes at all. Old Ancestor Yellow Spring wanted to kill me in the past. Today I must avenge him. Long Shisan burst into laughter. The old ancestor of Xuanhuan Gate wanted to use the Immortal Court to threaten Long Shisan. Today he had just killed Qijin of the Immortal Court. Even the half-step sovereign Li Wangya and first-grade immortal sovereign Yuan Xiaolei had to retreat helplessly. How could Long Shisan care about the threat of Xuanhuan Gate? Long Shisan, does that mean there's no room for negotiation? The old ancestor of Yellow Spring Gate said, gritting his teeth. That's right. I Long Shisan will take my revenge. I have already given you a lot of face by not annihilating your Xuanhuan Gate today, but old ancestor Yellow Spring must die. Anyone who stands in my way will die together with me. Long Shisan's chi fluctuated wildly. Without another word, he raised his iron staff and smashed it at old ancestor Yellow Spring. Old ancestor Yellow Spring's face darkened. He had never thought that he, a sect master, would be reduced to such a state. Someone had come to his door to kill him, and it seemed that it was impossible for him to escape with his life. Long Shisan, you are too arrogant. The old ancestor of Xuanhuan Gate was infuriated. A black shield appeared in his hand. With a sway, he appeared in front of Long Shisan, blocking Long Shisan's iron staff with the huge shield. Ulfart, I've said it before. Whoever stands in my way will die. Since you insist on stopping me, then you can go to hell first. Long Shisan's killing intent soared to the sky. His fiery golden eyes emitted a dazzling light. This time he had really unleashed his killing intent. Today he had come to Xuanhuan Gate. Even if an immortal came, he would not be able to stop his determination to kill old ancestor Yellow Spring. Rumble. The iron staff was like a heavenly divine weapon, smashing heavily on the black shield. Under countless horrified gazes, the honorable great immortal weapon was directly smashed into pieces. At the same time, one of the old ancestor's arms was also smashed. What? Countless exclamations were heard. The old ancestor of Xuanhuan Gate's face turned extremely pale. He was no longer in the mood to feel the pain of his broken arm. The shock in his heart was overwhelming. He knew that Long Shisan was strong, but he did not expect him to be this strong. Swoosh. Without giving him a chance to be shocked, Long Shisan smashed the iron staff again. The iron staff contained endless destructive chi. His speed was extremely fast. It had completely locked onto the chi of the old ancestor of Xuanhuan Gate and smashed down. The old ancestor of Xuanhuan Gate could feel that death was approaching him rapidly. He wanted to escape and resist, but found that he couldn't do it anymore. All he could do now was to wait for death. Arg? Along with a wail, the head of the old ancestor of Xuanhuan Gate was smashed into pieces by Long Shisan. The rest of his body fell from the sky. Old ancestor. Upon seeing this, countless people of Xuanhuan Gate exclaimed. Each of their eyes turned red with anger, but compared to anger, the shock in their hearts was greater. They were looking at Long Shisan as though they were looking at the god of plague. Such a person was just too terrifying. Even a late immortal venerable couldn't withstand a single strike from Long Shisan. Even the old ancestor had been killed. Who else in Xuanhuan Gate could stop Long Shisan? Old ancestor Yellow Spring die. Long Shisan ignored everything. He raised the iron staff in his hand once more and smashed it at old ancestor Yellow Spring. How could the old ancestor Yellow Spring, who was already severely injured, resist the strike from Long Shisan? Bang! No one dared to stop it anymore. Even the Supreme Elder didn't dare to make a move. Just like what Long Shisan had said, whoever intervened would die. In any case, old ancestor Yellow Spring was going to die today. Chapter 1865. Watching their sect master and old ancestor die tragically under Long Shisan's iron rod, the people of Xuanhuan Gate were grief-stricken. The gloomy sky above the Xuanhuan Gate seemed to be shrouded by another layer of shadow. All the people of Xuanhuan Gate were shivering. As one of the 11 major powers of Eastern Xuanhu of ethereal immortal domain, this was the first time that the Xuanhuan Gate had suffered such a huge loss since its establishment. But now they didn't have the time to grieve because they were still in fear. They looked at Long Shisan angrily and fearfully, fearing that Long Shisan would start a massacre and attack the people of Xuanhuan Gate. Given Long Shisan's current strength, if he really attacked, the entire Xuanhuan Gate would be finished and follow the footsteps of Corpsine sect. However, after killing old ancestor Yellow Spring, Long Shirshan put away his iron rod and left without making things difficult for the other people of Xuanhuan Gate. To Long Shirshan, Xuanhuan Gate wasn't a threat to him at all. Even if they were kept alive, they wouldn't be able to pose any threat to him in the future. The main purpose of his visit today was to kill old ancestor Yellow Spring and take revenge for what he had done to him. Furthermore, he had already become very famous and had a very unpleasant relationship with the Immortal Court. Therefore, Long Shirshan didn't want to make things too big for the time being. After all, Xuanhuan Gate was different from Corpsine sect. Xuanhuan Gate might really have an expert in the Immortal Court, a half-step sovereign. Although those who had entered the Immortal Court would rarely care about the matters below, it would be different if the Xuanhuan Gate was facing destruction. Long Shirshan wasn't afraid, but his identity was different now. He had become the son-in-law of Exquisite Paradise, which meant that he was bound to Exquisite Paradise. Even if he didn't consider for himself, he would consider the safety of Exquisite Paradise in the future. Today the Xuanhuan Gate's gate master and ancestor were killed at the same time. It could be said that the Xuanhuan Gate had suffered a heavy loss. If they wanted to continue to establish a foothold in East Xuanhu, they would have to behave themselves for a period of time. The Xuanhuan Gate is really pitiful. Han Yin shook his head and sighed. They only have themselves to blame. The fact that they haven't been annihilated is already the monkey's mercy. Jiang Qin said. He wouldn't feel the slightest bit of sympathy or pity for the Xuanhuan Gate. As an enemy, the Xuanhuan Gate's punishment was already very light. If Long Shirshan had acted recklessly today, an iron stick would have been enough to raise the entire Xuanhuan Gate to the ground. Even if the Xuanhuan Gate had sent people to the Immortal Court, it wouldn't be of any help. After all, there was a rule in the Immortal Court that those who came to the Immortal Court today were considered to have left their original sect. In particular, half-step sovereigns were not allowed to intervene in the affairs of other sects in other immortal domains. Even if they did intervene, it would be useless if their sect was annihilated. How sad. The Xuanhuan Gate has been annihilated this time. They will have to stay quietly in this Yellow Spring Mountain range for a long period of time. It's already good enough that they didn't follow the footsteps of Corpsine sect. Offending Long Shirshan is also a tragedy for the Xuanhuan Gate. Let's go. We shouldn't stay here and watch the show. Give them some time to grieve. Everyone sighed. In this world where strength was everything, the reality was always cruel. As the saying goes, the river flows east for 10 years and then west for 10 years. When did Long Shirshan use 10 years to counterattack the Xuanhuan Gate? The noisy Xuanhuan Gate instantly quietened down along with the departure of the crowd. However, the people inside the Xuanhuan Gate couldn't stay quiet at all. The people of Xuanhuan Gate silently put away the bodies of the old ancestor and sect master. Even though their hearts were filled with anger and killing intent, none of them mentioned the word revenge. Sometimes, people didn't even have the qualification to take revenge. They couldn't even see any hope. The Supreme Elder of the Xuanhuan Gate had given the order that all the elders and disciples were not allowed to leave the Xuanhuan Gate for a year. The massive sect began to recuperate. That night, in order to celebrate the wedding of Long Shirshan and Lan Lingji, all of them sat around a table and drank until midnight. To them, it wasn't easy to find such a relaxing opportunity to gather together. The only regret was that De Huang Dog wasn't here. If De Huang Dog was here, it would be perfect. In the next 3 days, East Xuanhu was peaceful. Due to the influence of Wu Ningzhu and the Golden Clan, the Immortal Court didn't send any more experts to deal with Jiang Qin and Long Shirshan. On the surface, it seemed that the past was over, but Jiang Qin knew that things wouldn't be that simple. The Immortal Court wouldn't let him go so easily, but they wouldn't deal with him openly. Just like how Wang Xianfeng tried to assassinate him in the dark, they might still act impudently. There were still more than 20 days before the 1-month appointment with Nangong Wentian. During these days, Jiang Qin didn't plan to leave. He stayed in Genius Prefecture, cultivating the dragon transformation skill in seclusion, consolidating his cultivation base and foundation. The trip to the Monarch Mountain had given him a fruitful harvest. His cultivation base had improved a lot, but he needed some time to consolidate it. Both he and Yan Xinyu were hiding in the 33rd level. The time law here was the most suitable place for cultivation. To Yan Xinyu, it was also the most suitable place. She was already injured, and healing her injuries here was more perfect than anywhere else. 3 days later, the tranquility of East Xuanhu was once again broken. Early in the morning, Jiang Qin hurried to the residence of Yang Bufan. Sensing that someone was coming, Jiang Qin immediately brought Yan Xinyu out of the Zulong Tower. After 3 months of cultivation in the 33rd level, Yan Qinyu's injuries had almost recovered. Her strength had also improved a little. King Fan, what happened? Jiang Qin asked. Little Qin, Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty have joined forces and launched an attack on the border of Great Qin Empire last night. Great Qin Empire has lost a dozen cities overnight. The war is still spreading, and it's moving towards the center of Great Qin Empire. Yang Bufan said. It seems like these two empires have been planning this war for a long time. Jiang Qin said. Little Qinzi, I don't think it's that simple. Think about it. Chapter 1866. Do you think the Immortal Court is helping them in the dark? Asked Yang Bufan. I don't think so. The Immortal Court has its own rules. They won't take the initiative to urge the major powers to fight. Jiang Qin shook his head. Although he didn't have a good relationship with the Immortal Court, he still believed that this matter had nothing to do with the Immortal Court. Father is calling me. Yang Bufan's body quivered as he sensed the call from Yang Yu. Let's go. I'll go to see the Emperor with you. Jiang Qin knew that the Emperor must be summoning him to discuss how to deal with Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty. As a member of Genius Prefecture, Jiang Qin naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. I'll go too. Yan Xinyu spoke. The three of them vanished in a ray of light. Very quickly, they arrived at the Imperial Palace of the Imperial Capital. At this moment, many people were gathered in the main hall of the Imperial Palace. All of them were high-ranking figures of Great Qin Empire. Each of them was an immortal venerable, which represented the foundation of the entire empire. Upon seeing the arrival of Jiang Qin and the others, Yang Yu, the old emperor and a group of experts hastily came forward to welcome them. To them, Jiang Qin and Yan Xinyu were the greatest hope and support of Great Qin Empire. The incident of the heaven-devouring devil ape was solved by the two of them. Otherwise, Great Qin Empire would have been annihilated by itself. Brother Jiang Qin, Miss Yan, you two have come as well. Yang Yu greeted them. Father, has something big happened again? Asked Yang Bufan. He knew that something big must have happened when he saw so many high-ranking figures gathered here. I've just received news that the border-guarding General Lu Sheng has fallen. Yang Yu spoke in an incomparably heavy tone. What? General Lu Sheng had a cultivation base of peak intermediate immortal venerable realm, which was almost on par with my father. He had been stationed in Crane Hawk City all these years, but even he was killed. Who did they send? That's right. Yang Bufan was incomparably shocked. He knew very well about Lu Sheng's cultivation base. Lu Sheng was a legendary existence in Great Qin Empire. He was the famous great general of Great Qin Empire. His cultivation base wasn't any weaker than Yang Yu's. Even if the old emperor and supreme elder attacked him, they wouldn't be able to kill him. Even if Lu Sheng wasn't a match for a late immortal venerable, he wouldn't have any problem escaping. But now Lu Sheng had actually fallen. The only explanation for this was that the other party was simply too powerful. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any late immortal venerable experts in the border war. Ordinary late immortal venerable supreme elders would be guarding the base camp. After all, the war had just begun. To the two empires, this was an opportunity to temper their disciples and soldiers. Things are not as simple as we think. Yang Yu said. Who killed General Lu Sheng? Yang Bufan asked. You tell me. Yang Yu looked over at an early immortal venerable elder beside him. The elder's chi was in a mess. Clearly he had suffered severe injuries. He was from Crane Hawk City, a trusted follower of General Lu Sheng. He was lucky enough to escape from the fall of Crane Hawk City and came straight to the imperial capital to report the situation. The one who attacked Crane Hawk City was the great general of Great Cloud Empire, Yin Tianshuang. His cultivation base was on par with General Lu Sheng's. The two of them were said to be the greatest rivals of General Lu Sheng. During the attack on Crane Hawk City, 3 freaks appeared beside Yin Tianshuang. They were twin brothers who cultivated an unknown evil technique. I'm afraid that not even a late immortal venerable would be a match for them. The elder spoke. It seems like they are evil devils. How is their evil technique? Jiang Qin asked curiously. Their evil technique can release an extremely confusing formation. Once trapped in it, the person who enters will lose himself. General Lu Sheng died tragically because he was careless. Those 3 freaks are too terrifying. After Crane Hawk City fell, they were like a hot knife through butter. They have already broken through 7 or 8 cities in one fell swoop. The elder's face darkened at the thought of the scariness of the 3 freaks. If they continue to advance, it won't take more than half a month for Great Qin Empire to fall. At that time, the experts of the 2 empires will besiege the imperial capital. Yang Yu seemed incomparably angry. The war between empires was different from the war between ordinary sections. Every empire was equivalent to a country. The people of each country had their own faith. If all the experts of Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty joined forces to besiege the imperial capital of Great Qin Empire, they wouldn't be able to change the faith of Great Qin Empire even if the empire was annihilated. Therefore, the war between empires would advance step by step, engulfing the entire territory of the country bit by bit, changing the faith of the people of the country, and showing their might bit by bit so that everyone in the country would feel their strength and submit to them from the bottom of their hearts. "Father, what should we do now?" asked Yang Bufan. "I'm going to personally lead the army to meet those three freaks." Yang Yu's chi fluctuated. "No, father, as the emperor, you should stay in the imperial capital. If anything happens to you, it will be the biggest blow to our empire." Yang Bufan objected at once. Not only him but almost everyone present also objected. Besides, even if Yang Yu took action personally, he might not be a match for the three freaks. Lu Sheng's cultivation base wasn't inferior to Yang Yu's. Besides, the emperor of the other party hadn't appeared yet. If Yang Yu appeared, he would surely be ridiculed by the other party. "Your Majesty, of course you can't join the battle. The old emperor also has to guard the imperial capital. I'm afraid that there are real experts supporting the alliance between Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty. It won't be that simple. The three freaks have already explained some clues. Let me go and meet them." Jiang Qin spoke. "All right. I'll go with little Qinzi," Yang Bufan said. "Brother Jiang Qin, this isn't a joke." Yang Yu looked over at Jiang Qin. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I, Jiang Qin, never do things that I'm not confident about. I have my own means to restrain those three freaks. I guarantee that I will take back Crane Hawk City." Jiang Qin spoke with incomparable confidence. He had a feeling that killing those three eccentrics would bring him tremendous benefits. At that time, it wouldn't be impossible for him to break through to the half-step immortal venerable realm. How could he miss such a great opportunity? Besides, he also wanted to see what Great Cloud Empire was up to. "Great Cloud Empire, I'll kill them all." "All right. In that case, I'll send Xuanhuan to go with you. Remember, safety first." Chapter 1867. "All right, I'll go with Brother Jiang Qin." A middle-aged man who seemed to be around the same age as Yang Yu took a step forward. This middle-aged man had an incomparably sturdy build. His cultivation base was the same as Yang Yu's intermediate immortal venerable realm. Although his chi was slightly weaker than Yang Yu's, it was still very terrifying. He was the 9th wuxia of Great Qin Empire. "Brother Qin, I'll go with you," Yu said. "Little Yu, we still don't know the specific situation of Heavenly Jade Dynasty and Great Cloud Empire. You'd better stay in Imperial Capital. I'm worried that Great Cloud Empire might have colluded with powerful nefarious devils. You can't judge the actions of nefarious devils with common sense. We can rest assured if you stay in Imperial Capital. If anything happens to Imperial Capital, it will be too late for regrets." "It'll be too late for regrets if something happens to the Imperial Capital," said Jiang Qin. He had the great divination art, which allowed him to sense many things. It was best for Yu to stay in the Imperial Capital. "But Brother Qin, the three immortal courts are after your life. Although the deterrence of the Golden Clan has stopped the immortal courts from attacking you openly, there's no guarantee that they won't attack you secretly. So I'm still worried about you going alone." Yu spoke worriedly. "Don't worry. Immortal sovereigns have their own dignity and pride, especially the immortal sovereigns of the immortal courts. If it's an ordinary half-step sovereign, I won't have a problem staying alive even if I can't handle it. Your brother Qin isn't someone who can be killed easily. Over the years there have been many people who wanted to kill me, but I'm still alive and well," Jiang Qin said with a smile. He knew that Yu was worried about him, but he wasn't afraid at all. Whether it was the immortal courts or the evil devils of Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty, Jiang Qin didn't put them in his eyes. His life was full of challenges. There was still some time before the appointment with Nangong Wenyan. During this period of time, Jiang Qin had been worrying about having nothing to do. Now that the war had come and Great Qin Empire had fallen into a crisis, Jiang Qin naturally had to do his part. Furthermore, if he was lucky enough to advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm, Jiang Qin's combat strength would be even more terrifying. His priority now was to improve his cultivation base. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for him to help Nangong Wenyan even after he had arrived in Fengqi Immortal Domain. "All right. In that case you have to be careful, Brother Qin." Yu nodded her head. She knew that once Jiang Qin made his decision, no one would be able to change his mind. Besides, she had always been very confident in Jiangchen. From the Saint Origin realm until now, Jiangchen had gone through a lot of trials and tribulations, and he had met countless powerful warriors. But in the end, he had still made it to where he was today. All his enemies had turned into dust in the end. Let's not delay any further. Let's depart now, Jiangchen said. Subsequently, he led Jiao Wangye, Yang Bufan and the elder who reported the news and left the imperial capital, heading towards the direction of the war. Along the way, the elder followed beside Jiao Wangye and asked in a low voice, "Wangye, this Jiangchen is merely a late immortal emperor. Why did the emperor give him such an important task?" The elder couldn't understand. Although he had heard about Jiangchen's deeds during this period of time, because he had never left Crane Hawk City, he didn't know much about Jiangchen. In his point of view, it was child's play for the emperor to give such an important task to an immortal emperor. Moreover, even someone like Jiao Wangye had to follow behind Jiangchen as a foil. The emperor had overestimated Jiangchen. What do you know? If we really fight, I won't be a match for brother Jiangchen. Jiao Wangye glared at the elder. What? The elder's face was full of disbelief. He looked at Jiangchen with disbelief and chose to remain silent. Although he hadn't seen Jiangchen's means and didn't know much about Jiangchen, he believed that the emperor would never treat this matter as child's play. Moreover, the fact that Jiao Wangye could say such words was enough to prove that Jiangchen was extraordinary. One city. This was a relatively large and prosperous city, but it was currently engulfed in the flames of war. The general who guarded the city was called Lu Lang, a late immortal emperor. At this moment, he was leading the soldiers of Great Qian Empire to fight against the enemy outside the city gate. They had cast a powerful formation and united their combat strength. On the opposite side, there were hundreds of soldiers of Great Cloud Empire. On the surface, Great Qian Empire seemed to have the upper hand. However, the morale of the soldiers of Great Qian Empire was extremely low because the general of the enemy was a half-step immortal venerable. Additionally, the tragic death of General Lu Sheng had cast a huge shadow on their hearts. We're finished. We can't defend one city any longer. I think we'd better retreat. That's right. Great Cloud Empire is too strong. That general's cultivation base has already reached the half-step immortal venerable realm. Even if we cast the grand formation, we won't be able to hold on for long. The morale of the soldiers of Great Qian Empire was dispirited. They already had the intention to retreat even before the battle began. Shut up. One city must be defended. The imperial capital will send reinforcements soon. Lu Lang, who was clad in military uniform, yelled at the soldiers. The importance of one city wasn't any less than that of Crane Hawk City. If one city was lost, Great Qian Empire would lose half of its territory, which would greatly affect the dignity of the empire. Yes, General. We're willing to live and die with one city. A general shouted with bloodshot eyes. They had deep feelings for one city. If they were to retreat without a fight and surrender one city to someone else, they would be the sinners of the Great Qian Empire. Lu Lang, don't put up a stubborn resistance. Great Qian Empire will soon face destruction. Do you think you can defend one city with just these people? That's simply wishful thinking. I'll give you a chance now. As long as you surrender, our empire will surely reward you handsomely. The leading general of Great Cloud Empire yelled. He was a half-step immortal venerable expert. Although he had just advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm, he wasn't someone that Lu Lang could fight. If you want one city, you'll have to do it over my dead body. Lu Lang's chi soared into the sky. He seemed to be an iron-blooded man who would rather die than submit. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, don't blame me for being impolite. Kill them all. The general gave the order. The soldiers of Great Cloud Empire charged towards Great Qian Empire with high morale as if they were injected with chicken blood. Ah. Chapter 1868. In the void far away, Jiangchen and the others were moving at incredible speed. Given their perception, they could already sense the situation of the battle in one city. Jiao Wangye, young Master Jiang, it's a fierce battle in one city. That Yun Qinshuang is really fast. The old man said in horror. One city is as important as Crane Hawk City. It's the gateway of Great Qian Empire. We must not lose it. Jiao Wangye said. Don't worry. One city will be safe and they will return all the territories that they have lost. Jiangchen said coldly. The confidence that emanated from his bones couldn't be faked. The battle in one city had reached its climax. Both sides were fighting to the death. Although Great Qian Empire had the advantage in numbers, their morale was too low. As a result, The battle became one-sided and they were completely suppressed by Great Cloud Empire. Lu Lang, go to hell. The general of Great Cloud Empire launched an attack abruptly. A huge palm appeared out of thin air. It was powerful enough to crush a mountain. This move had locked onto Lu Lang's chi, leaving no chance for him to dodge. Lu Lang's eyes lit up. Lu Lang's facial expression changed dramatically. Sure enough, a half-step immortal venerable wasn't easy to deal with. He looked up at the sky and shook his head in despair when he saw that the imperial capital hadn't sent any reinforcements. Then, his eyes glinted with sharpness. A huge black mace appeared in his hand and he swung it at his opponent. Long. The void was immediately shattered. Unfortunately, the gap in cultivation was very difficult to overcome. Lu Lang was slapped down from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. He was in a daze and spat out a mouthful of blood. Just a single move had seriously injured Lu Lang. He no longer had the strength to fight against his opponent. Lu Lang, I'll give you one last chance. Are you going to surrender or not? The general yelled. I'll also give you one last chance. As soon as the general's voice faded, a thunderous voice came from the sky. Then, everyone saw 4 powerful silhouettes appearing at the same time and arriving on the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Lu Lang and the soldiers, who were on the verge of despair, immediately saw hope. They were all powerful cultivators, so they could feel the terror of the 4 people. Look, that seems to be xuanhuan and the young one is King Fan. Ah. Finally, experts from the imperial capital have arrived. We are saved. One city is saved. Yeah, damn it, these bastards were so arrogant before, now it's our turn to kill them. Once famous figures like Yang Bufan and xuanhuan appeared, even if they didn't make a move, the morale of the people under them would be boosted. The originally dispirited morale of the Great Qian Empire soared in an instant. I'll give you a chance. Kneel. Yang Bufan looked at the opposing general Lung and said, retreat. The general wasn't an idiot, so he was naturally able to sense how powerful the other party was. He didn't dare to stay any longer and turned around to leave. You still want to leave at this time? Yang Bufan struck decisively. With incredible speed, he appeared behind the general like a bolt of lightning and slammed his palm on the general's head, bursting it into a mist of blood. Yang Bufan was an early immortal venerable. Given his talent, even an intermediate immortal venerable wouldn't be a match for him, let alone a puny half-step immortal venerable. The general has been killed. Let's go. Upon seeing their general being killed so easily, the morale of the soldiers of Great Cloud Empire was no longer high. They immediately turned and fled. Kill them all. Don't let any of them go. Lu Lang raised his mace and shouted at the top of his lungs. Lu Lang didn't need to say anything because his men had already chased after them. During this period of time, the soldiers of the Great Qian Empire had been too aggrieved, especially after Lu Sheng's death. Everyone seemed to have lost their backbone and had no fighting spirit at all. They had been suppressed in the previous battles. Now that they finally had a chance to kill to their heart's content, they naturally wouldn't miss such a great opportunity. Subsequently, Lu Lang didn't have the time to salute xuanhuan and King Fan. He dragged his injured body and charged forward. He had to vent his anger. The old man who came with Jiang Chen also wanted to help, but was stopped by Jiang Chen. We don't need to deal with these shrimps and crab generals. The soldiers of Great Qian Empire need their morale, and they have to fight for it themselves. Upon hearing this, the elder nodded, feeling that Jiang Chen's words made a lot of sense. They had to regain the morale that they had lost. They had to find a way to release the accumulated resentment in the hearts of the soldiers. This was also the reason why Lu Lang was able to rush out. Not long after that, Lu Lang led a group of soldiers back to Great Cloud Empire excitedly. Some of them didn't even have time to wipe the blood off their bodies. Lu Lang greets xuanhuan and King Fan. Lu Lang knelt on one knee and saluted xuanhuan and King Fan. The soldiers behind him did the same. These two were the most important people around the emperor. One was the emperor's closest brother and the other was the emperor's most beloved prince. Now that the emperor had even sent these two people out, it showed that the emperor hadn't forgotten about them and attached great importance to the situation here. Get up. Xuanhuan said. Xuanhuan, King Fan, who is this? Lu Lang looked at Jiang Chen and couldn't help but ask. This is the famous Jiang Chen, the commander appointed by the emperor to replace General Lu Sheng. I'm here to assist brother Jiang Chen. Xuanhuan said, directly putting Jiang Chen's position in front of him. This was also the emperor's intention. Moreover, xuanhuan himself admired Jiang Chen so much that he was willing to assist him. What? He's the Jiang Chen who came from Golden Horizon? Lu Lang was shocked. So were the soldiers. Each of their eyes fell on Jiang Qin, trying to figure out what this legendary genius looked like. So he's Jiang Qin, but his cultivation base doesn't seem to have reached the immortal venerable realm. Why did the emperor appoint him as the commander instead of Xuanhuan? I have no idea. Even Xuanhuan admires him so much. It seems like he's really extraordinary. It's just that his strength is a little weak. I hope he can lead us to a great victory. It's been too frustrating recently. Chapter 1869. Your name is Lu Lang? Jiang Qin looked over at Lu Lang. He admired this hot-blooded general very much. He had witnessed Lu Lang's performance during the battle against the enemy. A country needed such loyal and hot-blooded people the most. Yes, Commander. Lu Lang clasped his fists at Jiang Qin. Although he didn't know what kind of ability this young man had to be the commander and make Xuanhuan follow him, he believed that the emperor wouldn't take this matter lightly. Come here, Jiang Qin said. Lu Lang didn't dare to be negligent. He strode towards Jiang Qin. Being so close to Jiang Qin, Lu Lang could already feel the pressure from this young commander. Although the pressure was very faint, it was enough to strike his soul. This made him feel that this young commander was perhaps really extraordinary. That's right. That's right. Jiang Qin gently stretched out his hand and grabbed Lu Lang's shoulder. As a general, Lu Lang's reaction was very fast. Under normal circumstances, he would dodge subconsciously when he saw someone was about to attack him. However, just as the thought of dodging emerged in his mind, Jiang Qin's palm had already landed on his shoulder. Lu Lang was shocked. Jiang Qin's attack might seem slow, but he couldn't dodge it. In the next moment, his body quivered. He felt a stream of clear current flowing into his body through his shoulder. It was as though his cold body had come into contact with a hot spring, making him feel comfortable all over. In less than half a minute, Jiang Qin withdrew his palm. Lu Lang was shocked to find that the injuries he had suffered in the battle against the half-step immortal venerable had been completely healed. His condition had returned to its peak. It seemed like it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the half-step immortal venerable realm. My God, this is amazing. Lu Lang gaped in astonishment. He couldn't believe that there was such a miraculous method in the heavens and earth. He knew very well how serious his injuries were. It would take him at least 3 days to recover even with the help of miraculous pills, but it only took Jiang Qin half a minute to completely heal his injuries and restore him to his peak state. Thank you for healing me, Commander. Lu Lang cupped his hands and bowed deeply to Jiang Qin. At this time he was completely convinced by Jiang Qin. He had never seen such an awesome person. Now, he completely understood why the emperor sent this young genius to be the commander-in-chief. Heavens, did you guys see that? General Lu's injury was actually healed by the commander-in-chief with just a wave of his hand. This is too ridiculous. Miraculous. This is simply a miracle. Isn't this healing technique a little too heaven-defying? Looks like this young commander is not to be underestimated. However, healing methods alone are far from enough. I wonder if he can lead us to reclaim our lost cities. This scene was clearly seen by the soldiers below. Each and every one of their faces were filled with shock. As soldiers and cultivators, getting injured was like having a meal to them. However, this was the first time they had seen Jiang Qin's heaven-defying method of healing injuries. General Lu, tell us about the current situation. How many cities have we lost? Asked Jiang Qin. Commander-in-Chief, after the death of General Lu Sheng, our army's morale has plummeted. The Great Cloud Empire took advantage of the victory to attack us. Plus, they have many experts, including many experts from Heavenly Jade Dynasty, so we have lost 23 cities so far, said Lu Lang. Lu Lang said, explaining the situation of the battle to Jiang Qin and the others. He was gnashing his teeth, showing his hatred towards his opponents. Thinking of those soldiers who died tragically in the battlefield, he couldn't help but burn with anger. 23 cities? Yun Qinshuang really has a big appetite. Brother Jiang Qin, what should we do now? Xuanhuan harumphed coldly and turned to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was now the commander-in-chief, so he had to listen to Jiang Qin's arrangement. Besides, he had great trust and confidence in Jiang Qin. We naturally have to take back what we've lost. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. There's no reason in the war between nations. Whoever is stronger will be the reason. Jiang Qin's body exuded a strong aura of a king. It was an aura that came from his bones, giving people a feeling that he was unreachable. Which city is the nearest to Huan City? Asked Jiang Qin. It's Huang City. It's guarded by a half-step immortal venerable expert, but... Lu Lang wanted to say something but hesitated. But what? Asked Yang Bufan. King Fan, the general guarding Huang City, is called Su Mao. He was one of our generals, but he chose to surrender to the enemy. There should be at least 3 half-step immortal venerables guarding Huang City now. One of them is Su Mao, said Lu Lang. Lu Lang said. He could not suppress his anger at the mention of people like the rebel soldiers who had surrendered. This is a disgrace to our nation. Yang Bufan's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. Let's go to Huang City. Without any delay, Jiang Chen led Lu Lang and the other soldiers to Huang City. Logically speaking, a small city like Huang City didn't require so many people to attack. Yang Bufan alone was enough to deal with it. However, Jiang Chen didn't think so. The war between nations was different from the war between sections. Morale was the most important. He had brought these people to boost their morale and strengthen the national prestige of Great Qin Empire. Defeating the rebel army in front of all the soldiers would serve as a warning to others. Moreover, once they started their attack, they wouldn't be able to stop. They were determined to kill their way through the city like a hot knife cutting through butter, reclaiming all the lost cities. This was Jiang Chen's style of doing things. Either he didn't want to fight or he would fight swiftly and decisively. He would fight to his heart's content and make the enemy tremble in fear. The morale of Lu Lang and his soldiers soared. Previously they had been passively defending. After losing 23 cities in a row, it was finally time to counterattack. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Counterattacking and passively defending were 2 completely different moods. Huang City. The scale of this city was similar to Wan City. It was a very magnificent city. Currently, the symbolic flag of Great Cloud Empire had been planted on top of the city. King Fan, I'll leave this city to you. Chapter 1870. Even without Jiang Chen's reminder, King Fan was ready to strike the moment he saw the flag of Great Cloud Empire. As the most famous young king of Great Qin Empire and the heir to the throne of the empire, his sense of honor for the empire surpassed everyone else. He would resist anything that disgraced the dignity of the empire without any hesitation. With a sway of his body, Yang Bufan appeared above the city wall. With a claw, the flag fell into his hand and turned into powder in the next moment. Who are you? How dare you come to Huang City and act wildly? Along with a loud bellow, the leader of the guards rushed out. He was an immortal emperor. Due to the continuous victories of Great Cloud Empire during this period of time, the faces of every soldier of Great Cloud Empire were full of arrogance, as though they didn't put anyone in their eyes. Unfortunately, as soon as the leader appeared, one of his arms was ripped off from the shoulder by Yang Bufan. Blood gushed out. Even an immortal emperor couldn't bear such a sudden injury in an instant. He let out a shrill wail. That's right. That's right. Initially, I intended to spare your life and let you go in to inform the others, but since you have screamed so loudly, I don't think that's necessary anymore. Yang Bufan shook his head. With a flick of his finger, a ray of light shot out from his finger like a sharp sword. With a puchi, it pierced through the middle of the man's eyebrows. The man's scream stopped abruptly and he died on the spot. At the moment of his death, he heard Yang Bufan's words clearly. His heart was filled with regret. Just like what Yang Bufan said, if he didn't scream he might be able to keep his life. Unfortunately, his scream was enough to attract the attention of the experts in the city, saving him the trouble of going in to inform the others. The shrill scream was incomparably ear-piercing. At such a tense moment, such a scream was enough to attract the attention of the experts in the city. Silhouettes flew out one after another. Then the gate of the city opened and a large number of soldiers rushed out. The leader of the group was a half-step immortal venerable. One of them was none other than Su Mao, who had surrendered to the enemy earlier. You're right, Su Mao. Su Mao's facial expression changed instantly when he saw Yang Bufan. As a half-step immortal venerable expert, he had been to the imperial capital frequently. After all, experts of this level were considered as very important talents of the empire. Therefore he could recognize that this young man was none other than the famous King Fan. Generals, this is King Fan. Su Mao said. Oh, I didn't expect that even the famous King Fan would be here. It seems like the Emperor of Great Qin Empire has attached great importance to the war here. After hearing the identity of King Fan, although one of the generals was a little surprised, he didn't show the slightest hint of fear. After all, they only knew that King Fan had a high status in Great Qin Empire, but they didn't know his real strength. Additionally, the recent victories had inflated their confidence. They didn't put anyone in Great Qin Empire in their eyes at all. With General Yun Qianshuang in Crane Hawk City, whoever came would have the same ending, death. You have invaded my territory and your hands are stained with the blood of my soldiers. No matter what, all of you have to die. Yang Bufan didn't want to waste any more time. Apart from Huang City, there were still a lot of lost territories that he needed to reclaim. A terrifying combat sword appeared in his hand and slashed at one of the generals at lightning speed. After sensing the terror of Yang Bufan's strike, the general's face changed immediately, turning extremely unsightly. This sword strike had made him feel the threat of death. Moreover, this strike had made him witness the terror of Yang Bufan. It turned out that King Fan's cultivation base had already reached the true immortal venerable realm. As a matter of fact, he knew very well that even half-step immortal venerables like them wouldn't be a match for a genius like King Fan, let alone an immortal venerable. What they didn't expect was that Yang Bufan had already reached such a terrifying level not long after he came out of Golden Horizon. Wuxia. The half-step immortal venerable general didn't even have the chance to resist before he was slashed into half by Yang Bufan. Blood splashed across the sky. Upon seeing this, the other general didn't dare to delay any longer. He immediately turned and fled. Unfortunately, given his ability, if he could escape from Yang Bufan's hands, Yang Bufan wouldn't be able to show his face in the future anymore. Swoosh. Yang Bufan's combat sword slashed across the sky once more. A ray of sword chi pierced through the void, tearing it into half. Arg! The general was struck by the sword chi and died on the spot. His wail was the last sound he left in this world. Retreat. Retreat. The remaining generals and soldiers were terrified. They knew that the true experts of the enemy had arrived. 2 of their generals were killed in an instant. Even a half-step immortal venerable couldn't withstand a single strike from the enemy. If they continued to stay here, only death would await them. Brothers, kill them all. Lu Lang was in high spirits this time. He commanded the soldiers to charge at the experts of Great Cloud Empire. Each of the soldiers roared as though they had been injected with chicken blood. Yang Bufan held the long sword in his hand and looked at Su Mao, who was shivering on the spot. The current Su Mao's face was pale and his body was shivering. Cold sweat kept flowing down his forehead. Why aren't you running away? Yang Bufan spoke. Put on. Su Mao dropped to his knees and kowtowed to Yang Bufan. Please spare my life, King Fan. I was forced to do this. The reason why I surrendered to the enemy is to save my life temporarily. Once our people arrive, I can act as a mole. Su Mao was trembling. Even his voice was trembling. He was scared out of his wits. It wasn't that he didn't want to run. He was a smart man. From the moment Yang Bufan killed a general with his first strike, he could already see that running away was useless in front of King Fan. He couldn't escape at all. The one who ran first would only die first. The death of that general also happened to prove this point. I don't need a mole like you since I'm here to fight. The generals of the rebel army are the most disgusting. Besides, your ability to lie isn't very good. Yang Bufan looked at Su Mao, who was kneeling in front of him, with disgust. The long sword in his hand slashed down mercilessly, decapitating Su Mao. Chapter 1871. Under the leadership of Lu Lang, half of the enemies were annihilated, leaving almost 0 casualties on their side. The faces of the soldiers were filled with excitement. It was an incomparably delightful thing to fight alongside Lu Lang. From the previous battle in Wan City to the current battle in Huang City, the hot-blooded battle had completely released all the depression that they had been feeling before. The sight of Su Mao being beheaded by King Fan made them feel incomparably happy. Some of the soldiers who had followed Su Mao in the past expressed their heartache and regret. This is the consequence of betrayal. With a wave of his arm, Yang Bufan recovered Huang City. King Fan is mighty. King Fan is mighty, all the soldiers shouted in unison. King Fan's strength and decisiveness had completely subdued them, making them willing to follow Yang Bufan wholeheartedly. Jiang Qin nodded silently. This was exactly what he wanted to see. Yang Bufan had begun to establish his prestige as an emperor. Once he ascended to the throne, he would be able to command the world and no one would disobey him. Xuanhuan also had a smile on his face. He secretly gave Jiang Qin a thumbs up, deeply feeling that it was worthwhile for Yang Bufan to befriend such a brother. Given his eyesight, he could naturally see that Jiang Qin was creating an opportunity for Yang Bufan. Brother Jiang Qin, what should we do now? Asked Xuanhuan. Strike the iron while it's hot. Continue to push forward. While Yun Qinshuang hasn't reacted yet, we'll take back more of our lost territories. Jiang Qin spoke. Facing the current situation, there was no need for any strategy or countermeasure. The only thing they had to do was to fight and recover their lost territories, regain the lost morale of Great Qian Empire, and destroy the enemy's prestige. Good. That's how it should be. Xuanhuan nodded, agreeing with Jiang Chen's decision. After recovering Huang City, Jiang Chen and the others didn't stop at all. They went straight to the next city. From one city to Huang City, their speed was so fast that even Yun Tianxuang wouldn't be able to react in time. Most of the generals in charge of the cities here were half-step immortal venerables. Some of them were even immortal emperors. Such a cultivation base was already strong enough. Even if the enemy attacked, they would still have a message talisman to pass the message to Crane Hawk City. Unfortunately, the generals of Wan City and Huang City were killed by Yang Bufan before they had the chance to send out the talisman. Of course, it wasn't that they didn't have a chance, but they had underestimated their enemy. They hadn't expected the Great Qian Empire to react so quickly. Just like that, Jiang Chen and the others advanced with irresistible force and conquered 5 to 6 cities in a row. The soldiers of Great Qian Empire felt their blood boiling. They had never felt so satisfied before. Along the way, neither Jiang Chen nor Jiao Wangye took any action. It was all Jiang Chen's doing. He alone had brought out the national prestige of the entire Great Qian Empire and established his own divine prestige. This merit would certainly be passed on. In the future, it would only be a matter of course for him to become the true emperor. However, the recovery of the lost land had attracted Yun Tianxuang's attention. Crane Hawk City. Yun Tianxuang's face was full of anger. Behind him stood 3 old men in their 50s. They wore grayish-red robes embroidered with poisonous creatures such as spiders and toads, as well as gloomy skulls, which gave them a very gloomy feeling. The 3 of them looked exactly the same. Their eyes were as cold as venomous scorpions. No one dared to look at them directly. 2 heavily injured soldiers knelt in front of Yun Tianxuang, shivering in fright. Damn it. The morale that Great Cloud Empire had painstakingly built up has been destroyed so quickly. Did you see clearly who was the person sent by Great Qian Empire? Asked Yun Tianxuang. It's Yang Bufan. One of them said. Only Yang Bufan? Asked Yun Tianxuang. Yes. Yang Bufan's cultivation base has already reached the terrifying early immortal venerable realm. We're no match for him at all. Our generals were instantly killed by him. They didn't even have the chance to send a message, said one of them. One of them said. Recalling the terror of Yang Bufan, they still felt a lingering fear. They felt that they were extremely lucky to be able to come to Crane Hawk City alive. The 2 of them were too shocked by Yang Bufan, so they didn't know that Jiao Wangye and Jiang Chen had also come with them. Therefore they sent a false message to Yun Tianxuang. Sure enough, a newborn calf isn't afraid of a tiger. He thinks that he can look down on everything after advancing to the immortal venerable realm. This is a common problem of young people. Being arrogant will only lead to one's death. Yang Yu has too much confidence in his son. Even Lu Sheng has died in my hands. Now he has actually sent his most beloved son here. I really have no idea where his confidence comes from. Yun Tianxuang said Lung Lung. Since Yang Bufan doesn't want to live, I'll take his life. Which one of you is going to bring his head back? Yun Tianxuang looked at the experts around him. As the great general and great commander, in his opinion, apart from Lu Sheng, no one else was qualified for him to deal with. Not to mention King Fan, even the crown prince of Great Qian Empire was here. I'll go and kill him. An old man stepped forward. He was from Heavenly Jade Dynasty. Now that the 2 empires had joined forces to deal with Great Qian Empire, Heavenly Jade Dynasty naturally had to send some experts to help. This old man was an intermediate immortal venerable. Even in Heavenly Jade Dynasty he had a supreme status. Even the arrogant Yun Tianxuang had to give him some face. Alright, old man Tian Kue. I'll leave Yang Bufan to you. I'll be waiting for your good news. Yun Tianxuang spoke to old man Tian Kue. In his point of view, Yang Bufan would surely die if an expert like old man Tian Kue went to deal with him. Don't worry. I'll surely take the head of this arrogant young man. Old man Tian Kue was fairly confident. With a sway, he vanished from the main hall. At this moment, Yang Bufan was still leading the army to attack the next city. With a blood-stained sword in his hand, he had just killed the general of the city. The people below felt their blood boiling. In their eyes, Yang Bufan had become a godlike existence, invincible and invincible. Just at this moment, a patch of dark clouds suddenly floated over from the sky. Soon after, a pressure that was as vast as the tide arrived. Feeling this pressure, the originally excited soldiers' faces suddenly turned grave. They knew that this was the arrival of the experts from the local region. Immediately, a tidal wave of killing intent surged out from his body. The incomparably dense killing intent had almost solidified and filled the entire sky. At the same time, an enormous qi rushed out of Yang Bufan's body. With a sway of his body, he soared into the sky and stood opposite of old man Tian Kuei. The combat sword in his hand was sheathed. His incomparably powerful qi shocked old man Tian Kuei. What a good King Fan. Although this brat is only an early immortal emperor, his qi isn't any weaker than mine, but it doesn't matter. It's very hard to make up for the gap in cultivation base, especially when he has reached the immortal venerable realm. I can still kill him effortlessly. Old man Tian Kuei was surprised that Yang Bufan's qi wasn't any weaker than his, but at the same time he was still full of confidence. After all, the gap between their cultivation base was still there. Good. King Fan sure is powerful. It seems like he isn't any weaker than this old man. Incredible. I had never thought that King Fan's strength had reached such a level. He's worthy of being the #1 genius of Great Qian Empire. Old man Tian Kuei is simply here to die. I'm afraid that he can't even deal with King Fan. You should know that a genius like King Fan can't be judged by common sense. Moreover, we still have the powerful Xuanhuan behind us. Each of the soldiers below had a confident look on their faces. They had a strong foundation now. They weren't afraid of an intermediate immortal venerable old man Tian Kuei. Xuanhuan had given them an absolute sense of security. As for Jiang Qin, in the eyes of many of them, he wasn't even on the same level as old man Tian Kuei. Although Jiang Qin had a great reputation, his cultivation base seemed to be merely at the immortal emperor realm. Brat die. Heavenly Hawk Palm. Old man Tian Kuei didn't want to waste any more time. He struck out a palm at Yang Bufan, enveloping the entire void. A giant golden eagle claw was conjured out of his palm. The claw was powerful enough to tear a mountain apart. The void was as fragile as a piece of paper under the might of this eagle claw. Milky Way hangs in the 9 heavens. Yang Bufan moved. He didn't want to waste any more time. He struck out his most powerful attack. His body radiated a dazzling brilliance like the Milky Way in the 9 heavens. Each of the Milky Way was like a soaring sword that could destroy everything. His powerful qi pervaded the entire battlefield. Long. When the two powerful attacks collided with each other, the resulting impact was unimaginable. That part of the battlefield was instantly smashed and turned into a chaotic mess. Yang Bufan was indeed an outstanding genius. The 9 mighty Milky Way had torn the eagle claw of old man Tian Kuei apart. He was certain that he wasn't a match for Yang Bufan, and it was even more impossible for him to take Yang Bufan's life. It was no longer the time to care about his face. Yang Bufan, the next time will be the day of your death. Old man Tian Kuei uttered these words before fleeing with a sway. Given his strength, even if he couldn't defeat Lung Lung, escaping wouldn't be a problem for him. Unfortunately, as soon as old man Tian Kuei was about to flee, a figure moved. It was Xuanhuan, who was extremely fast, blocking old man Tian Kuei's path. Old man Tian Kuei, since you're here, don't leave. Xuanhuan had been paying attention to the changes in the battlefield and was pleasantly surprised by Yang Bufan's strength. However, he could also see that Yang Bufan could easily defeat old man Tian Kuei. If old man Tian Kuei was determined to escape, Yang Bufan might not be able to stop him. Therefore, the moment old man Tian Kuei was about to leave, Xuanhuan acted decisively. Xuanhuan of Great Qian Empire. Seeing Xuanhuan, old man Tian Kuei almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. He began to curse the two bastards in his heart. This motherfucker's news was too inaccurate. If he knew that Xuanhuan was here, he wouldn't have come even if he was beaten to death. Not to mention Yang Bufan, he couldn't even defeat Xuanhuan in a one-on-one battle. Now that Xuanhuan and Yang Bufan were attacking him from the front and back, and he had also suffered heavy injuries in the previous battle, even escaping had become a luxury for him. Old man Tian Kuei, with this king here, I really don't know who gave you the courage to come here alone. Xuanhuan said with a smile. He didn't put old man Tian Kuei in his eyes, not to mention that old man Tian Kuei was injured. With old man Tian Kuei's current condition, it would be easy for Xuanhuan to kill him. Old man Tian Kuei's face was gloomy, but he didn't say a word. He knew that he might die here today because of the error in the information. Xuanhuan, please spare my life. Old man Tian Kuei will withdraw from this battle. Old man Tian Kuei said. He didn't want to die, death had always been too far away for him. Puchi. Old man Tian Kuei, who had placed all his attention on Xuanhuan, didn't expect that Yang Bufan would suddenly make a move. When he realized it, it was already too late. Yang Bufan's sharp long sword had directly pierced through his body. Caught off guard, old man Tian Kuei simply couldn't block Yang Bufan's sudden attack. A loss is a loss. This is a war. Victory or defeat is life or death. You should have thought of such an ending before you attacked me. Yang Bufan's cold voice resounded in Old Man Tiankui's ears. Old Man Tiankui was in complete despair as he felt the vitality in his body being drained away. They knew that Jiang Chen's words were right. No matter what the outcome of this battle was, they would have to fight Yun Tianxuang in the end. All right. Are we going to attack Crane Hawk City? Asked Yang Bufan. No. It's not suitable for a large-scale battle to take place outside the city. Crane Hawk City is, after all, the territory of Great Qin Empire. The people living in it are also the people of Great Qin Empire. We have to consider their safety. Jiang Qin said, then turned to Lu Lang. Lu Lang, is there a deserted place around here? Commander, there's Black Wind Ridge 3,000 miles away from here. It's desolate and there's a black wind blowing, said Lu Lang. All right. King Fan, draft a letter of challenge in your name and send it to Yun Tianxuang. He will definitely come for the life and death battle in Black Wind Ridge tomorrow. Jiang Qin said. They had to be the ones to issue the letter of challenge. This would make Great Qin Empire look more imposing and not put Yun Tianxuang in their eyes. This was also a way to show the dignity of the empire. All right. Yang Bufan smiled. With a flick of his arm, a golden light emerged and condensed into an illusory piece of paper. Yang Bufan's finger slid back and forth on it. Immediately, a letter of challenge was formed. Then, with a flick of his finger, the letter of challenge turned into a golden light and vanished into the void, heading towards Crane Hawk City. We'll stay in this city for today. Tomorrow we'll fight Yun Tianxuang in Black Wind Ridge. Jiang Qin said. Commander, Yun Tianxuang's cultivation base is very strong. What's more terrifying are the three eccentrics around him. Given our current strength, I'm afraid that we won't be able to win. Lu Lang said worriedly. Not only him but everyone else had the same thought. Although Yang Bufan and Xuanhuan had won many battles since they arrived, they were still afraid of fighting Yun Tianxuang. After all, even General Lu Sheng was killed by the three eccentrics. On their side they only had two experts, King Fan and Xuanhuan. As for Jiang Qin, apart from hearing about Jiang Chen's fame, they had never seen this young commander in action. Moreover, because they were in the border area, they had only heard about the earth-shattering things that Jiang Qin had done. General Lu, this is an order, not a discussion. All you have to do is to obey. Chapter 1875. Yes, Commander. Lu Lang was startled and didn't dare to say another word. Regardless of whether it was the army in the secular world or the army in the immortal world, they all had one thing in common, which was strict discipline. They had to obey the orders of their superiors instead of asking for the reason. General Lu, you're worried because you don't know the strength of our commander. You won't have to worry if you've witnessed the terror of our commander. Yang Bufan patted Lu Lang's shoulder and said with a smile. Lu Lang couldn't help but glance at the back of Jiang Qin who was walking in front of him. It seemed like he had really underestimated this young commander. The commander, King Fan and even Xuanhuan didn't have the slightest hint of nervousness when they were about to fight Yun Tianxuang. Instead, they were filled with unwavering confidence, which could only be supported by formidable strength. In other words, the three of them were very confident in their victory in Black Wind Ridge tomorrow. At this time, Lu Lang couldn't help but look forward to the battle. Crane Hawk City. The leisurely Yun Tianxuang sprang up from his seat after hearing the news of Old Man Tiankui's death. His face turned incomparably ugly. It seems like I've underestimated the enemy this time. I didn't expect that puny King Fan to rise so quickly. Not even Old Man Tiankui is a match for him. Moreover, Xuanhuan of Great Qin Empire has also come. It seems like Yang Yu has taken this battle very seriously. Yun Tianxuang spoke coldly. There wasn't the slightest hint of sorrow on his face, only anger. He had never lost a battle in his life. He had only suffered a loss in the hands of Lu Sheng. He had never thought that he would lose an intermediate immortal venerable because of his mistake. How could he not be angry? This was a humiliation to an ever-victorious general like him. Commander, this is a mistake in our intelligence. The two of them only mentioned Yang Bufan. They didn't mention Xuanhuan. One of them spoke. How could they make a mistake in such an important intelligence? Kill them. Yun Tianxuang spoke with a plain face. Brother Yun, do you need us to do it? One of the three eccentrics who had been standing at the side of the hall said. Before Yun Tianxuang could speak, the void in the hall suddenly trembled and a golden light rushed out of it. Yun Tianxuang reacted quickly and grabbed the golden light in his hand. When he saw the content of the illusory letter, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. What a brat who's still wet behind his ears. How dare you challenge me? Since you're looking for death, I'll grant you your wish. Xuanhuan laughed out of anger. He was just about to attack Yang Bufan when the other side issued a challenge. Clearly this was a show of force. In this world, there weren't many people who dared to show their force in front of Xuanhuan. The three of you, it seems like it'll be hard for you not to take action. Follow me to Black Wind Ridge tomorrow. I'd like to see how that puny King Fan is going to fight me. Could it be that he's just relying on his hot-bloodedness? What a joke. Killing Lu Sheng and killing King Fan and Jianghu tomorrow will be a great blow to Great Qin Empire. The destruction of Great Qin Empire isn't far away. Xuanhuan spoke. His momentum was powerful. Every move he made exuded a strong superior aura, which made people tremble in fear and couldn't help but want to worship him. He had never put Yang Bufan in his eyes. In his point of view, it was a humiliation for Yang Bufan to issue a challenge to him. However, he still had to accept the challenge because Yang Bufan issued it in the name of Great Qin Empire. Plus, there was no challenge in this world that he, Xuanhuan, didn't dare to accept. The next day the sun shone brightly and the weather was good. Both sides arrived at the Black Wind Ridge early in the morning. The Black Wind Ridge had a radius of thousands of miles. The air was filled with cold black gas blocking the sunlight. The environment here looked very harsh, which was why it was so desolate and uninhabited. However, such a place was also the most suitable for a battlefield. The army of Great Qin Empire was very strong. There were more than 10,000 soldiers here. Due to Yang Bufan killing Old Man Tian Kuei, their faces were full of excitement. They didn't show the slightest hint of fear even in the face of Xuanhuan, who was like a war god. Even King Fan and Jianghu weren't afraid of them, so why would they be? On the opposite side, the army of Great Cloud Empire was equally strong. Their number wasn't inferior to Great Qin Empire. The leader of the army was Xuanhuan. Beside him were 3 eccentrics in grayish-red robes and a dozen immortal venerables. In any case, the other side was the alliance of Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty. Jiang Chen's eyes swept past Xuanhuan and fell on the 3 eccentrics. The 3 twin brothers were Jiang Chen's real target. As for Xuanhuan, there were too many of them. Jiang Chen didn't put them in his eyes at all. Moreover, the reason why Lu Sheng died was because of these 3 eccentrics. If it wasn't for them, Lu Sheng wouldn't have died because Xuanhuan didn't have the ability to kill Lu Sheng. I was wondering what kind of eccentrics they are. So they're human devils? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Brother Jiang Chen, what do you mean by human devils? Asked Jianghu. It's those 3 freaks. They are 3 demonic humans. In other words, they have already broken away from the category of humans. In this world, there are always some incomparably evil cultivation methods that do not hesitate to change their own origin in order to obtain even greater power. They have devoured the devil origin, and their demonic nature has already covered their human form. They can already be considered true demons. Jiang Chen's eyesight was very sharp. He had dealt with too many devils, so he knew all too well about the characteristics of the devil race. However, these 3 bastards were different from the devil cultivators. The devil cultivators only cultivated devil cultivation techniques, but they were still humans. These 3 bastards cultivated incomparably evil cultivation techniques. They had directly changed their origin to become true devils, which made them even more ferocious than true devils. I've heard of human devils. They are very scary and ferocious. These 3 have reached the peak of intermediate immortal venerable realm. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to deal with them when they join forces. Jianghu began to worry. Don't worry, Prince. It'll be easier to deal with them this way. Chapter 1876. On the opposite side, Xuanhuan's eyes fell upon Jiang Chen. After sensing Jiang Chen's cultivation base, he couldn't help but frown. Logically speaking, he wouldn't even spare a glance at a cultivator like Jiang Chen, but now he couldn't help but pay attention to Jiang Chen. The reason was very simple. He saw the famous Jianghu standing behind Jiang Chen. Even King Fan was standing behind him. This white-clothed youth stood calmly at the front of the army. One should know that the hierarchy in the army had always been strict, especially during a war. The one who stood at the front and spoke to the other side would be the commander of both sides. However, Xuanhuan couldn't believe that this young man who was only a late immortal emperor was the commander of the enemy army. Jianghu, how have you been? I didn't think that Xianxia would send you here to send his own brother to his death. This Xianxia is really ruthless. Xuanhuan no longer looked at Jiang Chen, but spoke aloud to Jianghu. Yun Tianshuang, I'm afraid that it's still uncertain who will die today. Besides, I'm only here to assist you. This young man is our commander. Xuanhuan spoke. What? Although Xuanhuan was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but be shocked after hearing Xuanhuan's confirmation. His eyes fell upon Jiang Qin once more. Wasn't it a joke to ask an immortal emperor to be the commander? Judging from Xuanhuan's expression, it didn't seem like he was joking at all. Ah, this is hilarious. It seems like Great Qin Empire has no one to rely on. They actually sent a young immortal emperor to be the commander. Isn't this just courting death? That's right. Fighting such a commander is simply an insult to our commander. Commander, don't talk nonsense with them. Just kill them. Let your subordinates kill their commander first. The people of Great Cloud Empire began to taunt Jiang Qin. One of the half-step immortal venerable generals was incomparably arrogant, totally not putting Jiang Qin in his eyes. A combat blade emerged in his hand. With a sway of his body, he turned into a ray of light and lunged at Jiang Qin. Yun Tianshuang couldn't help but frown. In his opinion, Yang Yu and Xuanhuan wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Perhaps this young man really was extraordinary. Seeing the half-step immortal venerable expert approaching him in the blink of an eye, Jiang Qin's face remained unchanged and indifferent. It was only when the opponent's attack was above his head that Jiang Qin moved. Jiang Qin's movement was very simple. He threw a decisive punch. Bang! The punch landed on the saber. Under countless shocked gazes, the royal-grade immortal artifact actually shattered into countless pieces. The fragments of the saber turned into indestructible blades that shot towards the half-step immortal reverend. Arg! The terrifying fragments of the battle saber pierced through the expert's body. Blood splattered everywhere. Along with a miserable wail, the half-step immortal venerable's body was torn into pieces and fell from the sky. While the scene caused an uproar, many of them found it hard to breathe. The ridicule from the side of Great Cloud Empire had vanished completely. Each and every one of them was looking at Jiang Qin as though they were looking at a ghost. There wasn't the slightest disdain and contempt left. My God! This is too powerful. He can shatter an emperor-grade immortal weapon with just a punch and tear a half-step immortal venerable into pieces. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that an immortal emperor could have such a powerful combat strength. I told you that His Majesty wouldn't choose a random person to be our commander. I didn't expect His Majesty to be so powerful. The people of Great Qin Empire were in an uproar. The gloomy clouds in their hearts had vanished completely. They had never seen Jiang Qin fight before, so they had been worried about Jiang Qin's cultivation base. Now half of their worries had vanished. As the saying goes, it's fine if you don't make a sound, but if you do, you'll amaze the world with a single move. The calmest ones were, of course, Yang Bufan and Xuanhuan. They were well aware of Jiang Qin's strength. Even an immortal venerable wouldn't be able to survive a single punch from Jiang Qin, let alone a half-step immortal venerable. Who are you? Yun Tianshuang looked at Jiang Qin and Lung and asked. He had expected that Jiang Qin might be extraordinary, but he didn't expect that Jiang Qin would be so powerful. This made him pay more attention to Jiang Qin. Of course it was just a little. After all, killing a half-step immortal venerable with a punch wasn't a big deal in front of him. Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin spoke flatly. He believed that this name wasn't unfamiliar to the people of Great Cloud Empire. Sure enough, upon hearing the name Jiang Qin, Yun Tianshuang's eyes narrowed. Unlike the soldiers below him, he knew very well about ethereal immortal domain. Therefore, even though Jiang Qin was only a late immortal emperor, he didn't dare to underestimate Jiang Qin anymore. At the same time, an incomparably strong killing intent surged out of Yun Tianshuang's body. The name Jiang Qin was on the must-kill list in Great Cloud Empire. You're Jiang Qin. You killed the 7th prince. Yun Tianshuang's tone was gloomy. It seems that the 7th prince isn't the only one who has died in my hands. I'm afraid that you, the commander, won't be an exception today. Jiang Qin spoke flatly. He had already seen through the enemy's camp, especially after he found out that the 3 eccentrics were human devils. He was well aware of the outcome of this battle. Ah, Jiang Qin, I know that you're arrogant, but there's a limit to your arrogance. It seems like it's not Yang Bufan who has issued me a challenge but you. In that case, I'll kill you today to avenge those who have died in your hands. Yun Tianshuang burst into laughter. His chi was incomparably domineering. You look so confident. Are you going to fight me one-on-one? Jiang Qin said with a smile. One-on-one? Yun Tianshuang was stunned by Jiang Qin's suggestion. He had never thought that Jiang Qin would propose such a suicidal method. In his opinion, Jiang Qin should be trying to avoid him. After all, his opponent today should be Xuanhuan. Jiang Qin, you're just a puny immortal emperor. What qualifications do you have to fight our commander one-on-one? A man beside Yun Qinshuang shouted. What a joke. Yun Qinshuang is my commander, so is Jiang Qin. Even I have to give him some respect. Yun Qinshuang, if you don't dare to fight, just say it. Chapter 1877. The killing intent radiating out of Yun Qinshuang's body intensified. Afraid? What kind of joke was this? He was the dignified commander of Great Cloud Empire, a peak intermediate immortal venerable expert, a well-known figure in East Xuanhu. How could he be afraid of a puny immortal emperor? No matter how talented Jiang Qin was, he would never be a match for him. Jiang Qin, I don't know why you are so eager to court death, but since you dare to challenge me, I'll fulfill your wish. Killing you will be considered as getting rid of a great calamity. After that, I'll eliminate Xuanhuan and Yang Bufan. By then your empire will be utterly defeated. Yun Qinshuang spoke loudly to Jiang Qin in an imposing manner. Commander Yun, you talk too much. I'm afraid you won't be able to see what you are dreaming about in your lifetime. Jiang Qin shook his head. With a sway of his body, an enormous amount of desolation force burst out of his body. He turned into his half-dragon form, rose to the sky, and opened up a new battlefield with a wave of his arm. Many of them were somewhat surprised and curious to see Jiang Qin's half-dragon form. It wasn't a secret that Jiang Qin could transform, but hearing about it and seeing it with their own eyes were two completely different things. What a powerful transformation technique. I can feel that Commander's strength has increased by at least a few times. I'm afraid it's 10 times stronger. I've long heard that Jiang Qin has a powerful transformation technique that can instantly increase his combat strength. Today I've finally seen it. Sure enough, he's extraordinarily powerful. However, our commander is only a late immortal emperor after all. I'm afraid that he's no match for Yun Qinshuang. Don't make such an early conclusion. I think Commander must have a certain degree of confidence to propose a one-on-one battle with Yun Qinshuang. At least he must have a powerful trump card. Didn't you see that Xuanhuan and King Fan didn't look worried at all? That's right. The Emperor will never send a good-for-nothing commander. Let's just wait and see. Maybe a miracle will happen. Although the soldiers of Great Qin Empire were still incomparably worried, they weren't as nervous as before when they saw Xuanhuan and King Fan's calm expressions. After all, the scene of Jiang Qin shattering a half-step immortal venerable with a single punch had left a deep impression on them. Even now, they were looking forward to the battle with Yun Qinshuang. Yun Qinshuang, come up and fight me. Jiang Qin's voice was like a clap of thunder. Waves of tyrannical sound waves tried to disperse the black wind above Black Wind Ridge. His fighting spirit soared to the sky, and Jiang Qin directly turned into a world-shocking god of war. All right. Let me see how a puny immortal emperor like you dares to fight me. Yun Qinshuang arrived opposite of Jiang Qin in a flash. He knew that even the immortal court was trying to kill Jiang Qin. If he could kill Jiang Qin today, his reputation would surely soar. Dong. Jiang Qin didn't want to waste any more time. He struck out with the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. This was the true dragon combat technique that he had obtained a long time ago. As his cultivation base continued to improve, the power of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps grew stronger and stronger. A single step was enough to shake the heavens and earth and even shatter the spatial law. Jiang Qin took a stride forward, creating a huge hole in the void. Although he was only a late immortal emperor, his true combat strength in his dragon form was enough to kill an ordinary intermediate immortal venerable expert. It was more than enough to fight a late immortal venerable expert. What a powerful step. Yun Qinshuang's facial expression changed slightly. It seemed that Jiang Qin's strength was much stronger than he had expected. Dong. Jiang Qin took 2 more steps, creating holes in the void. When he took the 4th step, he had already arrived above Yun Qinshuang's head. Scorching Sun Fist. Yun Qinshuang didn't dare to be careless. He could feel the enormous pressure from Jiang Qin. Even he had to strike out a powerful attack to resist it. Long. Yun Qinshuang struck out a punch that caused the weather to change. A huge golden fist like a scorching sun was launched at Jiang Qin. The power of the scorching sun fist was so powerful that it dispersed all the black chi in the sky above the Black Wind Ridge, illuminating the place that had never seen the sun all year round. This was the combat skill that Yun Qinshuang was proud of. Many experts had died tragically to this scorching sun fist after failing to resist it. Long. However, Jiang Qin didn't seem to put the scorching sun fist in his eyes at all. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps collided with the scorching sun fist. Terrifying energy burst out immediately, tearing the void apart, creating holes in it. The entire place had turned into chaos. The two of them stood at the center of the chaotic battlefield like two huge mountains, unmoving despite the impact of the violent wind and waves. 5th step. After shattering the scorching sun fist, Jianghu struck out the last step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Each step was more powerful than the previous one. The last step carried the combined destructive power of the previous 4 steps. What? Xuanhuan's facial expression changed completely. He had never thought that his scorching sun fist couldn't affect Jianghu at all. This was too terrifying. How could there be such a heaven-defying expert in this heavens and earth? How could an immortal emperor have such terrifying combat strength? But now wasn't the time to be surprised because Jianghu's attack had descended once more. This time it was much stronger than the previous attack. Even Xuanhuan felt his soul trembling. All along, immortal emperors were like ants in front of him, but now he, a dignified commander of an intermediate immortal venerable realm, actually felt a real sense of crisis from an immortal emperor. Xuanhuan didn't expect that Jianghu would be so powerful. Long. There was no time for Xuanhuan to think. Once again he struck out a powerful scorching sun fist. A huge scorching sun rose between the heavens and earth and collided with Jianghu's fist. Long. This time it could no longer be described as earth-shattering, because it felt like the sky was about to be torn apart. Under countless astonished gazes, Xuanhuan's body began to fall, and he only managed to stabilize himself after falling 100 jiang. Even so, his body was still swaying and his face was pale, which made him look extremely unpleasant. Jianghu, on the other hand, appeared in front of everyone. His chi was still as domineering as before, which meant that Jianghu wasn't affected in the slightest after the intense battle with Xuanhuan. In other words, he had gained the upper hand. Chapter 1878. My God! How can he be so powerful? How can a late immortal emperor have such a powerful combat strength? That's the famous Xuanhuan we're talking about. Suppressing Xuanhuan? This feels like a dream. Am I dreaming? I have never thought that the commander is so powerful. I finally understand why His Majesty appointed him to be our commander. This is simply a miracle of Great Qian Empire. Not even Xuanhuan is a match for him. We're really confident in this battle. It seems like we have all underestimated the commander. He hasn't fought yet, but he's actually the most powerful one. On the side of Great Qian Empire, the faces of the soldiers were filled with excitement. Some of them even jumped up in excitement. They couldn't be blamed for this. After all, Xuanhuan was the famous commander-in-chief of Great Cloud Empire, a godlike existence on the battlefield. Even General Lu Sheng was killed by him, which made Xuanhuan a mythical existence. Who would have thought that this mythical existence would be destroyed by an immortal emperor? The fact that Jianghu had suppressed Xuanhuan had raised the morale of the soldiers of Great Qian Empire. This was the most perfect improvement. The strength of the commander could always arouse the hot-bloodedness of his subordinates. How could this be? Who is that Jianghu? Why is he so terrifying? Even the commander is no match for him. This is impossible. The commander must have underestimated the enemy. It's just a fluke that Jianghu can defeat the commander. That's right. It must be a fluke. Look, the commander is going to get angry. Jianghu is finished for sure. How powerful can an immortal emperor be? On the other hand, the reaction of the soldiers of Great Cloud Empire and Great Qian Empire was completely different. Their faces had turned incomparably ugly. All along, Xuanhuan had been a godlike existence in their hearts, an invincible legend. Even Xuanhuan was shocked by the situation. As a matter of fact, he was worried when Jianghu decided to fight Xuanhuan alone. After all, there was a huge gap between their strength and he knew how powerful Xuanhuan was. In his point of view, it was already pretty good that Jianghu could fight Xuanhuan to a draw. He didn't expect Jianghu to defeat Xuanhuan. Amazing. It seems like I have still underestimated Jianghu. Xuanhuan sighed. Ninth Uncle Little Chen's scariness isn't something you can imagine. That attack just now wasn't his most powerful attack. Yang Bufan said with a smile. As the evil lord, he rarely admired anyone in the younger generation. If he had to pick one, he would definitely choose Jianghu as the only one who could do so. On the battlefield in the sky, Jianghu stood opposite to Xuanhuan. The commander of Great Cloud Empire is just SOSO. How dare you dream of killing me to avenge the death of your 7th prince? I really have no idea where your confidence comes from, Jiang Qin said in a sarcastic manner. Even a war god in the army was nothing in front of him. Jiang Qin didn't care at all. Jiang Qin, I have indeed underestimated you. I have to say that it's a miracle for a late immortal emperor to possess such strength, but do you think that's all I've got? Yun Qinshuang said coldly. He adjusted his state and released his powerful aura once again. As the commander-in-chief, he had no way out. Once he took the initiative to retreat, his wisdom would be ruined. He had to regain his lost faith so that his position in the army wouldn't be shaken. What other abilities do you have? Show them all. Jiang Chen's arrogance was boundless. He wanted to defeat Yun Tianshuang in front of the soldiers of Great Cloud Empire and destroy the morale of the soldiers of Great Cloud Empire. Jiang Chen, I'll show you my Great Dragon Slayer technique. Yun Tianshuang's chi began to become incomparably fierce. Countless golden rays of light rushed out of his body and evolved into a substantial golden dragon. Then he performed a hand seal, grabbed the neck of the golden dragon and hurled it at Jiang Chen. This was Yun Tianshuang's unique combat technique. It was his most powerful attack that carried all of his energy. It was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. The mad dragon roared and pounced at Jiang Chen. Yun Tianshuang, how dare you call yourself the Great Dragon Slayer technique with such an insignificant skill? You're simply tarnishing the word, dragon. Today I'll show you the real true dragon combat technique, Slaughter Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen's chi had gone completely berserk. Yun Tianshuang's dragon technique in front of Jiang Chen was like a child's play in front of an expert. Such a half-baked dragon technique couldn't be called a dragon technique at all. Jiang Chen's was the real true dragon combat technique. The violent dragon of slaughter was unleashed by Jiang Chen. The boundless killing intent carried the mighty heavenly might. The faint heavenly might spread out, causing everyone's heart to tremble uncontrollably. The dragon of slaughter was too powerful. It had experienced the lightning tribulation and shouldered the heavenly Tao. It devoured Yun Tianshuang's golden dragon in one gulp. This was a true counter. What? Yun Tianshuang couldn't help but exclaim once more. Blood almost oozed out of his eyes. The battle technique that he was so proud of was so easily destroyed by Jiang Chen. This was a huge blow to him. Long. However, the power of the Slaughter Dragon Seal didn't disappear. While Yun Tianshuang was still in shock, it struck his body. Boom! An arrow of blood spurted out of Yun Tianshuang's mouth. His body was sent flying like a broken kite. The two immortal venerables of Great Cloud Empire were terrified. They hastily helped Yun Tianshuang from the back. Are you alright, Great Marshal? The two of them looked at Yun Tianshuang with great concern. If anything happened to Yun Tianshuang, they were afraid that the battle in Blackwind Ridge would be over. I'm fine. Yun Tianshuang spurted out another mouthful of blood. He shook his head and his facial expression darkened to the extreme. Under the impact of Jiang Chen's Slaughter Dragon Seal, he had been seriously injured and couldn't continue the fight. He had lost the battle completely. There was no chance for him to turn the situation around. Countless eyes fell upon Jiang Chen. He had created another miracle by defeating Yun Tianshuang. Commander. Chapter 1879. At this moment all the doubts, worries and depression had disappeared. Sometimes to be subdued by a person, all one needed was a hearty battle. To the soldiers of Great Qian Empire, the doubts they had towards Jiang Chen and the Emperor, as well as the despair of having such a young immortal emperor as their commander had all vanished at this moment. They knew how foolish their previous doubts were. Now they knew how fortunate it was to have such a terrifying commander. Defeating Yun Tianshuang was simply a miracle. This was the most important battle of the war. It was a very shocking beginning. The soldiers of Great Qian Empire finally saw the hope of winning this war. Ever since Lu Sheng's death, a shadow had been cast in the hearts of every soldier. Today the shadow had finally been dispelled. Yun Tianshuang, you're just SOSO. It seems that your wish of avenging the seventh prince is going to be in vain. Jiang Chen spoke flatly. What? Yun Tianshuang spurted out another mouthful of blood. The dignified commander of an empire, the war god of the army, had been described as SOSO by someone. Additionally, he had no reason to refute Jiang Chen's contempt. After all, he was defeated by Jiang Chen fair and square. No matter how unwilling he was, he had no choice but to accept it. Despite his defeat, he couldn't afford to lose this battle. Jiang Chen must be killed. I'll leave this Jiang Chen to the three of you. Be careful. He's very powerful. Yun Tianshuang looked at the three freaks behind him and said, Having fought Jiang Chen, he knew how terrifying Jiang Chen was. At least, Jiang Chen was much more difficult to deal with than Lu Sheng, who was killed by the three freaks. Don't worry, Brother Yun. No matter how heaven-defying this brat is, he'll still end up the same in the end. Not long ago, a late immortal venerable rogue cultivator died in our lost illusion technique. Jejia. One of them let out a sinister smile, his eyes glinting with cold and bloodthirsty light. Despite witnessing Yun Tianxuang's defeat, the three of them still didn't put Jiang Chen in their eyes. At best, they only regarded Jiang Chen as an opponent. All right. Thank you. Yun Tianxuang clasped his fists at the three of them. He had never thought that the battle in Black Wind Ridge would turn out this way. Now he could only rely on the three freaks to help Great Cloud Empire recover its losses. Despite his gloomy mood, he had to admit that Jiang Chen was indeed the most heaven-defying genius he had ever seen. Jiang Chen was a peerless genius. Although he had lost his reputation in this battle, now wasn't the time to care about his personal reputation. Killing Jiang Chen was the most important thing to him. Jiang Chen was a great disaster. If Jiang Chen didn't die, he would become a great threat to Great Cloud Empire. Now he finally understood why the Immortal Court wanted to eliminate Jiang Chen. If the three freaks could kill Jiang Chen, it would undoubtedly eliminate a great threat and they would become the greatest heroes of Great Cloud Empire. Whoosh, whoosh. The three freaks turned into three phantoms and soared into the sky in the blink of an eye, surrounding Jiang Chen. Upon seeing this, the scene fell into silence. The cheerful mood on the side of Great Qian Empire's side faded. They looked up at the sky nervously. They knew how terrifying the three freaks were. They were the ones who killed General Lu Sheng. Although Yun Tianxuang had been defeated, the three freaks had become the biggest threat to the enemy's camp. I wonder if Brother Jiang can withstand the attack of the three human devils. Xuanhuan said worriedly. Don't worry, Uncle Jiu. Even if the three human devils are a level stronger, they will still be finished by little Qinzi. Yang Bufan crossed his arms in front of his chest, his face wearing a mocking smile. Back in the evil abyss, he had seen Jiang Chen's means of fighting the demonic devils. Jiang Chen had too many magical treasures that could restrain the demonic devils. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, he would have perished in the evil abyss and wouldn't have the chance to destroy the evil clan. Is that so? Xuanhuan was skeptical, but he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Yang Bufan's confidence in Jiang Chen. After all, Yang Bufan had a deeper understanding of Jiang Chen than him. Just wait and see, Uncle Jiu, Yang Bufan said. All right. Listen up, soldiers. When the battle between the commander and the three freaks begins, we'll lead the army and charge at them. Xuanhuan's chi fluctuated as he spoke to the people below. Wait. Yang Bufan tried to stop him. King Fan Yun Tianxuang has been seriously injured. This is the best time to deal with him. Xuanhuan looked over at Yang Bufan, wondering what Yang Bufan was planning. Ninth uncle, although Yun Tianxuang has been defeated, the enemy's lineup is still very strong. There are a lot of immortal venerables among them. Plus, the three human devils have boosted the morale of Great Cloud Empire. It won't be beneficial for us to engage in a life-and-death battle at this time. So we might as well wait here until Jiang Chen kills the three human devils. By then, the morale of the enemy will crumble completely. At that time we'll attack them effortlessly. Yang Bufan said. He had a clear view of the situation of the battlefield. Yun Tianxuang's defeat would indeed affect the enemy's morale, but the impact wasn't deep enough. However, if Jiang Chen killed the three human devils, the situation would be completely different. What they needed to do now was to wait for Jiang Chen to kill the three human devils. As for whether Jiang Chen could kill the three human devils, Yang Bufan had no doubt about that. All right, we'll listen to you. Xuanhuan nodded. He felt that Yang Bufan's words were reasonable, but this was based on the fact that Jiang Chen could kill the three human devils. Now, everything depended on Jiang Chen. Yang Bufan's confidence in Jiang Chen had directly affected them. Great Qian Empire and Great Cloud Empire didn't make a move. Yun Tianxuang and Yang Bufan had the same idea. They wanted to wait for the three human devils to kill Jiang Chen before making a move. By then, no one would be able to stop them. However, the morale of the enemy had been affected by their defeat, so it wasn't the right time to make a move. In the sky, the eyes of the three human devils were as cold as venomous scorpions. Kid, if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I will consider letting you die a quick death so that you won't suffer too much. One of the human devils said with a sinister smile. Many people have said the same thing to me before, but unfortunately, they didn't even have the chance to kneel down. Chapter 1880. Jiang Chen's eyes were blazing. In Jiang Chen's eyes, these three human devils were his nourishment. The three intermediate immortal venerable human devils had formed devil souls in their bodies. If Jiang Chen could refine and absorb these three devil souls, his cultivation base would surely advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm. What an arrogant brat. Don't think that you can fight us just because you have defeated Yin Tianshuang. Brothers, let's let this brat have a taste of our power. We'll torture him to death slowly. Don't let him die so quickly. The human devil was full of ice-cold killing intent. There was no difference between a human devil and a devil. They were both the most brutal existences. Cold and gloomy devil waves began to rush out of their bodies like tidal waves, forming an enclosed battlefield that enveloped Jiang Chen. One had to admit that the cooperation between the three human devils had reached a flawless level. Their combined combat strength had increased tremendously. It wasn't without reason that they could kill a late immortal venerable. Unfortunately, this kind of strength didn't exist in the face of Jiang Chen. Brat, go to hell? One of the human devils struck. With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of Jiang Chen. A terrifying devil claw stretched out at extreme speed, aiming at Jiang Chen ferociously. Jiang Chen's face was wearing a calm smile. He didn't put his opponent in his eyes at all. He punched out fiercely, creating a huge sea of fire. It was a sea of fire that was the combination of 4 types of supreme flames. Its deterrence was unparalleled, and it was simply the ultimate nemesis of human devils. As soon as the flames appeared, the surrounding devil chi began to burn, producing sizzling sounds. Sensing the terror of the flames, the human devil's facial expression changed dramatically. The moment his gloomy devil claw came into contact with Jiang Chen's flames, its chi was reduced to half of its original power. Bang! Jiang Chen's strike was as fast as lightning. His fist that carried a powerful flame smashed onto the human devil's body. The human devil let out a miserable cry and was sent flying backwards. A mouthful of black devil blood spurted out from his mouth. How is this possible? Not good. This fellow possesses flames that are specially designed to restrain us. Those flames are too terrifying. Even my soul is trembling. Damn it. This guy is completely suppressing our essence power. There's simply no way for us to fight him. When the 3 originally arrogant demonic human cultivators saw Jiang Chen's flames, their expressions changed completely. They didn't know that Jiang Chen had those flames. What was the origin of this flame? However, they could clearly sense that such a powerful flame was not something they could resist. Under the suppression of this flame, they could only display half of their combat strength. That's amazing. The commander is too amazing. He managed to injure a weirdo the moment he arrived. I can't believe it. The people of Great Chen Empire were excited once more. Every time Jiang Chen attacked, it would bring them a different visual impact. The 3 weirdos were what they were most worried about. Now it seemed like Jiang Chen had a way to restrain them. Xuanhuan sighed. He seemed to have become numb to surprises. After spending so much time with Jiang Chen, he found that nothing was impossible in this world. Guys, this man is too mysterious. Let's not waste any more time with him. Yun Tianshuang said with a gloomy face. Ah, just 3 human devils. They're just like ants in front of me. Just use whatever means you have. Jiang Chen laughed. The 3 human devils exchanged a glance and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. In the face of Jiang Chen's flames, they had no choice but to take him seriously. This battle might be even more difficult than fighting a late immortal venerable. They had to use their unique skills. Lost illusory technique. The 3 of them shouted. Then their figures flickered. Their phantoms were everywhere in the void. A black wave of chi covered the battlefield. Outsiders could only see a blur. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield had turned into a closed area. The surroundings were filled with variegated brilliance, as though they had entered another world. This is a powerful illusory technique. Anyone who enters it will lose themselves and fall into the hands of the human devils. It's very difficult to deal with. It seems like General Lu Sheng has died in this illusory technique. Jiao Wangya's face immediately turned solemn. Given his eyesight, he could naturally see how terrifying this illusory technique was. Putting aside Jiang Chen's condition, he was afraid that he would die if he was caught in it. The corner of Yun Tianshuang's mouth curled into a smile. He knew very well how terrifying this illusory technique was. So the moment Jiang Chen fell into it, he was basically sure that Jiang Chen was dead for sure. Lu Sheng had died in this illusory technique. In the lost illusory technique, Jiang Chen looked at the flickering lights and shadows around him. There seemed to be no end to the paths he liked. This place had turned into a new world. His heart became incomparably heavy after entering this place. Jia. The sinister laughter of the three human devils could be heard everywhere, but all of them were fake. Only 3 of them were real. Brat, you will soon lose yourself in here. When that time comes, it will be your death. The sinister laughter of the human devils sounded. Every word was like a pendant drilling into Jiang Chen's soul. You want to play with illusions with me? You're still far from being able to do so. A mere lost illusion is nothing before my great illusion realm. Jiang Chen's face was full of contempt. He did not put the puzzle in his eyes at all. Although the illusory technique looked powerful, Jiang Chen was like a paper tiger that could be broken with a single poke. Jiang Chen's great illusion realm was the real ancestor of illusory techniques. Mottled airflows continuously flew out of Jiang Chen's body. These airflows quickly merged with the lost illusory technique and formed a new illusory technique. Very quickly, the great illusion realm was fully formed, and it covered the entire illusory labyrinth. The entire illusory labyrinth began to change and crumble. Only now did the 3 human devils realize that the illusory labyrinth had changed. They had lost control of the illusory labyrinth, and it was now in Jiang Chen's hand. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How can this guy control the lost illusory technique without a sound? One of the human devils turned pale with fright as if he had experienced the most terrifying thing in the world. No, boss, the lost illusory technique has disappeared. We have entered the opponent's illusory technique. What a powerful technique. He actually used a new illusory technique to break our illusory technique without a sound. Chapter 1881. Do you think you can trap me with your illusion? You're nothing but ants in front of me. You won't even have the chance to resist. Jiang Chen's cold voice entered the ears of the 3 demonic humans. They were shocked to find that they couldn't even see Jiang Chen's shadow in this illusion. In other words, the current situation had been silently reversed by Jiang Chen. The lost illusion had completely turned into the great illusion realm. The sheep waiting to be slaughtered was no longer Jiang Chen but them. Everyone outside was staring at the battlefield. Everyone could feel the intense changes in the illusion, but even powerful existences like Jiu Wangye and Yun Tianshuang couldn't see what was happening inside. They didn't expect that the situation had already changed. But it was conceivable that the current situation in the illusion must be extremely dangerous. I hope Jiang Chen can break this illusion. Jiu Wangye was incomparably nervous. There was no way he wouldn't be nervous. The success or failure of this battle depended entirely on Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen was defeated, it would signify the complete defeat of Great Qian Empire. It would be an unbearable loss to Great Qian Empire. The soldiers would be devastated and a great shadow would be cast in their hearts. Not good. This kid's illusion technique is more powerful than ours. He also has flames that can restrain us. Even if the 3 of us join forces, we're still no match for him. We'd better retreat now. One of the demonic humans said with a gloomy face. They knew that if they didn't leave now, they might not have the chance to do so anymore. However, they didn't know that they had already lost the chance to leave. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 of them turned into light shadows and flew out of the illusion. They were extremely fast. Unfortunately, after flying for a few rounds, they realized that they were still in the illusion. They could already feel that their minds were beginning to get lost and their thoughts were beginning to change greatly. Do you still want to escape after entering my great illusion realm? That's just wishful thinking. Jiang Chen's voice was like that of the Grim Reaper. The 3 of them began to feel despair. Jiang Chen, let us go. We promise not to be enemies with you anymore. One of them said and began to beg for mercy. The road to death is the one you chose. Jiang Chen's voice continued to reverberate in the illusory realm, causing great stimulation to the 3 of them. Jiang Chen, as long as you don't kill us, we're willing to be your slaves and follow you. Another human devil said. Their minds were in a mess and they only wanted to stay alive. No matter what Jiang Chen asked, they would agree to it. Do you think you're qualified to work for me? Jiang Chen said. Soon after, a sword light with terrifying flames suddenly appeared, piercing into the head of a human devil. In this great illusion realm, Jiang Chen was the absolute ruler. These 3 human devils could only wait to be slaughtered by him. They didn't even have the slightest chance to resist. The human devil let out a wail. His head exploded, and a devil soul emerged and was caught by a big hand. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen refined and absorbed the half-step immortal venerable devil soul. It had been a long time since he used this method to advance because it would seriously affect his foundation. However, his foundation was very strong now. It wouldn't affect his foundation at all even if he used these 3 devil souls to advance to half-step immortal venerable realm. The death of one human devil sent the other 2 into a state of panic. They began to flee in all directions. Unfortunately, they had fallen into Jiang Chen's illusory realm. Everything here was illusory. The escape route that they saw was in fact a dead end. Swoosh! Another sword light rushed out. The sword light was silent and its direction was unknown. It was as if it came from hell, causing people to feel despair in their hearts. Arg! Another blood-curdling scream was heard. The second human devil had also died under Jiang Chen's sword. Swoosh! The last sword light killed the last human devil. None of the 3 of them could escape from Jiang Chen's clutches. The 3 devil souls were completely devoured by Jiang Chen. Under the refinement of the dragon transformation skill, the speed at which the devil souls were devoured was decreasing rapidly, turning them into nourishment for Jiang Chen. In his Qi, new dragon marks began to condense. The boundless Qi was like a boundless world. Shadows of dragons were flying everywhere. It was a world of true dragons. Outside, countless eyes were still staring at the sky. They couldn't see what was happening inside, but could feel the terrifying destructive energy drifting in the air. Voila! All of a sudden the great illusion realm vanished. It had been kept away by Jiang Chen. The situation inside was revealed to them. 3 headless corpses fell from the sky and hit the ground with a puff. Jiang Chen was still hovering in the air. His qi was even stronger than before, and his qi was rising constantly, rushing towards the half-step immortal venerable realm. What? Countless exclamations were heard. These exclamations came from 2 different camps. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at a ghost. Who would have thought that this would be the end of the battle? Moreover, the battle had ended so quickly. Oh my god, the 3 weirdos are all dead. How did the commander do it? Horrifying, too horrifying. This is simply heaven-defying. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. Is he still human? He's a god. The soldiers of Great Qian Empire had gone mad. In their hearts, Jiang Chen's image had become incomparably lofty. It was as if he was no longer a human, but a divine being, the symbol of a true god. Only a divine being could be omnipotent. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Xuanhuan kept shaking his head. The shock he felt was much greater than the shock he felt when Jiang Chen defeated him. The faces of all the people of Great Cloud Empire were filled with despair. Their commander was defeated and the 3 weirdos were killed. They had lost everything they could rely on. Kill. Jiang Chen was ruthless. He waved the sword in his hand and issued the order to attack. Kill. Innumerable soldiers went completely crazy. Each of them raised their immortal weapons and charged at the enemy without any regard for their lives. Xuanhuan burst into laughter. He and Yang Bufan locked onto Xuanhuan and lunged at him. Chapter 1882. As the army charged forward, the dense battle intent and killing intent formed a storm, scattering the black air above the Black Wind Ridge. The Great Qin Empire's side was like a pack of tigers and wolves, while the other side was already scared out of their wits. Seeing this formation, they immediately retreated. Retreat. Retreat now. Xuanhuan shouted at the top of his lungs. As an experienced commander of the army, although he was defeated, he still had a good grasp of the situation. Today's defeat was a complete mess and there was no possibility of a comeback. In the face of the ferocious wolves of the Great Qin Empire, the only thing they could do was to retreat and minimize their losses as much as possible. If they stayed here and fought fiercely, it was very likely that they would be wiped out. Unfortunately, it was already too late for them to retreat. Jiang Chen had already casted his 5 elemental domain to cover the entire region, turning the soldiers of Great Cloud Empire into turtles in a jar. Uncle Joe, leave Xuanhuan to me. You go and deal with the other immortal venerables. We must annihilate all of them today. Yang Bufan's hair fluttered in the wind. The combat sword in his hand was locked onto Xuanhuan. All right. Xuanhuan didn't argue with Yang Bufan. He knew very well that killing Xuanhuan would be of great help to Yang Bufan's reputation. Naturally, he would give this great opportunity to Yang Bufan. This was also the reason why Jiang Chen didn't attack Xuanhuan after killing the 3 freaks. Yang Bufan's combat strength had been acknowledged when he killed Old Man Tian Kuei. Currently, Xuanhuan was severely injured and his combat strength was greatly reduced. He was no match for Yang Bufan at all. Therefore, Xuanhuan was very relieved to let Yang Bufan kill Xuanhuan. Ah, wails rang out one after another. The well-trained army of Great Cloud Empire collapsed in an instant. They couldn't resist the frenzied assault of the soldiers of Great Qin Empire. In such a large-scale battlefield, the influence of morale was too great. There were a lot of immortal venerables in Great Cloud Empire, but apart from Yun Tianshuang, none of them was a match for Jiu Wangya. Yang Bufan and Yun Tianshuang were locked in a stalemate. Jiu Wangya's chi soared into the sky. Up in the sky, Jiang Chen had returned to his human form. His face was cold as he looked down at the fierce battle below. His face was expressionless as he watched. This was war and this was reality. There was no winning or losing, only life and death. He didn't even feel the slightest bit of pity because he knew very well that Yun Tianshuang wouldn't let the soldiers of the Great Qin Empire off if he lost and died in the hands of the three devil men. There was no need for Jiang Chen to make a move. Just by standing there, he exerted the greatest pressure on the soldiers of Great Cloud Empire. He was like a mountain that pressed down on the morale of the soldiers of Great Qin Empire. However, Jiang Chen wasn't idling either. His chi was constantly rising, pushing towards the half-step immortal venerable realm. Just as the number of dragon marks had reached 1.45 million and he was about to advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm, he suddenly discovered that he didn't have enough immortal meta stones. Damn it. Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse. Back when he was in Monarch Mountain, he had almost exhausted all of his immortal meta stones. He had forgotten about this matter. Without sufficient immortal meta stones, his advancement to the half-step immortal venerable realm would end in failure. Jiu Wangya King Fan, give me all the immortal meta stones you have. Hurry up. Jiang Chen's divine sense was transmitted to the ears of Jiu Wangya and Yang Bufan. Both of them were startled. They immediately understood that Jiang Chen was about to advance to the next realm and he didn't have enough immortal meta stones. Without hesitation, they each took out a spatial ring and threw it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen couldn't wait to open the spatial ring and found a mountain of venerable grade immortal meta stones inside. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. These immortal meta stones are enough. Jiang Chen almost wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Fortunately, he had Jiu Wangya and King Fan by his side. If it was someone else, he was afraid that the immortal meta stones in his storage wouldn't be enough for Jiang Chen's consumption. But Jiu Wangya and King Fan were different. They were the mainstays of Great Qin Empire and had high status. What they lacked the least was wealth, especially Jiu Wangya. As an experienced immortal venerable expert, no one would believe that he didn't have some wealth. The immortal meta stones given by Jiu Wangya were more than enough for him to advance to the immortal venerable realm, let alone the half-step immortal venerable realm. Long. Jiang Chen's chi erupted with a rumbling sound. After receiving a large amount of immortal meta stones, his cultivation base broke through immediately. At this moment, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had reached 1.45 million, which was the number needed to break through to the half-step immortal venerable realm. The breakthrough from the immortal emperor realm to the half-step immortal venerable realm was incomparably difficult, but to Jiang Chen this bottleneck didn't seem to exist at all. The dragon transformation skill allowed him to break through the bottleneck. Jiang Chen's white robe fluttered in the wind. He was hovering in the air with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. At this moment he was in a very good mood. One of the reasons he came to Crane Hawk City was to kill the three human devils. Now that he had killed them, his cultivation base had advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm, one step closer to the true immortal venerable realm. By the time he arrived in Fengqi immortal domain, he would be more confident in helping Nangong Wentian. Below, the battle was incomparably intense. The entire battlefield had been enveloped by Jiang Chen's 5 elemental sphere. Jiang Chen had become the master of this space. As long as he willed it, all the soldiers of Great Cloud Empire would die tragically with a gust of eternal immortal wind. Jiang Chen didn't make a move. Sometimes he didn't need to make a move to boost the morale of the soldiers of Great Qin Empire. As long as he didn't retract his 5 elemental sphere, none of the soldiers of Great Cloud Empire would be able to escape. Arg! After this battle, the desolate Black Wind Ridge had turned into a land of death. The soldiers of Great Cloud Empire were as vulnerable as drowned chickens. Swoosh! On the other side, Yang Bufan's sword shook and severed one of Yun Tianshuang's arms. Yun Tianshuang, you have nowhere to run today. Yang Bufan spoke coldly. Logically speaking, he should capture Yun Tianshuang and send him to the imperial capital to be judged by the emperor. But now Yang Bufan had decided to kill Yun Tianshuang. The reason was very simple. Lu Sheng was killed in this battlefield. Only by killing Yun Qianshuang here would it be fair to Lu Sheng in the netherworld. Yun Qianshuang's face was ashen. He had never thought that he would be defeated so thoroughly one day. Sometimes, losing once in a lifetime was equivalent to losing for the rest of his life. He knew that he wouldn't be able to escape today. Chapter 1883. Buzz. Yang Bufan's speed reached the extreme. His sword vibrated the void as he locked onto Yun Qianshuang's chi and thrust it towards his glabella. I've never thought that I, Yun Qianshuang, would lose my life in Black Wind Ridge today. What a pity. But in my next life I will still be a hero. Yun Qianshuang sighed. He stood there and closed his eyes unwillingly. He had given up resisting. As a war god, he could see that even if he continued to resist, he would still die. Yang Bufan wouldn't let him go, and Jiang Chen wouldn't give him any chance to escape. He was a hero, a god in the army, but he still came to an end. No matter how brilliant his life was, he would eventually become a thing of the past. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Perhaps the death of Yun Qianshuang would make the Black Wind Ridge famous. In the future, the Black Wind Ridge would become a place that everyone knew about. Wuxia. Yang Bufan's sword was cold to the extreme. The sharp sword pierced through Yun Qianshuang's glabella. The god of war had fallen just like that. Yun Qianshuang, you have been fighting General Lu Sheng for half your life. Go and accompany him. Yang Bufan said coldly. Then he slowly drew out his sword and left Yun Qianshuang's corpse intact. Even though they were enemies, Yun Qianshuang was also a person whom Yang Bufan respected a lot. A person like him should die with dignity. Letting Yun Qianshuang die with dignity was the last thing Yang Bufan could do. The commander is dead. We can't escape anymore. Let's surrender. The commander is dead. We've lost completely. Surrender. We don't want to fight anymore. We surrender. The soldiers of Great Cloud Empire roared in despair. The death of Yun Qianshuang had made them lose all motivation and hope. This battle was a complete mess. It was meaningless to continue fighting. All of them were going to be buried in Black Wind Ridge. At this point in the war, perhaps surrendering to save their lives was the best outcome. All of you stop. Yang Bufan's sword trembled. Sword chi soared into the sky. His shouts silenced the clamorous battlefield. Countless eyes on the side of Great Chen Empire were fixed on Yang Bufan. They knew that this was their next emperor. Killing Yun Qianshuang with his own hands was enough to make him famous. Jiang Chen also retracted his 5-elemental sphere and stood there in silence. The war had ended. The next step was up to Yang Bufan. Great Cloud Empire had suffered a heavy loss. Of the 10,000 soldiers, at least 3,000 were either dead or injured. The remaining soldiers were covered in dust like shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Their faces were filled with helplessness and despair. The air of Black Wind Ridge was filled with the stench of blood. Corpses were piled up like mountains. This battle was extremely tragic. The Battle of Black Wind Ridge was destined to be recorded in history. This battle had made Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan famous. Looking at the defeated soldiers in front of him, Yang Bufan wasn't cruel enough to kill all of them. This was a war between empires, which was different from the war in Evil Abyss. It was a war between races. Lu Lang, bury Yun Qianshuang's body with General Lu Sheng. Yang Bufan said to Lu Lang. Yes, King Fan. Lu Lang clasped his fists. No one had any objection to Yang Bufan's decision. After hearing this decision, all the generals and soldiers of Great Cloud Empire looked at Yang Bufan with gratitude. Everyone knew that Lu Sheng and Yun Qianshuang, the two gods of war in the military, had been fighting each other all their lives, but they had a mutual appreciation for each other. If it weren't for the fact that they were on different sides, no one would doubt that they would be good friends. But reality was like this. If they couldn't become best friends, then they would become best enemies. In this world, being able to find an enemy that they both respected was really a happy thing. Whether it was the soldiers of Great Cloud Empire or Great Chen Empire, they wouldn't forget that Yun Qianshuang had personally buried Lu Sheng in a treasured place in Crane Hawk City. This was a form of respect to the enemy. Therefore, Yang Bufan buried Lu Sheng and Yun Qianshuang together, hoping that they wouldn't be enemies in their next life. After arranging Yun Qianshuang's burial, Yang Bufan's eyes fell upon the defeated soldiers. His eyes were incomparably cold. Although he had accepted their surrender, he wasn't a fool. He wouldn't accept everyone's surrender. People of Yun family, step forward. Yang Bufan spoke. Under Yang Bufan's sharp eyes, hiding was useless. As soon as Yang Bufan's voice faded, 8 people walked out from the camp. Yang Bufan glanced at them. Their cultivation base wasn't very strong. All of them were merely immortal emperors. All of you sever one of your arms and leave, said Yang Bufan. Yang Bufan said. His original plan was to cripple all these people, but they had surrendered after all and their cultivation base wasn't very strong. If each of them severed an arm and went back, it would be a disgrace to Yun family. As a member of Yun family, surrendering itself was a kind of humiliation. Therefore, even if these people were released, they would no longer be a threat to Great Qin Empire in the future. It was impossible for Yang Bufan to accept the surrender of Yun family. If they stayed in his camp, they would become a hidden cancer. What? Their facial expression changed dramatically. They didn't expect such an outcome. I'll only say it once. My patience is limited. Otherwise all of you will die. Yang Bufan spoke flatly. Wuxi. After exchanging glances with each other, they gritted their teeth and severed one of their arms. They absolutely wouldn't doubt Yang Bufan's words, because it was too easy for him to kill them. At this moment they couldn't think too much about it. They had to save their lives first. They severed their arms and left. Watching them vanish into the horizon, the soldiers of Great Cloud Empire didn't feel envious at all, because they knew very well that even if these people returned alive, they wouldn't have a good ending. As for the others, take them into the army. If anyone dares to be disloyal, behead them. Yang Bufan fully exerted his emperor's prestige, just like the representative of the emperor of Great Qin Empire. No one disobeyed him. Xuanhuan, who was standing on one side, nodded at Yang Bufan with a smile. He could imagine that Great Qin Empire would certainly prosper in Yang Bufan's hands. Chapter 1884. Seeing Jiang Chen looking at him, the general's expression immediately became flustered. After all, he had witnessed Jiang Chen's scariness with his own eyes. Everyone worshipped the strong. Even a single glance from Jiang Chen was enough to make him feel fear. He knew how terrifying this young man was. If anyone dared to underestimate him because of his cultivation base, he would certainly end up in a miserable state. Don't be nervous. As long as you pledge your loyalty to Great Qin Empire, I believe you will get more benefits here than in Great Cloud Empire. Besides, Great Cloud Empire will be destroyed sooner or later. Jiang Chen said with a smile. His words were full of confidence, which seemed to be infectious. It was as if Jiang Chen's words would come true. Even the general began to believe that Great Cloud Empire would be destroyed. Yes, Commander. The general nodded. What's your name? Asked Jiang Chen. Commander, I'm General Wan Qing. Wan Qing didn't dare to be negligent. Since the other party had accepted him, he had given up on Great Cloud Empire. General Wan Qing, what did Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty rely on to launch a war against Great Qin Empire? What's the background of those 3 human devils? I believe given your identity you should know about it. Jiang Chen asked. This was what he wanted to know the most. It was also what Yang Bufan and Xuanhuan wanted to know the most. One should know that everyone knew how powerful Great Qin Empire was. Even if Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty joined hands, they wouldn't dare to start a war without absolute confidence. Commander, you're right. There is indeed a Devil Dao expert in Great Cloud Empire. He calls himself Venerable Extermination. He's already a mighty half-step sovereign and possesses unfathomable demonic arts. The 3 freaks you killed are his disciples. Wan Qing told him everything he knew. Venerable Extermination? Jiang Chen exchanged glances with Yang Bufan and Xuanhuan. If Great Cloud Empire hadn't found a backer, they wouldn't have taken the initiative to launch a war. Why does Venerable Extermination support Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty to destroy my Great Qin Empire? Yang Bufan asked in puzzlement. As far as he knew, Great Qin Empire didn't seem to have any enmity with Venerable Extermination. I heard that Venerable Extermination is from the same era as the old ancestor of Great Qin Empire, Yang Junlong. He seems to have suffered a great loss in the hands of Yang Junlong, so he's going to annihilate Great Qin Empire. This time, Venerable Extermination brought his 3 disciples to Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty. Wan Qing said. So that's how it is. It seems that Venerable Extermination is an existence similar to the heaven-devouring devil ape. Senior Yang Junlong's enmity has now come out. Jiang Chen smiled. He finally understood. Yang Junlong was a hero of his generation, but no one knew why he suddenly disappeared. No one knew where he went. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would definitely meet this legendary figure. A powerful demonic path half-step sovereign can indeed give the 2 empires enough confidence. No wonder they dare to start a war, Yang Bufan said with a smile. As the saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. The scariest thing was not knowing the basic situation of the other party. Now that he had figured out the situation of the other party, there was nothing to be afraid of. Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty only relied on a demonic path half-step sovereign. If it was in the past, a half-step sovereign would be enough to make Great Qin Empire tremble in fear. Unless old ancestor Yang Junlong appeared, the empire would be annihilated. But now the situation was different. Great Qin Empire had the reincarnation of Empress Nainin Yenxinyu. A mere venerable extermination wouldn't be able to stir up any waves. The facts will prove how foolish it is for Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty to start a war because of a half-step sovereign. Jiang Qin shook his head with a smile. Previously he was a little worried because he didn't know the background of the other party, but now that he had figured it out, there was no longer any suspense in this war. Little Qinzi, what are we going to do now? Yang Bufan looked over at Jiang Qin. At this critical moment he still needed Jiang Qin to make a decision. First, we'll recover all the lost territories before launching a large-scale attack towards the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire. There's no turning back now. This time we must show the divine might of Great Qin Empire. Jiang Qin's chi fluctuated. It seemed that he had decided to fight to the end. Brother Jiang Qin, isn't this a little too reckless? After all, the other party has a powerful half-step sovereign. Should we ask Miss Yen for help? Xuanhuan asked worriedly. With Yen Qinyu's help, Great Qin Empire indeed wouldn't be afraid of venerable extermination, but if their army marched straight into the imperial capital, they were afraid that it wouldn't be enough. No need. This time, I want to meet this venerable extermination personally. Intense battle intent surged out of Jiang Qin's body. Under the impact of this battle intent, everyone was moved. They could tell that Jiang Qin was going to fight a half-step sovereign. Although Jiang Qin had defeated Yun Tianshuang and advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm, he wasn't on the same level as a half-step sovereign. One should know that there was a huge gap between a half-step sovereign and an immortal venerable. As a matter of fact, given Jiang Qin's current cultivation base, it was true that he couldn't defeat a half-step sovereign. If he encountered a half-step sovereign, he could only use the Great Void technique to escape. However, venerable extermination was different. He was a human devil. Just like the three human devils, Jiang Qin had the means to restrain him. That was why Jiang Qin dared to give it a try. Moreover, Jiang Qin had already learned about the means of venerable extermination through the three human devils. The lost illusion technique must have been imparted to them by venerable extermination. If venerable extermination dared to use the lost illusion technique on him, Jiang Qin was confident that he could kill him. Killing a half-step sovereign human devil was too attractive to Jiang Qin. The ancestral dragon pagoda could devour it completely. At that time, it wouldn't be a problem for it to condense 1 or 2 levels of the pagoda. Not only that, Jiang Qin could also benefit tremendously from it, increasing the number of his dragon marks. More importantly, this was Jiang Qin's first time fighting a half-step sovereign. His heart was filled with anticipation and excitement. He was afraid that Jiang Qin was the only one who dared to fight a half-step sovereign head-on despite only being a half-step immortal venerable. Due to these reasons, Jiang Qin decided to charge straight in and kill his way in. Chapter 1885. Little Qinzi, are you confident? Yang Bufan looked over at Jiang Qin. Even though he was very confident in Jiang Qin, he was still a little worried about fighting a half-step sovereign. King Fan, there are some things that you don't have to be 100% confident to do. Many times if you don't do it, you will never know whether you can do it or not. Jiang Qin patted Yang Bufan's shoulder. The slap made Yang Bufan's body tremble. A surge of hot blood was ignited in an instant. He was once the evil lord who feared nothing in the heavens and earth. Since Jiang Qin wanted to go crazy, he would go crazy with Jiang Qin. In his heart, Jiang Qin was a man who was good at creating miracles. He was afraid that this time wouldn't be an exception. All right, I'll listen to you. Yang Bufan nodded. His eyes were filled with long-lost passion. All soldiers, listen up. Immediately recover all the lost territories. Tomorrow we will march straight into the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire. Yang Bufan's chi fluctuated as he issued a historic order to the 3 armies. That's crazy. Xuanhuan shook his head. He felt that this was a very crazy thing to do. With just the few of them, they were going to annihilate the imperial capital that was guarded by a half-step sovereign. This wasn't crazy, what was it? It was simply impossible. But if they succeeded, the impact it would cause would be too great. For a moment, Xuanhuan's blood was ignited. It had been a long time since he felt this kind of passion. He had been staying in the imperial capital for so many years and had long lost the passion he had when he was young. Today he had accompanied Jiang Qin and Yang Bufan to feel younger. I'll really get old if I don't go crazy. Jiao Wangye's chi fluctuated. He was sweating all over. He hadn't experienced such a feeling for a long time. He understood the significance of Jiang Chen's decision. No matter what the final outcome was, this battle would be praised by the future generations. On that day the morale of Great Qian Empire soared. They recovered all the lost territories without encountering any resistance. The army was finally stationed in Crane Hawk City to recuperate. The Battle of Black Wind Ridge was destined to be known by the world. The news of the victory in Black Wind Ridge spread to the imperial capital very quickly. Yang Yu, the old emperor, and the higher-ups of Great Qian Empire were dancing with joy when they heard the news. I really didn't expect that we would win so quickly. Sure enough, the emperor didn't choose the wrong person. Jiang Qin is the lucky star of Great Qian Empire. Incredible. Jiang Qin has defeated Yun Tianxuang and killed the three eccentrics with just a late immortal emperor cultivation base. If this news wasn't true, it would be hard to believe. Jiang Qin has created another miracle. Yun Tianxuang's death is a great blow to Great Cloud Empire. This will greatly boost our morale. The main hall was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Many of them were still worried about Yang Yu's decision to send Jiang Chen to Crane Hawk City. Now all their worries were gone. They were afraid that no one else could achieve such a great victory. The news of the Battle of Black Wind Ridge had reached them, but not the news of Jiang Chen's attack. If they knew that Jiang Chen had made such a decision, they were afraid that they would turn pale with fright. The same news had reached the imperial palace of Great Cloud Empire. After learning about the result of the battle, Emperor Yun Tianzuan was infuriated. Venerable Extermination was equally infuriated. Venerable Extermination was also wearing a grayish-red robe. He looked to be in his 70s or 80s. His attire was the same as his three disciples. He held a walking stick in his hand. At the top of the walking stick was a ferocious skull. It looked very frightening. Jiang Qin, it's that Jiang Qin again. That bastard is a big trouble. Hasn't the immortal court been hunting him? Why is he still alive? Yun Tianzuan gnashed his teeth, his eyes almost spurting out flames. He had never hated a person so much in his life. Great Cloud Empire had suffered a great loss in the hands of Jiang Qin. How dare a kid kill my disciple? I'll torture him to death. Venerable Extermination exuded a gloomy and cold chi. He had come back this time to annihilate Great Qian Empire. He didn't expect that they would suffer such a great loss just as the war began. One should know that it wasn't easy to nurture triplets. The battle had been in their favor, but Jiang Qin had forcefully reversed the situation. I'm going to kill this kid myself, Venerable Extermination said fiercely. Venerable Extermination said fiercely. It seemed that he was ready to take action personally. Mr. Extermination, it's not the time for you to act yet. The war has just begun. As for Jiang Qin, I'll give you a chance to kill him yourself, said Yun Tianzuan. The war between nations wasn't an ordinary one. It had to be carried out on all fronts. It wasn't something that could be wiped out just because an expert went up and destroyed the imperial capital of another nation and killed their experts. As the saying went, as long as faith remained, the origin of the empire wouldn't disappear. It would only increase hatred and eventually lead to a resurgence. This was also the reason why Yun Tianzuan allowed Yun Tianxuang to annex the territory of Great Qian Empire bit by bit. He wanted to change the faith and worship of the people of Great Qian Empire. Very well. I'll certainly kill Jiang Qin myself. I'm going to repay the pain that Yang Junlong has given me in the past. Yang Junlong has turned me into a human devil. Now I'm going to annihilate his Great Qian Empire. Venerable Extermination was a ruthless person, and he wanted the same result as Celestial Venerable Yun. He wanted the Great Qian Empire to be completely destroyed, and there would be no possibility of a revival. Only then could he achieve his goal of revenge. The next day, under the leadership of Jiang Qin and Yang Bufan, the army of Great Qian Empire headed straight for the nearest city to Crane Hawk City. This was the border of Great Cloud Empire. Due to their ferocious attack and the death of Yun Tianxuang, the morale of Great Cloud Empire's army was too low. Therefore they didn't encounter any decent resistance. What happened next was like a hot knife cutting through butter. While Yun Tianzuan was still considering which expert to send to the battlefield, Great Cloud Empire had already lost more than a dozen cities. This was a complete reversal of the situation. The generals and soldiers of Great Qian Empire were completely excited. Their mood and morale were totally different from the time when they were conquered by xuanhuan like a hot knife cutting through butter. They were two extremes. Domineering. I've been fighting for so many years, but I've never felt so comfortable. It's the happiest thing in my life to fight behind the commander and King Fan. Some soldiers sighed. Chapter 1886. This was the real unstoppable force. To the soldiers of the major cities of Great Cloud Empire, it was like the end of the world. Wherever Jiang Chen and the others went, they didn't destroy the peace of the major cities, nor did they disturb the living habits of the people. At the same time, Great Qin Empire wouldn't kill the innocent. Any soldier who surrendered would be accepted as long as they weren't from Yun family. This time Jiang Chen had caught Great Cloud Empire off guard. Not even the Emperor Yun Tianzuan had expected this. In the eyes of Great Cloud Empire, Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan would surely take a good rest after recovering their lost territory and killing Yun Tianxuan. However, Jiang Chen's action was too fast for them to react. In the following day, Jiang Chen's army swept across half of Great Cloud Empire with unstoppable momentum. At this time, the imperial court of Great Cloud Empire was shaken. This was something that had never happened before in Great Cloud Empire. Not only Great Cloud Empire but even Great Qin Empire was dumbfounded. No one had ever thought that Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan would be so audacious. It seemed like they were going to annihilate Great Cloud Empire in one fell swoop. However, how could they not worry about such a dangerous move? In the main hall of the imperial palace of Great Qin Empire. They are too audacious. They are invading the enemy's territory alone. Jiang Chen and King Fan are young and frivolous. Xuanhuan should stop them. That's right. This matter is getting out of hand. They have already occupied half of Great Cloud Empire and are about to reach their imperial palace. This is an unprecedented victory for us. However, I'm afraid that it will be very dangerous for them to invade the enemy's territory alone. I heard that there are formidable half-step sovereigns in Great Cloud Empire. Your Majesty, stop Jiang Chen and King Fan's attack at once. This was a very uplifting matter, and what Jiang Chen and the others did had indeed uplifted the hearts of everyone. It was just that this time the shock was too great and everyone couldn't withstand it. Many people began to ask the emperor to order Jiang Chen to withdraw. Of course, there were also people who felt that the large foundation that Jiang Chen had built could not be lost. Otherwise, it would seriously damage the morale of the generals and soldiers. Once morale was lost, it was difficult to find it again. At that time, it was inevitable that they would be disappointed in the imperial capital. I'm afraid it's impossible to withdraw, but I believe that Jiang Chen must have his reasons for doing so. What we have to do now is to go and provide support. The war between us and Great Cloud Empire will come to an end sooner or later. In that case, let's wait for the end to come. A decisive look appeared in Yang Yu's eyes. Since Jiang Chen had turned the war into this state, there was no harm in demanding an end. Just as Yang Yu decided to send experts to assist Jiang Chen, a talisman flew out of the void and landed on his hand. Yang Yu opened the talisman and knitted his brows. Your Majesty, did you get the news from Jiang Chen's side? Someone asked. That's right. It's Jiang Chen who sent the talisman back personally. He asked us to stay in the imperial capital. Yang Yu said. What? Wouldn't Jiang Chen be a bit too confident if he didn't help? I'm very confident in brother Jiang Chen. He was able to defeat Yun Tianxuan when he was just a late immortal emperor. Now that he has advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm, I'm afraid that not even an ordinary late immortal venerable is a match for him. Be that as it may, I'm afraid that brother Jiang Chen won't be able to withstand the attack of a half-step sovereign. Don't be so resolute. Don't you think that Jiang Chen has created too many miracles? Great Cloud Empire is guarded by a half-step sovereign human sovereign. According to the news from the battlefield, Jiang Chen has the means to restrain devils. That's why he dares to invade the empire. I believe that Jiang Chen won't do something that he's not confident about. All the experts expressed their opinions. No matter what Jiang Chen was going to do now was an earth-shattering event. Just listen to Brother Chen. Yan Chenyu, who had been silent all this while, spoke. Miss Yan, we're also worried about Jiang Chen. Someone said. Don't worry. Brother Chen has just advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm. Now he's going to challenge a half-step sovereign. This is his goal. Brother Chen has always loved challenges. There's no challenge in this world that he can't complete. Besides, with me around, I naturally won't let Brother Chen get hurt. Once Brother Chen can't hold on any longer, I'll go to the battlefield in an instant. Yan Chenyu spoke. In this world, the one who truly understood Jiang Chen was undoubtedly Yan Qinyu. She could accurately guess Jiang Chen's goal and had unimaginable confidence in Jiang Chen. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Since even Yan Qinyu had said so, they didn't need to worry anymore. They were all very clear about Yan Qinyu's strength. She was the reincarnation of the powerful Empress Nine. With her secretly watching over them, nothing would go wrong. Now, everyone began to look forward to the day when Jiang Chen would lead Yang Bufan to create another legend and miracle. Meanwhile, in the great hall of the Imperial Palace of Great Cloud Empire, bang! Yun Qinzuan's wrath soared to the sky. He smashed his dragon throne. This damn Jiang Chen. I really don't know who gave him the audacity to invade our empire. In just 2 days he has occupied nearly half of the territory of Great Cloud Empire and is going to invade our imperial capital soon. This is going to be bad. Yun Qinzuan had the impulse to go crazy. He had never seen such an audacious man. Judging from Jiang Chen's attitude, Jiang Chen had already regarded Great Cloud Empire as his possession. This was a humiliation to him, the Emperor of Great Cloud Empire. We can't let this brat continue to be arrogant. The face of Yun family is going to be tarnished very quickly. An old man stepped forward. He had reached the late immortal venerable realm. He was the supreme elder of Great Cloud Empire, an expert of the older generation. He had long stopped meddling in the affairs of the empire, but now that the empire needed him, he would still step forward. That's right. Elder is right. It's time to eliminate Jiang Chen. Yun Qinzuan gritted his teeth and said, I'll go capture that brat and hand him over to Lord Extermination. Then the Supreme Elder vanished in the blink of an eye. Yun Qinzuan clenched his fists tightly. He swore that once Jiang Chen was captured, he wouldn't let Jiang Chen die easily. He would torture him to death. Chapter 1887. Yun Qinzuan would like to see what made Jiang Chen so arrogant and audacious to fight alone. On the other side, Jiang Chen was leading tens of thousands of soldiers, preparing to attack the next city. At this time, the morale of the army had reached its peak. Countless soldiers couldn't control their hot blood anymore. Some of them even roared. They had lived for half of their lives, but they had never fought such a hardy war. That feeling couldn't be described with just the word comfortable. Oh, oh. At this moment, a gust of wind blew in the sky all of a sudden. A dark cloud emerged from the void and floated above the army in a blink of an eye. A powerful pressure came from the dark cloud. The intense pressure was like a tidal wave, blotting out the sky and earth, causing one's soul to shiver. What a powerful pressure. I'm afraid that's a mighty late immortal venerable. Motherfucker. So what if he's a late immortal venerable? He's still no match for our commander. We're going to kill our way to the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire with irresistible force. That's right. No matter how powerful the expert is, he won't be a match for our commander. There was only shock on the faces of the soldiers of the Great Qian Empire, but not the slightest bit of fear. Their souls had been thoroughly baptized by Jiang Chen's strength. In their hearts, as long as Jiang Chen was here, there was nothing they couldn't do and there was no opponent they couldn't defeat. It was a kind of deification. Jiang Chen had become a deified god in the hearts of all the soldiers, an invincible god. Even though the enemy was a late immortal venerable, they didn't feel the slightest bit of fear, as they still felt that Jiang Chen could kill them. Little Qinzi, it seems like the Emperor of Great Cloud Empire can no longer sit still. A true expert has come this time. Yang Bufan looked at the dark cloud and said with a smile, Just a late immortal venerable? I thought it would be venerable extermination. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a smile. There wasn't the slightest trace of worry on his face. Except for venerable extermination, no one in Great Cloud Empire was worthy of his attention. No matter what kind of experts they were, as long as they came, he would take them all in. The dark cloud drifted with the wind, then turned into an old man. The old man was slightly plump, his face was like a spring breeze, and he looked to be in his 50s or 60s. After he appeared, his gaze was like a poisonous scorpion, constantly scanning the people below. He seems to be an important figure in Great Cloud Empire. Jiang Chen said. That's the Supreme Elder of Great Cloud Empire. I didn't expect him to show up in person. It seems Yun family can no longer sit still. Lord Zhou said. They've already lost half of their empire. It would be strange if they could still sit still. Yang Bufan smiled. Jiang Chen, aren't you being too audacious? Are you looking down on our Great Cloud Empire? The Supreme Elder looked over at Jiang Chen and spoke in an incomparably cold tone. He didn't conceal his killing intent at all. He had met Jiang Qin before, so he recognized Jiang Qin at first glance. "You're right. I, Jiang Qin, have never put your great cloud empire in my eyes. Your Yun family is doomed to die for going against me." Jiang Qin flew up into the sky with a sway and stood opposite the Supreme Elder. He knew that the purpose of the Elder's visit was for him. If it was in the past, Jiang Qin might still be worried about a late immortal venerable, but now that he had advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm, he could still kill an ordinary late immortal venerable in his half-dragon form. Now that Jiang Qin wanted to hone his combat strength, the arrival of the Supreme Elder couldn't be better for Jiang Qin. Boasting shamelessly. "You're young and frivolous. A newborn calf isn't afraid of a tiger. Don't think that you're invincible. In fact, you're still far from it. Jiang Qin, as long as you surrender now and leave with me, I promise you that you won't die a painful death." The Supreme Elder spoke aloud. He had lived for so many years, but he had to admit that Jiang Qin was the most arrogant young man he had ever seen. "Old man, you talk too much nonsense. There's no need for you to say such meaningless words. Of course, after today, you won't even have the chance to speak." Jiang Qin didn't want to waste his breath on the Supreme Elder. There was nothing to talk about between them. There was only a matter of life and death between them. Hong, a violent force burst out from Jiang Qin's body all of a sudden. Jiang Qin's body turned into his dragon form, increasing his combat strength by tenfold. This was his real combat form, which was unimaginable to others. Jiang Qin moved and struck out the true dragon palm. The terrifying blood-red dragon claw blotted out the sky and the earth, locking down the entire battlefield. Then it clawed at the Supreme Elder. Furthermore, Jiang Qin immediately unleashed the 5-elemental domain. He was going to separate the battlefield from the outside world. Otherwise, this fierce battle might be the end of the world for the army below. What a guy. Sensing Jiang Qin's strength, the Supreme Elder's face changed slightly. He didn't expect Jiang Qin to be this strong. At the same time, he also understood why Jiang Qin was able to defeat Yin Tianshuang. The Supreme Elder struck out with his palm at lightning speed. The huge palm was over 100 zhang long and was as translucent as jade. No one could tell how much destructive force the strike carried. Long. The Great Elder's palm collided with the true dragon palm, producing a shockwave that covered the entire sky. This kind of battle situation made people tremble with fear. Everyone from Great Qin Empire widened their eyes and stared at the battlefield without blinking, cheering for Jiang Qin in their hearts. Dang dang dang. The Supreme Elder was forced to take 3 steps back while Jiang Qin's body only swayed a little. This was the first collision, and the difference between the two of them was obvious. Great. Commander is mighty. Motherfucker. Commander is simply a monster. He's heaven-defying. Ah. I told you that Commander is a legend. Even the Supreme Elder of Great Cloud Empire is no match for him. The army of Great Qin Empire burst into cheers, unable to conceal their excitement. They couldn't help but feel excited when facing an invincible commander. It's really not a good thing to be enemies with such a person. Xuanhuan shook his head speechlessly. But it's a good thing to be friends with such a person, said Yang Bufan. Yang Bufan said. Both of them looked at each other and laughed. Chapter 1888. Impossible. How can this monstrous genius be so powerful? The Supreme Elder couldn't keep calm at all. He had never put Jiang Qin in his eyes from the beginning. Although Jiang Qin's growth was worrying, he didn't expect that he would grow to the point where he could influence the fate of Great Cloud Empire so quickly. What was even more unexpected was that he, an expert of the older generation, was no longer a match for Jiang Qin. No, he still didn't think that he wasn't a match for Jiang Qin. His strong confidence told him that the collision just now was just an accident caused by him underestimating his opponent. The Supreme Elder of Great Cloud Empire is only SOSO. Since you have delivered yourself to my doorstep today, you can accompany Yin Tianshuang in hell. As I have said earlier, I will accept every single one of you who comes to my doorstep. You won't be lonely even if you die. Soon, many people will accompany you in hell. Jiang Qin spoke coldly. Although he had just advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm, the attack just now had made him understand his current combat strength. Putting everything else aside, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with this late immortal venerable Supreme Elder. Moreover, since such an important figure had delivered himself to his doorstep, Jiang Qin naturally wouldn't be polite. A figure like the Supreme Elder was second only to the old Emperor in Great Cloud Empire. Even the Emperor had to show respect to him. Jiang Qin, you are too arrogant. I will let you know what true terror is. I will let you know how terrifying the true strength of a late immortal venerable is. Killing intent surged from the Supreme Elder's body. His combat strength was still at its peak. The collision just now didn't affect him in the slightest. The Supreme Elder moved once more. Both of his palms flickered with dazzling light that carried the aura of the boundless heaven and earth. All of a sudden, a huge golden palm appeared out of thin air. It was unknown how many times stronger it was than before. Is this the unique combat technique of Great Cloud Empire, the boundless palm? Jiang Qin said with a smile when he saw the Supreme Elder's attack. Even though his opponent's chi was incomparably strong, Jiang Qin didn't care about it at all. You know about the boundless palm? The Grand Elder clearly did not expect that Jiang Qin would be able to see through his palm technique at a glance. Yun Zhangxiao once used it in front of me. Unfortunately, he died very miserably in the end. Jiang Qin shook his head. Back in Golden Horizon, Yun Zhangxiao had used this move to fight him. Unfortunately, Yun Zhangxiao was too weak. He couldn't even withstand a single blow from Jiang Qin. Prepare to die, brat. It's your honor to die under the boundless palm. At the mention of Yun Zhangxiao, the Grand Elder's anger grew. His killing intent also grew stronger. Jiang Qin's hands were truly stained with the blood of the Yun family. This debt must be settled. Rumble, the might of the boundless palm, which contained powerful anger and killing intent, became even more terrifying. A huge palm covered the sky like a dazzling heavenly barrier, sealing off the entire battlefield. It locked onto Jiang Qin's chi and launched an earth-shattering attack at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin nodded silently. Even though he didn't care much about the opponent's attack, he had to admit that Yun Zhangxiao's attack and the Supreme Elder's attack were polar opposites. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. The palm in front of him was the true boundless palm. Voila! Jiang Qin also moved. Both of his hands formed a powerful seal. A dazzling golden dragon seal immediately emerged. The golden dragon seal was the most powerful seal among the 5 elements combat dragon seals. With the continuous improvement of Jiang Qin's cultivation base, the power of the golden dragon seal had also gradually increased. Within the huge seal, a coiling golden dragon was dancing unceasingly. Facing the boundless palm of the Supreme Elder, Jiang Qin struck out the golden dragon seal. The seal gradually grew in size. In the blink of an eye, it grew to over 100 zhang long. Then it turned into a lifelike golden dragon. The roar of the dragon shook the heavens and earth. Its golden radiance covered all the other light in the world. Even the radiance of the boundless palm was inconspicuous in front of the golden dragon seal. The enormous golden dragon was like a real azure dragon. It opened its huge mouth and bit down toward the boundless palm. At the same time, its body surged with mountain-toppling, sea-draining energy, crushing everything in its path. This dragon body was completely formed by the condensation of terrifying energy. Every bit of it overflowed with powerful destructive force. Long. Under countless nervous gazes, the golden dragon seal and the boundless palm fiercely collided. Boundless chi waves rolled out. The dazzling golden radiance fused together. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Because of this strong impact, many people directly covered their eyes. They felt that if they continued to watch, they would definitely go blind. Too powerful. This kind of battle was simply shocking. Whether it was the golden dragon seal or the boundless palm, both were powerful offensive battle skills. If there was a ranking, the boundless palm and the golden dragon seal were not on the same level. Of course, the level of the battle skill couldn't decide the outcome of the battle. The key was still the person who used it. The collision this time was much fiercer than the previous one. The battlefield was destroyed. If it was an ordinary battlefield, it would have collapsed. However, this battlefield was enveloped by Jiang Qin's 5 elements domain, so it was relatively sturdy. At least, the shockwaves of the battle wouldn't leak out and cause harm to the soldiers below. Bang! This time, the Supreme Elder was obviously not as lucky as before. His entire body was sent flying by the powerful golden dragon seal. He only managed to stabilize his body after flying for more than 10 feet. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. His breathing was rapid, and his aura had already begun to become chaotic. In other words, this attack had already caused the Supreme Elder to suffer heavy injuries. Looking at Jiang Qin again, his dragon body was still tyrannical, and his aura was even more powerful than before. Jiang Qin was a battle maniac. The more he fought, the braver he became. The more he fought, the more excited he became. Haha again. Jiang Qin laughed maniacally. He then unleashed the Great Void technique and appeared in front of the Supreme Elder in the blink of an eye. Before the Supreme Elder could recover from the shock, another strike of the Golden Dragon Seal was launched at him. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox Rumble. Chapter 1889. Arg! The Supreme Elder let out a shrill cry. His entire body was almost smashed by Jianghu. His whole body was covered with blood, but as a mighty late immortal venerable, he was still alive. His life force was still very strong, but his facial expression was extremely ugly. His eyes were full of fear. Perhaps he had never thought that he would have such a day. The soldiers of Great Qin Empire fell silent all of a sudden. They were so shocked that they forgot to celebrate. At this moment, the image of Jianghu in their hearts had risen to an unreachable level. Even the Supreme Elder of Great Cloud Empire is no match for Commander. I can almost see the scene of Commander leading us to the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire. That's right. Commander's strength is unfathomable. Even a late immortal venerable was killed by him. I can almost see the scene of him fighting a half-step sovereign. It's really exciting to think about it. The Supreme Elder is finished. Commander will never let him go. Isn't that obvious? This is a war. There's no victory or defeat, only life and death. The soldiers of Great Qin Empire were very excited. They couldn't help but feel excited. It was an incomparably thrilling and exciting thing to fight alongside such a commander. On the battlefield, the Supreme Elder finally felt the true terror of Jianghu. His current mood was incomparably complicated. Before he fought Jianghu, he wouldn't even dream of such a scene. Even now, he still felt as though he was in a dream. Without another word, the Supreme Elder turned and fled. The fact had proven that he was no match for Jianghu. If he continued to stay here, only death would await him. As a matter of fact, even if he chose to flee now, he would still die. Jianghu would never give his enemies a chance to escape. Besides, if the Supreme Elder had chosen to flee from the beginning, he would still have a great chance. But given his current condition, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to get out of Jianghu's 5-elemental sphere, let alone escape successfully. You still want to escape at a time like this? Jianghu's cold voice resounded, and the 5 elements field tightened. The highest elder was horrified to find that this battlefield had become Jianghu's own battlefield, completely under Jianghu's control. He didn't even have a chance to escape. Jianghu arrived in front of the Grand Elder, not concealing his killing intent at all. Jianghu, you can't kill me. The Supreme Elder said. Why not? Is your life more precious than theirs? As long as you're my enemy, you have to die. Do you mean that Great Cloud Empire and Venerable Extermination won't spare me if I kill you? Don't waste your bullshit reason. Even if I don't kill you, they won't spare me. Oh, I'm sorry, I misspoke. It's not that they won't spare me, but that they are begging me to spare them. Jianghu said in an indifferent tone. Jianghu, don't tell me that you're so confident that you can fight a half-step sovereign? The Supreme Elder understood what Jianghu meant. Even at the brink of death, he was still a little surprised. This person was indeed arrogant. He didn't even put a half-step sovereign in his eyes. As you said, after killing you, I will personally kill my way to your imperial capital and annihilate that venerable extermination. Jianghu's tone was incomparably arrogant, but it was mixed with a strong confidence. It was a confidence that came from his bones, and it made people feel that he wasn't speaking without thinking. Ah, Jianghu, you're too arrogant. I admit that you're a rare genius, a peerless monstrous genius, but your self-confidence will eventually harm you. The strength of a half-step sovereign isn't something you can imagine. You're courting death if you want to fight a half-step sovereign with your current strength, said Jianghu coldly. The Supreme Elder burst into laughter. He felt that it was a big joke for Jianghu to fight a half-step sovereign. I'm sorry, but it's none of your business. You won't be able to see whether I can fight a half-step sovereign or not. Jianghu didn't want to talk nonsense with the Supreme Elder anymore. The Heavenly Saint's sword appeared in his hand at lightning speed. With a slash, the Supreme Elder's head was severed from his body. The Supreme Elder could be considered as the most powerful figure in Great Qin Empire. Despite being a late immortal venerable, he still wasn't a match for Jianghu and was killed by Jianghu. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, it would be hard for me to imagine it. It seems that if it wasn't for the half-step sovereign in Great Cloud Empire, Jianghu alone would be enough to annihilate the entire empire. Xuanhuan sighed. This time he had followed Jianghu on this expedition. What he had gained the most were surprises and miracles. Now he was completely numb to it. He felt that he wouldn't be too surprised even if Jianghu could really kill a half-step sovereign. Today, not only in the hearts of the soldiers but also in the hearts of Jianghu, Jiang Chen had almost become a god. Jiang Chen retracted his 5-elemental domain and held the Supreme Elder's head in his hand. He would never show mercy to an enemy who was bent on killing him. Follow me to the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire. Jiang Chen's combat sword vibrated. He didn't even retract his dragon form as he flew towards the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire. Seeing Jiang Chen's madness, the faces of countless soldiers were filled with madness. Jiao Wangye and Yang Bufan were also filled with battle intent as they followed behind Jiang Chen. They knew that the real decisive battle was coming. After occupying half of Great Cloud Empire, it was time for the decisive battle. They knew why Jiang Chen wanted to attack the imperial capital now. Because the death of the Supreme Elder would definitely arouse the fury of Great Cloud Empire. Even if they didn't take the initiative to attack, the experts of Great Cloud Empire and Venerable Extermination would also appear. So, it was better for them to take the initiative and strike a deterrent to Great Cloud Empire. This battle was crazy, arrogant, and earth-shattering. No one knew whether Jiang Chen would succeed or not, but everyone was eager for this battle. Even if they were to die, they were willing to participate in this battle. They wanted to witness the result of this battle. To a warrior, life and death didn't seem to be that important at this moment. Jiang Chen's purpose was very simple. Before the news of the Supreme Elder's death reached the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire, he would attack. Chapter 1890. Just like Great Qian Empire, the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire was the most prosperous place in the entire empire. It was extremely magnificent with all kinds of splendid buildings, which added a sense of nobility and majesty to the entire imperial capital. At this moment, the higher-ups in the imperial palace were still waiting for the good news from the Supreme Elder. There were many experts here. Apart from Great Cloud Empire, there were also some from Heavenly Jade Dynasty. After all, the two empires were allies. Now that the war was so intense, Heavenly Jade Dynasty naturally had to send people to assist them. Venerable Extermination's face was gloomy. He was also waiting with his eyes narrowed, as though considering how many cruel methods he would use to torture Jiang Chen after the Supreme Elder brought Jiang Chen back. Killing his 3 disciples had seriously touched his bottom line. He swore that he would make Jiang Chen pay a hefty price. Don't worry, Your Majesty. The Supreme Elder will definitely take action. An expert from Heavenly Jade Dynasty spoke. That's for sure. That puny Jiang Chen is too arrogant. Supreme Elder will teach him how to behave. Yun Tianzuan spoke lung, totally not putting Jiang Chen in his heart. He was too confident in the strength of the Supreme Elder. No matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, he would only be able to kill Yin Tianshuang at most. Report. Just at this moment, an anxious voice was heard. An immortal emperor rushed into the main hall hastily. He was sweating profusely. Why are you panicking? What's going on? Yun Tianzuan knitted his brows. Your Majesty, the army of Great Qian Empire has arrived. They're less than 1,000 miles away from the imperial capital. The man spoke. What? Celestial Venerable Yun suddenly stood up from his seat, and so did everyone else in the hall. Everyone had a look of shock on their faces. The Great Qian Empire's army had directly charged into the imperial capital. Yes, Your Majesty. It's indeed the army of Great Qian Empire. The leader is a dragon man, Jiang Chen. That person said in a panic. At this time he did not dare to lie at all. Jiang Chen was very sure that the dragon transformation had already become his trademark. Jiang Chen, how is this possible? Didn't the Grand Elder go to kill him? Damn it. What's going on? Isn't this Jiang Chen a little too gutsy? To think that he would dare to kill his way into the imperial capital. He's completely looking down on us. What a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. His actions are simply a humiliation to our empire. We must not let him off today. All the experts on the scene were incomparably infuriated. The dignified Great Cloud Empire, one of the 11 major powers of Eastern Profound Domain, had been invaded by someone. This was an incomparably shameful thing. Jiang Chen's action was also a humiliation to Great Cloud Empire. How could they bear this? Let's go. We won't let a single person of Great Qian Empire go today. True wrath emerged on Yun Tianzuan's face. As the Emperor of Great Cloud Empire, he had never suffered such humiliation. He had never hated someone so much, and he had never wanted to kill someone so desperately. Yun Tianzuan took the lead and walked out of the imperial capital, followed closely by the old emperor and the higher-ups. Venerable Extermination also followed. He was even more depressed now. He believed that Jiang Qin already knew of his existence, but the fact that Jiang Qin still dared to kill his way into the imperial capital despite knowing his existence. It meant that Jiang Qin didn't put him, a half-step sovereign, in his eyes at all. This made venerable extermination even more unbearable. As a mighty half-step sovereign, no matter where he went, he would be worshipped. Which one of them wouldn't dare to disrespect him? Jiang Qin's act of not putting him in his eyes had already hurt his self-esteem. 100 miles away from the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire, under Jiang Qin's lead, tens of thousands of soldiers were standing in the wind, covering the entire sky. Such a formation was too huge and the deterrent force was unimaginable. Each of the soldiers of Great Qin Empire had a look of excitement on their faces. They had never thought that they would be able to attack the enemy's imperial capital one day. One by one, figures rushed out of the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire. There were dozens of immortal venerables behind them, followed by a large number of imperial guards. These soldiers were the elites of Great Cloud Empire. Each of them was incomparably powerful. On the battlefield, they were strong enough to fight 10 or even 100 of them. The faces of those who rushed out of the imperial capital were full of anger. They had never been trampled on by others, so it was imaginable how angry they were. Everyone's gaze fell upon Jiang Qin at the same time. Jiang Qin was just too easy to be identified. It was hard for them not to notice him. All along, they had never given up on finding an excuse to kill Jiang Qin. What made them depressed was that the immortal court still allowed this lawless bastard to live after such a long time. Is this bastard Jiang Qin? Venerable Extermination looked at Jiang Qin and asked. Yes, that's him. Xuanhuan said, gritting his teeth. He didn't expect that Jiang Qin would really come alone. Humph. He's just a kid who knows how to transform. Venerable Extermination harumphed coldly. In his eyes, an existence like Jiang Qin was just an ant. Long time no see, Xuanhuan. Jiang Qin said to Xuanhuan. Jiang Qin, who gave you such courage and confidence to come to my imperial capital to die? Xuanhuan said coldly. Haha, Xuanhuan, I'm not here to die. I'm here to die for you. You probably didn't expect this day to come so soon after we parted ways in Genius Prefecture. Jiang Qin laughed. Jiang Qin, I don't know how you escaped the pursuit of the Supreme Elder, but since you're here, you must die today. Not only you, but all the tens of thousands of your soldiers will die. None of them will be able to escape. This is the price for ignoring the dignity of my imperial capital, Xuanhuan said loudly. Celestial Venerable Yun said loudly. To him, nothing was more important than the dignity of the empire and his own dignity. Escape? I think you're mistaken. Why should I escape? I'm afraid that the Supreme Elder you mentioned isn't a threat to me. As he spoke, Jiang Qin took out the head of the Supreme Elder and threw it at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan caught the head and his expression changed drastically. Supreme Elder. Chapter 1891. Impossible. This can't be true. The Supreme Elder is a dignified late immortal venerable. How could he be killed by Jiang Qin? But this is indeed the head of the Supreme Elder. There's no doubt about it. Could it be that Jiang Qin is really that terrifying? I still can't accept this. Given the Supreme Elder's strength, even if he couldn't defeat Jiang Qin, he should have no problem escaping. No matter how heaven-defying Jiang Qin is, how could he make a late immortal venerable lose the ability to escape? This is too outrageous. Bastard. The Supreme Elder has a supreme position in Great Cloud Empire. He represents the prestige of Great Cloud Empire. How could Jiang Qin cut off his head? This is simply a humiliation to us. The people of Great Cloud Empire couldn't maintain their composure anymore. They had never thought or imagined that such a situation would unfold. Even though the head of the Supreme Elder was right in front of them, they still couldn't accept the fact that the Supreme Elder was killed by Jiang Qin. They could accept the death of the Supreme Elder, but they couldn't accept that the Supreme Elder was killed by Jiang Qin. Celestial Venerable Yun, it seems like we can finally settle our grudge today. Jiang Qin spoke in a neutral tone. He knew that the Supreme Elder's head had cast a great shadow in the hearts of countless people in Great Cloud Empire. Even with the presence of Venerable Extermination, this shadow still couldn't be removed. Jiang Qin, I've said it before. None of you can leave today. I'll make you kneel down and kowtow to the Supreme Elder. Yun's Celestial Venerable spoke ferociously. His fury had reached the peak of his life. The death of the Supreme Elder was too much of a shock to him. Yun's Celestial Venerable slowly kept the head of the Supreme Elder. Today, Great Cloud Empire must get back what it had lost. Otherwise, the prestige and dignity of the empire would cease to exist. Brat, are you the one who killed my 3 disciples? Venerable Extermination stood at the forefront with his walking stick in hand. His pair of eyes were like a poisonous scorpion, sending chills down people's spines. No one dared to look at him directly. You must be Supremacy Extermination, right? I know you hate Senior Yang Junlong, but you really shouldn't have taken the initiative to start this war. Not only did you cause Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty to fall into eternal damnation, but you also lost your life. As a quasi-emperor, you should live well wherever you go. Unfortunately, you chose the path of death. Jiang Qin looked at Venerable Extermination. Venerable Extermination was one of the most important targets of his attack on the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire. Killing Venerable Extermination would greatly improve his cultivation. Of course, Jiang Qin knew that it wouldn't be easy to kill Venerable Extermination. After all, it was child's play for him to fight a pseudo-sovereign with his current cultivation. If it weren't for various conditions, Jiang Qin wouldn't dare to take on such a challenge. What an arrogant brat. You are the most arrogant young man I have ever seen. It seems like you are very confident in yourself, but I really don't know where you, a puny half-step immortal venerable, get your confidence from. Venerable Extermination almost laughed out of anger. He didn't care about the death of the Supreme Elder of Great Cloud Empire. In his mind, Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty were merely objects that he could use. However, Jiang Qin had crossed his bottom line by killing his 3 disciples. There was no doubt that Jiang Qin would die. It was just that he didn't expect Jiang Qin's arrogance. After living for so many years, this was the first time he met a half-step immortal venerable who didn't put him, a half-step sovereign, in his eyes. It was simply hilarious. Lord Extermination, in my opinion, we don't need to waste too much time talking to this brat. Yin Tianzuan said. Celestial Venerable Yun, you are so eager to kill me. As the Emperor of the Great Cloud Empire, you have supreme power and status. Do you dare to fight me? Jiang Qin shouted with a mocking smile on his face. Yin Tianzuan was furious. This bastard was clearly doing this on purpose. He knew that Yin Tianzuan didn't have the guts to fight him, but he still used the excuse of being the emperor to embarrass him. Logically speaking, as the emperor, he had no reason to back down from the challenge of a half-step immortal venerable. Once he didn't accept the challenge, it would cause great damage to his status and dignity as the emperor. However, Yin Tianzuan knew very well that even though he was eager to kill Jiang Qin, he would only die if he rushed forward. He was very clear about his own strength. He should be on the same level as Yin Tianshuang. Even if he was slightly stronger than Yin Tianshuang, it wasn't by much. If only Yin Tianshuang had died in the hands of Jiang Qin, perhaps Yin Tianzuan wouldn't be afraid of Jiang Qin, but now that even the Supreme Elder had died in the hands of Jiang Qin, how could he still have the courage to stand out and fight Jiang Qin? That was simply courting death. Compared to losing some dignity, losing one's life was the biggest blow to Great Cloud Empire. If the Emperor was killed, the entire empire would be thrown into chaos. I'll fight you. At this time, a loud shout resounded. Everyone saw the old Emperor of Great Cloud Empire coming out. He looked to be in his 50s or 60s. He was in high spirits, especially his eyes, which were exceptionally bright and captivating. Old Emperor, let Lord Extermination deal with him personally. That's right, Old Emperor. This Jiang Qin is too monstrous. We can't act on impulse. Old Emperor doesn't need to care about this brat. Seeing that the old Emperor was going to fight Jiang Qin, many people immediately stopped him. The old Emperor's cultivation was naturally tyrannical, but he was on the same level as the Supreme Elder. Now that even the Supreme Elder had died in the hands of Jiang Qin, the old Emperor was afraid that he wouldn't be a match for Jiang Qin. Great Cloud Empire had already lost a Supreme Elder. If they lost the old Emperor as well, their foundation would be ruined. Jiang Qin has issued a challenge. This matter concerns the dignity of our empire, so I must fight him. Moreover, I firmly believe that he doesn't have the strength to kill the Supreme Elder. I'd like to see how he killed the Supreme Elder. After saying that, the old Emperor's body flickered and appeared at the forefront. He stood alone not far from Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, I'll fight you. The old Emperor's voice was as loud as a bell. Old Emperor, your Supreme Elder has died in my hands. If you want to fight me now, aren't you courting death? I advise you to go back. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Go back. You are no match for our commander. That's right. Your Supreme Elder is already dead. You will only be courting death if you come here. That's right. Our commander is kind and generous. He's giving you a chance to live. You must cherish it. The soldiers of Great Qian Empire burst into laughter. They probably wouldn't forget this day for the rest of their lives. Never in their wildest dreams did they think that they would dare to tease a late immortal venerable old emperor. Usually, such an existence was high and unreachable to them. It was hard for them to even catch a glimpse of him. Jiang Qin, I don't believe that you have the ability to kill the Supreme Elder. Come on, I'll fight you. If you have the ability, come and take my life. The old emperor harumphed coldly. With a sway of his body, he flew up to the sky. His powerful qi opened up a battlefield. At his level, a new battlefield was necessary. Otherwise, the range of the terrifying energy would be too wide. This was the outskirts of the imperial capital. If an unbridled battle broke out, it would be a disaster for the imperial capital. Since you are courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Jiang Qin unleashed his battle intent and came to the battlefield. He was already prepared to fight venerable extermination, but he didn't expect that his provocation would make the old emperor attack him personally. This was the best thing for Jiang Qin. Killing the old emperor before fighting venerable extermination would cause an unimaginable blow to Great Cloud Empire. Emperor, do you think the old emperor is a match for Jiang Qin? Asked an elder. It's hard to say, but I don't believe that Jiang Qin can really kill the Supreme Elder. Let's wait and see. Yun's celestial venerable said, but his face was still full of worry. Lord Extermination, if the old emperor isn't a match for him, I hope Lord can save his life. Yun's celestial venerable whispered to venerable Extermination. Don't worry. With me here, this brat won't be able to cause any trouble. Venerable Extermination spoke confidently. From the beginning, he had never put a half-step immortal venerable young man in his eyes. After hearing Venerable Extermination's words, Yun's celestial venerable felt relieved. At least, the old emperor's life was no longer in danger. With the assurance of a half-step sovereign, even if Jiang Qin could really defeat the old emperor, he wouldn't be able to kill the old emperor in front of a half-step sovereign. Countless eyes fell on the battlefield in the sky. The faces of the experts of Great Cloud Empire were filled with worry and nervousness. After all, they had already learned their lesson from the Supreme Elder. As for the experts of Great Qian Empire, their faces were full of relief because they knew how strong Jiang Qin was. Therefore, they weren't worried about this battle at all. The more relaxed the experts of Great Qian Empire were, the more nervous the experts of Great Cloud Empire became. In the sky above, the old emperor had fully unleashed his qi of late immortal venerable. The entire battlefield was swept away by the whistling wind. His eyes sparkled. He had forgotten how long it had been since he last fought. He had never thought that his next attack would be against a half-step immortal venerable. To him, this was a kind of irony. Jiang Qin die. Chapter 1892. Long. The old emperor's aura directly caused a thunderous explosion. He waved his palm and a strange phenomenon appeared. The terrifying phenomenon turned into a tyrannical lion. The surface of the golden lion was emitting steaming flames. Its body contained the power of a mountain. This strike was powerful enough to destroy a part of the sky. The lion seemed to have come to life. It breathed fire from its mouth and lunged at Jiang Qin. On the opposite side, Jiang Qin also moved. The terrifying golden dragon seal was struck out. After the battle with the Supreme Elder, he was very clear about his combat strength. A late immortal emperor like the old emperor was no match for him. No matter how powerful the opponent's combat skill was, it wouldn't be able to withstand the golden dragon seal. The golden dragon surged. On the battlefield, a golden dragon and a lion clashed with each other in the most ferocious manner. Long. The heavens and earth shook. The entire imperial capital shook. Countless people were alarmed. The scorching sun in the sky was covered, but the golden light emitted from the collision was even more dazzling than the scorching sun. Everywhere was filled with destructive energy. In front of countless shocked gazes, the old emperor's lion was directly torn apart by the golden dragon. The powerful rebounding force caused the old emperor to retreat dozens of meters. The old emperor coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had been defeated in one move. He was completely not a match for the golden dragon. What? Has this bastard really become so powerful? Even a late immortal venerable can't defeat him. Damn it. This bastard is simply a freak. His speed of growth is just too fast. Back then we didn't kill him at all costs, which gave him the opportunity to grow. Now he has become a great disaster. Fortunately, we have a half-step sovereign on our side. Otherwise we won't be able to deal with a mere Jiang Qin. Everyone on the side of Great Cloud Empire couldn't keep their composure anymore. By now, everyone believed that the Supreme Elder had been killed by Jiang. The defeat of the old emperor had proven everything. Celestial Venerable Yun clenched his fists, and his expression was ugly to the extreme. This wasn't what he wanted to see. He no longer had any doubts about the death of the Great Elder. Venerable Extermination couldn't help but frown. The way he looked at Jiang had changed. Even though he still didn't put Jiang in his eyes, he had to admit that Jiang was the most heaven-defying genius he had ever seen. Jiang was the most terrifying genius he had ever seen. Of course, the one who was shocked the most was the old emperor. He had never believed that Jiang could kill the Supreme Elder. But now he was defeated by Jiang in just a single strike. Other than shaking his head and sighing at Jiang rapid growth, what else could he say? Wah! All of a sudden Jiang casted out the 5 elemental sphere. Like a tidal wave, it instantly sealed the entire battlefield. In the next moment Jiang casted the Great Void technique. With a sway of his body, he vanished, but when he reappeared, he was already in front of the old emperor. The Heavenly Saint's sword was like a life-reaping lock, thrusting at the old emperor's glabella. Not good. The old emperor's face turned pale with fright. He didn't expect Jiang to attack so quickly, and he didn't even have a chance to react. After being defeated in one strike, Jiang immediately used a killing strike. The old emperor understood that Jiang was not giving him any chance to escape. Not good. Lord Extermination, hurry up. The old emperor is in danger. Celestial Venerable Yun was even more horrified. If the old emperor died, it would be an unimaginable loss to Great Cloud Empire. Venerable Extermination turned into a wisp of black smoke and rushed toward the battlefield. His terrifying half-step sovereign aura was released and confined the battlefield in an instant. Venerable Extermination didn't expect that Jiang would kill the old emperor so quickly, but he was still confident that he could rescue the old emperor from Jiang hands. Seeing Venerable Extermination's attack, Jiang revealed a sneer. It was too late for him to stop Venerable Extermination now. Wuxia. Jiang movement was so fast that there was no concept of time. At such a close distance, coupled with the suppression of the 5 elemental realm, even a true great sovereign wouldn't be able to rescue the old emperor from Jiang hands. Otherwise Jiang would be in vain. Jiang ice-cold sword pierced the old emperor's glabella and penetrated his head. Bastard. Venerable Extermination was infuriated. He hurled his walking stick at Jiang with a cold black light. Jiang unsheathed his sword at lightning speed and executed the Great Void technique again, easily dodging the attack. He retreated 300 meters away and retracted the 5 elemental realm. Venerable Extermination grabbed the old emperor in his hand. Unfortunately, the old emperor was already a dead man. An ocean of anger was released from Venerable Extermination's body and hovered in the sky. He was thoroughly enraged. He felt that his dignity was about to be lost. Although he didn't care about the old emperor's life or death, he had promised to protect the old emperor's life. But now the old emperor was killed by the enemy in front of him. How could Venerable Extermination not be angry? Old Emperor. The people of Great Cloud Empire roared. Each of their eyes turned red. The old emperor was brutally killed in front of them. The 2 late immortal venerables of Great Cloud Empire were killed just like that. The entire empire was filled with despair. Kill. We must kill Jiang to avenge the old emperor. That damned bastard. Great Cloud Empire has suffered a great loss in his hands. If we can't kill him, the brave souls of our empire won't be able to rest in peace. The people of Great Cloud Empire hated Jiang to the extreme, but at the same time, there was a deep fear in the bottom of their hearts. Jiang power was incomparably terrifying. Even though they had the determination to kill Jiang, they knew very well that they had to rely on Venerable Extermination to kill Jiang. Lord Extermination, please kill Jiang. Yun Tianzuan yelled. He didn't blame Venerable Extermination for the death of the old emperor. What happened just now was just too sudden. No one had thought that Jiang would launch an attack at an incredible speed. Venerable Extermination did strike at the first instance, but he was still a step too late. Even without Yun Tianzuan's reminder, Venerable Extermination wouldn't let Jiang go. He must kill Jiang today and make him die miserably. He had countless means to make Jiang suffer endless pain. In short, he wouldn't let Jiang die easily. Boy, how do you want to die? Venerable Extermination looked at Jiang, the crutch in his hand flickering with gloomy light. It looked like an incomparably mystical immortal weapon, or more accurately, a devil weapon. Die. Isn't it too early to determine who will live and who will die? Jianghu said with a smile. Apart from the battle intent in his eyes, there was no trace of nervousness or fear. The people of Great Qian Empire became incomparably quiet all of a sudden. Logically speaking, they should be cheering for Jianghu to kill the old emperor, but now wasn't the time to cheer. The real tense moment had just arrived. Whether Jianghu could fight a half-step sovereign was the key to this battle. Boy, don't tell me you want to fight me? Venerable Extermination looked at Jianghu with slight astonishment. From Jianghu's tone, he could tell that Jianghu was going to fight him, which surprised him a little, because he couldn't figure out where Jianghu got the confidence to fight a mighty half-step sovereign with his half-step immortal venerable cultivation base. Venerable Extermination looked at Jianghu. You're right. I want to fight a half-step sovereign like you. What if you're the one who dies? Jianghu began to adjust his qi. To him, fighting a half-step sovereign was a great challenge. Ha! Venerable Extermination burst into laughter as though he had heard the funniest thing in the world. Boy, go ahead and try. I'd like to see where your confidence comes from. Venerable Extermination didn't feel that it was a glorious thing to be challenged by a half-step immortal venerable, but now he really wanted to see how this arrogant boy was going to fight him. Let's have a try then. Jianghu moved. With a wave of his hand, he struck out a fire dragon. The powerful fire dragon seal engulfed the entire sky. The terrifying flames caused the temperature of the heavens and earth to rise abruptly. The fire dragon roared and danced in the sky as it attacked Venerable Extermination. Venerable Extermination's facial expression finally changed a little. Previously, when Jianghu fought the old emperor, he didn't use any flames. Therefore, he didn't know that Jianghu had such powerful flames. Now that the fire dragon was rushing towards him, he suddenly felt that he couldn't circulate the devil qi in his body, as though he had met his nemesis. Damn it! How can this bastard have such powerful flames? I can only exert half of my combat strength in front of such flames. Venerable Extermination couldn't help but curse. He had never thought that Jianghu would have something that could restrain him. Moreover, it was something that could restrain him completely. Boy, do you think you can deal with me with such flames? How ridiculous. Even if I can only exert half of my combat strength, it's still very easy for me to kill you. Venerable Extermination harumphed coldly. The appearance of the flames had surprised him, but he wasn't afraid because of it. His cultivation base had given him great confidence. As a matter of fact, just like what Venerable Extermination had said, even if a half-step sovereign could only exert half of his combat strength, Jianghu wouldn't be a match for him. Jianghu had already thought of this, but he still chose to challenge a half-step sovereign because of the lost illusion technique. Therefore, what Jianghu needed to do now was to force Venerable Extermination to use the lost illusion technique against him. Chapter 1893. The fire dragon roared and arrived in front of Venerable Extermination in the blink of an eye. Venerable Extermination's murderous intent soared to the heavens and his eyes were filled with haze. He suddenly stretched out his hand and his black palm covered everything as it bombarded the fire dragon. Long. This was an extreme collision, a true pinnacle battle. Even the casual attacks from both sides were earth-shattering. The battlefield opened up by Venerable Extermination was very sturdy. Otherwise, this collision alone would have caused a severe impact on the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire. Even so, that intense pressure caused many people to feel incomparably uncomfortable. Some of those with lower strength began to turn pale, and their ears began to buzz. They felt an indescribable discomfort. Activate the imperial capital grand formation to protect the people inside, said Yun Tianzuan. Celestial Venerable Yun said. The power of the battle was too great. There were millions of people in the imperial capital, and many of them were not very strong. Such a battle would affect them greatly. At the same time, it would cause great fear in the hearts of the people. This was not what Celestial Venerable Yun wanted to see. Now that the Supreme Elder and the old Emperor were dead, Great Cloud Empire had suffered a great loss. This was the time to appease the people in the imperial capital. There mustn't be any accidents. Otherwise it would be hard to suppress the panic. In the sky, the black waves of air and the fire dragon were raging. The powerful flames had a great impact on the black waves of air. The demonic qi was directly incinerated by the flames. Venerable Extermination could only use his own energy to fight against Jianghu. As he said, he could only exert half of his combat strength. However, such a battle was incomparably frustrating for him. Even if he could only exert half of his combat strength, he was confident that he could kill Jiangchen. However, he couldn't get rid of the frustration at all. The feeling of having one's combat strength suppressed was something that anyone would feel depressed about. Demonic dragon, go to hell, kid. Venerable Extermination was furious. His whole body was filled with strong murderous intent. A demonic dragon appeared in the sky, hovering in the sky. Its huge body covered everything. This was a demonic dragon that Venerable Extermination had created with his terrifying demonic energy. It was a demonic dragon that could wreak havoc in everything. It was simply a dragon of slaughter. This move was simply too powerful. Even if a peerless Venerable were to face it, he or she would be torn to pieces by the demonic dragon. On the other side, Jiang Chen's expression turned grave. The strength of a half-step emperor wasn't something he could contend with. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a powerful method to restrain Venerable Extermination, he wouldn't have been able to withstand Venerable Extermination's attack. However, Jiang Chen was not afraid. He once again struck out with the Fire Dragon Seal. This move was a great counter to Venerable Extermination. It was also the most useful move. The originally arrogant Massacre Demon Dragon's aura instantly wilted when it saw the Fire Dragon. It was as if it had seen the most terrifying existence in the world. However, the demon dragon's ferocity didn't weaken. Under the control of the Venerable Extermination, it still rushed towards the Fire Dragon. The Berserk Dragons roared. Two Berserk Dragons of completely different attributes collided with each other, tearing at each other, wanting to destroy each other. This was an extremely shocking scene. Demonic waves and flames rolled and intertwined, tearing layer after layer of space, turning the battlefield into hell. At this time, if anyone was careless and fell into the battlefield, it would absolutely be an unimaginable disaster. The fusion of the four supreme flames greatly restrained the demon dragon. Even so, the fire dragon was still destroyed. The remaining energy of the demon dragon was still crazily attacking Jiang Chen. This situation was completely within Jiang Chen's expectations. After all, the opponent was a powerful half-step emperor. He didn't expect to rely on the Fire Dragon Seal to defeat Venerable Extermination. After all, it was unrealistic. Jiang Chen's body flashed. He casted the Great Void technique and easily dodged the Demon Dragon's attack. What a fast movement technique. Venerable Extermination's eyes quivered. He had never thought that Jiang Chen not only had terrifying combat strength, but his movement technique and speed were also so fast. By this time, Venerable Extermination no longer dared to underestimate Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen was merely a half-step immortal venerable, it was meaningless to talk about cultivation base now. Some monstrous geniuses in this world couldn't be judged by common sense. In a real battle, combat strength was the key. After dodging the attack with the Great Void technique, Jiang Chen struck out the Fire Dragon Seal again. This time he struck out 3 fire dragons. For a moment, the scene of fire dragons flying all over the sky appeared. What Jiang Chen was trying to do now was to play a guerrilla game with Venerable Extermination. He wanted to force Venerable Extermination to use the Lost Illusion to deal with him. At that time, Jiang Chen would have the chance to turn defeat into victory. He was no match for Venerable Extermination in a head-on battle. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen still had another way to deal with Venerable Extermination, and that was the Edifying Light. It had been a long time since he last used the Edifying Light, but he hadn't found the right target yet. Obviously, Venerable Extermination wasn't the right target. If he used the Edifying Light now, he was afraid that it wouldn't have the slightest effect on Venerable Extermination, who was on guard. Now, he could only wait for Venerable Extermination to use the Lost Illusion. By that time, he would have a chance to kill Venerable Extermination using the Great Illusion Realm and the Edifying Light. If others knew what Jiang Chen was thinking, they would surely be scared to death. It was just too crazy to kill a half-step sovereign. Devil Ocean wreaking havoc. Venerable Extermination was infuriated to the extreme. Given his status, the fact that he couldn't take down a half-step immortal venerable made him feel disgraced. This time, boundless devil waves surged out of his body, forming a sea of devils. There were shadows of devils and devil dragons everywhere, filling the entire battlefield. This was a completely indiscriminate attack. No matter how fast Jiang Chen was, he wouldn't be able to escape the range of the attack. Outside the battlefield, everyone on the side of Great Cloud Empire and Great Qin Empire's side became incomparably nervous. The situation of the battle was just too intense. The people of Great Cloud Empire had never thought that Jiang Chen would still have such a powerful combat strength. Your Majesty, this Jiang Chen is just too monstrous. I don't know if Venerable Extermination can kill him. It shouldn't be a problem. After all, Venerable Extermination is a half-step sovereign. No matter how powerful Jiang Chen is, he won't be able to resist a half-step sovereign. His current flame should be his biggest trump card. Besides, this flame has severely restrained the devil nature of Venerable Extermination. That's why Jiang Chen has the possibility of fighting him. However, Venerable Extermination hasn't used his most powerful means yet. If he uses the Lost Illusion Realm, Jiang Chen will surely get lost in it and die for sure, Yin Tianzuan said. He didn't expect that the battle would escalate to this extent, but he still had strong confidence in Venerable Extermination, which came from the blind worship and confidence that ordinary people had towards half-step sovereigns. On the side of Great Chen Empire, tens of thousands of soldiers looked incomparably grim and nervous. No matter how heaven-defying Jiang Chen was in their hearts, his opponent was just too powerful. Do you think our commander is a match for Venerable Extermination? It seems that our commander isn't a match for him. After all, the opponent is a powerful half-step sovereign. However, our commander has the means to restrain that guy, so he hasn't lost yet. In my opinion, it won't be easy for Venerable Devil to kill our commander. Let's see. I believe our commander can still create a miracle. He was full of confidence when he arrived. He must have a powerful trump card. We don't have to worry at all. Many people whispered. They already had blind faith and worship in Jiang Chen, which was why they had the courage to follow Jiang Chen to the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire. It was a kind of spiritual sustenance and a kind of faith. Jiao Wangye and Yang Bufan also looked solemn, staring at the battlefield above without blinking. They were very nervous. After all, fighting against half-step sovereigns wasn't a joke. Honglong. Relying on the Fire Dragon Seal and the Great Void Technique, Jiang Chen and Venerable Extermination were locked in a fierce battle. Although Venerable Extermination could suppress Jiang Chen, he couldn't cause the slightest harm to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's movement skill was too strange. Besides, he was proficient in the Great Divination Art, which allowed him to deduce the weaknesses of Venerable Extermination's attacks and choose subtle dodges. Therefore, even Venerable Extermination's attacks didn't have much effect on Jiang Chen. While Jiang Chen and Venerable Extermination were fighting fiercely, the people of Great Cloud Empire and Great Chen Empire didn't start a large-scale battle, because both sides knew very well that even if they started a war, it wouldn't make any sense. In order to reduce unnecessary losses, Great Cloud Empire was waiting for Jiang Chen's death. As long as Venerable Extermination killed Jiang Chen, their morale would be boosted and they would be able to devour tens of thousands of soldiers of Great Chen Empire. Similarly, Great Chen Empire was also waiting. They had no choice but to wait. Given their combat strength, they wouldn't be a match for Great Cloud Empire. Although Great Cloud Empire had lost its Supreme Elder and Old Emperor, it still had plenty of experts, not to mention many immortal venerables of Heavenly Jade Dynasty. Roar bastard. Chapter 1894. Jiang Chen, you only know how to evade. What kind of ability is that? Venerable Extermination bellowed. Old dog, are you angry because of this? This only shows that you're not capable enough. Jiang Chen's mocking voice reached Venerable Extermination's ears. The teasing tone and the words incompetent had once again pierced Venerable Extermination's self-esteem. He felt that he had lost all his face today. From the moment Jiang Chen killed the old emperor in front of him until now, he still couldn't take Jiang Chen down. Even though he had the temperament of a half-step sovereign, he couldn't bear it any longer. He couldn't wait to tear Jiang Chen into pieces, but he couldn't even catch a corner of Jiang Chen's clothes even though he had exerted all his strength. Venerable Extermination had already used his mighty chi to confine the entire battlefield, but Jiang Chen was still like a dragon that could appear in different directions at any time. Jiang Chen's terrifying movement technique infuriated him and filled him with a sense of helplessness. The helplessness of a half-step sovereign was a very sad thing, especially for someone like Venerable Extermination. This was something that had never happened before. Brat, don't be so arrogant. You won't be able to live if I want to kill you. Next, I'll make you die miserably. Venerable Extermination didn't waste any more time. Wisps of black chi rushed out of his body and silently spread to every corner of the battlefield. He had never thought that he would have to use the Lost Illusion just to deal with a mere half-step immortal venerable. This was the trump card that he was most proud of. No one knew how many experts had been lost in his illusion and died in the end. He believed that as long as he could trap Jiang Chen in the illusion, Jiang Chen would be finished. There would be no chance of him surviving. Venerable Extermination's lost illusion was very well hidden, but Jiang Chen was still able to pinpoint it. Is he finally going to use it? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Not only was he not afraid, but he was also unusually excited. He had been using the Wandering Dragon tactic to deal with Venerable Extermination for such a long time just to wait for this moment. If Venerable Extermination didn't use the lost illusion, Jiang Chen wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning. Although Jiang Chen's Great Illusion Realm was more powerful than the lost illusion, it would be impossible for Jiang Chen to lure Venerable Extermination into it. After all, Venerable Extermination wasn't a fool. At that time, not only would he fail to trap Venerable Extermination, he would also suffer the backlash of the illusion. However, if Venerable Extermination took the initiative to use the lost illusion, it would be different. It should be known that once the illusion failed to harm the opponent, it would harm the user. Once the lost illusion was destroyed by Jiang Chen's Great Illusion Realm and replaced, Venerable Extermination would suffer a powerful backlash, which would seriously affect his combat strength. At that time, Jiang Chen would silently take control of the illusion, and Venerable Extermination would be trapped in it. Then Jiang Chen would use all his means to turn defeat into victory. This was Jiang Chen's perfect plan. Now, everything was developing in the direction of Jiang Chen's plan. From the moment Venerable Extermination used the lost illusion, he was destined to lose the initiative of this battle. Wisps of illusion airflow floated on the battlefield. During this process, Venerable Extermination was very careful. It seemed that he was also afraid of Jiang Chen's mysterious body movement. He was afraid that Jiang Chen would notice and dodge in advance. Jiang Chen also cooperated with Venerable Extermination very well. He continuously used the Fire Dragon Seal and used the Wandering Dragon tactic as before. It seemed that he didn't notice the aura of the illusion at all. "Brat, I'll let you jump around for a while. I'll let you have a taste of the horror of my illusion and let you die without a burial place." Venerable Extermination had a grim smile on his face. He felt that he had already defeated Jiang Chen. Very quickly, the lost illusion transformation was fully unleashed. The entire battlefield turned into an illusion. Within the illusion, Venerable Extermination's silhouette disappeared, replaced by black paths that seemed to lead to death. This place had turned into a boundless world of darkness. There was no exit to be found. It was easy for people to feel a sense of oppression in their hearts. Jiang Chen, kid, welcome to the lost illusion. And here I am, the absolute king. Even if you grow a pair of wings, you will still die today. Don't you have a godly movement skill? Don't you know how to run? Let's see if you can escape. Venerable Extermination's voice came from different directions and fell into Jiang Chen's ears. "Extermination, do you think you can trap me like this? You're too naive," Jiang Chen said loudly. The flames on his body were still boiling. "Don't worry, I won't kill you now. Killing you directly is too easy for you. I'll wait for you to lose yourself in the lost illusion and let you suffer endless pain before killing you." Venerable Extermination's voice was incomparably proud and exuberant. This kind of feeling made him very happy. It was as if all the grievances from before had disappeared. Next, it was time for him to take the initiative and kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled and didn't say anything. Venerable Extermination didn't attack him now, which was what Jiang Chen had been longing for. He could put all his attention on displaying the Great Illusion Realm. Light waves came out of Jiang Chen's body and began to spread in all directions. All of this was seen by Venerable Extermination, but he didn't care. In his opinion, Jiang Chen just wanted to find a way to get out of the illusion. In fact, even if he knew that Jiang Chen was displaying a kind of illusion, he wouldn't have stopped him. He was too confident in his lost illusion realm. Jiang Chen had obtained the Great Illusion Realm from a nobody, but this Illusion Heart Sutra was incomparably mysterious. Until now, there was still a lot of room for improvement. Jiang Chen suspected that this was a high and mighty illusion technique that had been passed down for a long time. Jiang Chen was completely at ease in deploying the Great Illusion Realm. Illusions were the same as other combat skills. They were divided into different levels. Just like flames, how could an ordinary flame be compared to a true dragon fire? Once they confronted each other, it would absolutely be a one-sided suppression. It was the same for the illusory realm. The Great Illusion Realm was like the true dragon fire, while the illusory lost was like an ordinary beast fire. When the Great Illusion Realm appeared, the illusory lost would feel inferior. The Great Illusion Realm could directly destroy the illusory lost, and this destruction was silent. The final solution was to replace the illusory lost with the great illusion realm. This process was very fast and silent. Even if venerable extermination were to react, it would be too late. The variegated brilliance was getting more and more exuberant. Venerable extermination suddenly found that the entire lost fantasy land had changed. It was completely different from before. The black paths had disappeared and turned into a dreamy brilliance. The entire lost fantasy land was like a dream. He almost fell into such a dream. The deepest fantasy in his heart was about to be stimulated. What's going on? Venerable extermination shook his head to force himself to wake up. Then he was shocked to find that Jiang Chen's figure had disappeared, and he was in the center of the dreamland. Extermination, your lost illusion is just SOSO. Jiang Chen's voice was transmitted. The powerful sound waves made Venerable Extermination's ears buzz. Barf. Venerable Extermination spat out a mouthful of blood. That was the backlash and injury caused by the lost dreamland being broken. He looked around and found that the dreamland had completely changed. It was no longer the lost dreamland but a completely different dreamland. Jiang Chen, what did you do? How could you break my lost illusion? Venerable Extermination was shocked to the extreme. He simply couldn't accept such a result. Humph. Extermination, your lost illusion can't even withstand a single blow. It has already been silently destroyed by my illusion. Now that you've fallen into my great illusion realm, have a good taste of the feeling of death descending upon you. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. His voice was like a ghost, drifting everywhere. At this time, he had absolute confidence in dealing with Venerable Extermination. Roar, a fire dragon appeared silently. In the blink of an eye, it was above Venerable Extermination's head. Venerable Extermination was shocked. Everything had changed. He had to divide his energy to deal with the influence of the great illusion realm on his heart. At the same time, he had to deal with Jiang Chen's terrifying attack. Swish. At the same time as the fire dragon appeared, a white light, like the most dazzling light in the world, rushed toward Venerable Extermination. What is that? Venerable Extermination exclaimed. He felt that the light was the most terrifying thing in the world. It made him feel a sense of fear from his soul. He felt that he was about to be subdued by that light. The edifying light, the great illusion realm, the supreme flame, and Jiang Chen had used all his means. Under the influence of all these, even a half-step emperor like Venerable Extermination couldn't deal with it. His mind began to panic. Venerable Extermination's current situation could be said to be very bad. Not only was his combat strength restrained, but his mind was also affected. His body was also seriously injured by the backlash. He had completely lost the arrogance and calmness he had at the beginning. In particular, the light of expiation had the greatest impact on him, and it was even more intimidating than the flames. He felt that as long as he let down his guard, the ray of light would take advantage of it and enter his body. 9 phantom wolves, Venerable Extermination die. Jiang Chen appeared. He displayed the 9 phantom wolves in the great illusion realm. For a moment, the whole space was filled with his figure, dazzling Venerable Extermination. If he was in his prime, Venerable Extermination might not care about Jiang Chen's 9 phantom wolves. However, in his current state it was difficult to tell which was the real body of Jiang Chen. Chapter 1895. Venerable Extermination, who was in the great illusion realm, had completely lost his composure. Jiang Chen's endless means had given him a new understanding of this world. It turned out that there was really such a monstrous genius in this world. In front of him, 9 identical Jiang Chen raised their swords and slashed at him at the same time. There was also the edifying light drifting around the swords. Under the heavy suppression, Venerable Extermination finally sensed a trace of danger. Fight. Venerable Extermination gritted his teeth. His eyes glinted with madness and ferocity. The walking stick in his hand shot out countless black rays of light in all directions, aiming to attack Jiang Chen from all directions. All 9 Jiang Chens were within his attack range. Venerable Extermination's choice of attack had fallen into Jiang Chen's trap. This was the scariest part of the 9 phantom wolves, especially when it was combined with the Great Void technique, making it even more mysterious. Under such circumstances, Venerable Extermination, who had already suffered a serious loss in strength, could hardly cause any harm to Jiang Chen. Usually, this was the time for Jiang Chen to launch his ultimate counterattack. Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. The Heavenly Saint sword accurately left a bone-deep wound on Venerable Extermination's shoulder, causing blood to gush out crazily. Bastard! You've hurt me. Venerable Extermination was infuriated. It was simply the greatest shame of his life to be hurt by a half-step immortal venerable. Hurt you? This is just the beginning. Edifying light. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He had completely condensed his true body. To the devil experts, a serious wound was fatal and the edifying light could take advantage of it. Just like now, the moment Venerable Extermination was injured, Jiang Chen had already controlled the light of institutionalization to enter his body through the wound. Arg! The next moment, Venerable Extermination hugged his head and howled. The edifying light was the supreme existence of Buddhist sect. It could edify all evil in the heavens and earth. Even though Venerable Extermination was a mighty half-step sovereign, he still couldn't change his fate of being edified. Jiang Chen, what have you done to me? Venerable Extermination's body trembled and roared at Jiang Chen. He tried his best to force out the thing that had drilled into his body, but found that he couldn't do it. His mental state had already begun to be controlled. The devil chi in his body was decreasing bit by bit. Jiang Chen didn't answer Venerable Extermination's question. He was now considering another question. Should he kill Venerable Extermination or not? If he didn't kill Venerable Extermination, the edifying light could completely edify Venerable Extermination and he would have one more half-step sovereign protecting him. If he killed Venerable Extermination, the ancestral dragon pagoda would be able to absorb all the blood essence and chi of a half-step sovereign. Plus, he would be able to obtain at least 30,000 dragon marks from it, which would further solidify his cultivation base at the half-step immortal venerable realm, making him one step closer to the true immortal venerable realm. Kill? After a brief thought, Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent. He had decided to kill Venerable Extermination. Given his current strength, he basically didn't need a half-step sovereign to protect him. Moreover, he was going to the immortal court of Fengqi immortal domain in the future. If he brought a human devil with him, he was afraid that it would bring unnecessary trouble to Nangong Wentian. Moreover, what Jiang Chen needed the most now wasn't help, but strength. The enhancement of the Zulong Tower and his own cultivation base was more important than anything else. In the face of the benefits that a powerful expert like Venerable Extermination could bring, Jiang Chen's only choice was to kill Venerable Extermination. The heavenly saint sword in Jiang Chen's hand produced a strong buzzing sound. With a puchy sound, it pierced through the glabella of Venerable Extermination. At this time, Venerable Extermination had no strength to resist, at least in front of Jiang Chen. Venerable Extermination's voice came to an abrupt halt. The edifying light rushed out of his body and returned to Jiang Chen's body. At the same time, a hole was torn open in the invisible Zulong Tower, and a terrifying devouring force engulfed Venerable Extermination. The Great Illusion Realm could affect the people inside, but it couldn't affect the people outside. Therefore, everything that happened on the battlefield could be seen clearly by the people below. Countless horrified gazes were fixed on the miserable state of Venerable Extermination. No, this is impossible, this is impossible. Yun Tianzuan's body trembled. Yun Tianzuan's body trembled. His face began to reveal a look of despair, because he knew very well that Venerable Extermination was his last and greatest reliance. Now that Venerable Extermination was dead, who else could save Great Cloud Empire? Jiang Chen was just too powerful. He had grown to the point where he could only look up to Jiang Chen. Just Jiang Chen alone was enough to annihilate Great Cloud Empire. It's over. Our Great Cloud Empire is finished. Even a half-step sovereign is dead. How can this guy be so terrifying? Even a half-step sovereign is no match for him. Could there really be such a monstrous genius in this world? That's not the case. Of course, Jiang Chen is monstrous, but he's not monstrous enough to kill a half-step sovereign. It's just that this bastard is too smart. He led Venerable Extermination into his trap step by step. The powerful flames on his body could suppress Venerable Extermination, causing Venerable Extermination to only be able to exert half of his combat strength. However, this wasn't the key to his failure. The truly terrifying thing was that Jiang Chen could cast an illusion technique that was more advanced than the lost illusion technique, causing Venerable Extermination to be greatly affected. Otherwise, even if Venerable Extermination couldn't kill Jiang Chen, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Alas, it's too late to say anything. Extermination is dead. We're finished. Everyone was in despair. The hearts of the people of Great Cloud Empire were heavy. After Venerable Extermination was killed, there was nothing they could do except wait for Jiang Chen's judgment. For a great empire, this could be said to be a form of sorrow. Looking at the Great Qian Empire's side, it was the complete opposite. Countless officers and soldiers jumped up in excitement. The originally well-disciplined army had become a pot of porridge at this moment. However, the generals didn't stop the soldiers from cheering because they themselves couldn't control their excitement at this moment in history. It's a success. Commander has really succeeded. He has created a miracle once again. That's right. A half-step immortal venerable killed a half-step sovereign. This battle is destined to be recorded in history. Great Cloud Empire is finished. I've never fought such a hot-blooded battle in all my years of war. Although I didn't personally take part in it, it was too satisfying. No one could restrain their excitement, including xuanhuan. The only one who could remain calm was Yang Bufan. After all, he had seen too many miracles created by Jiang Chen. He had confidence in Jiang Chen that no one else had. From the moment Jiang Chen decided to attack, he believed that Jiang Chen could create a miracle. Once again, the fact proved that Jiang Chen was a miracle creator and a true monstrous genius. In the sky, the great illusion realm had been put away by Jiang Chen and venerable extermination had been devoured by the Zulong Tower. Just like what Jiang Chen had expected, the ancestral dragon pagoda had once again improved after absorbing venerable extermination. 1.5 floors had been condensed from 55 to 56.5. Actually, it wasn't half because it was only a little bit away from the 57th floor. After receiving the pure energy from the ancestral dragon pagoda, another 30,000 dragon marks were added to his chi si, bringing the total number of dragon marks to 1,480,000. Another 20,000 more dragon marks would bring the total to 1,500,000. At that time, he would be able to advance to the early immortal venerable realm and become a true immortal venerable. Even though he wasn't an immortal venerable yet, his combat strength was already much more terrifying than before. The blessing of 30,000 dragon marks wasn't something to be trifled with. If he were to fight against someone on the same level as the old emperor, he would be able to kill him in an instant in his half-dragon form. Dong. Jiang Chen took a step forward and came to the front of Great Cloud Empire. His chi was magnificent and the chi he radiated was terrifying. Yin Qianzuan, do you have anything else to say? Jiang Chen asked flatly. Jiang Chen, do you really want to annihilate Great Cloud Empire? Yun Qianzuan gritted his teeth. Despite his reluctance, he had to admit that he had been utterly defeated. Great Cloud Empire had been utterly defeated by Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen wanted to, it would be very easy for him to turn the imperial capital into a state of misery and suffering. What do you think? Given my habit, I won't leave any chance for my enemies. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Jiang Chen, let me tell you something. There's still a half-step sovereign in the immortal court. If you annihilate Great Cloud Empire, that ancestor will never let you go. Although you have killed venerable extermination, you know best how you did it. Given your current strength, you'll die for sure if you encounter the ancestor of Great Cloud Empire. Yun Qinshuang spoke aloud. At this point he had to use the ancestor as a threat to Jiang Chen. Yun Qianzuan, you'd better not threaten me. Jiang Chen won't fall for it. So what if your ancestor is in the immortal court? You know the grudge between me and the immortal court. Do you think I'll be afraid? Besides, if I annihilate your imperial capital now, do you think your ancestor won't come out immediately? Chapter 1896. Upon hearing that, Yun Qianzuan sucked in a breath of cold air. He had personally witnessed how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Jiang Chen was a lunatic who couldn't be threatened. He didn't even put the immortal court in his eyes, let alone the half-step sovereign ancestor of Great Cloud Empire. More importantly, that half-step sovereign ancestor hadn't returned for many years. According to the rules of the immortal court, once one entered the immortal court, one was not allowed to have any contact with the previous power. Yun Qianzuan wouldn't be so naive to think that Jiang Chen was joking with him. Just like Jiang Chen had said, if Jiang Chen were to flatten the imperial capital now, the half-step sovereign ancestor might not show up. Therefore he couldn't afford to gamble. So you are determined to annihilate my imperial capital? Yun Qianzuan looked at Jiang Chen. If I really wanted to do that, I wouldn't be standing here talking nonsense with you. Jiang Chen put his hands behind his back. He had already reverted to his human form. He looked at Yun Qianzuan and said, 2 conditions. If you agree to them, I'll retreat immediately. What conditions? Yun Qianzuan asked. He probably never dreamed that he would have such a day, but there was nothing he could do now. He knew that the 2 conditions proposed by Jiang Chen would be very harsh, but no matter what, he had to protect the people of the imperial capital. This was the last foundation of Great Cloud Empire. First, Great Cloud Empire must take out 1 billion venerable grade immortal meta stones, said Jiang Chen. He didn't have the intention to destroy the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire. The current Great Cloud Empire was no longer a threat to Great Qin Empire. After this war, Great Qin Empire would devour Great Cloud Empire bit by bit. It would only be a matter of time before Great Cloud Empire was annihilated, which was better than destroying the imperial capital. In that case, Jiangchen couldn't come here in vain. If he didn't ask for some immortal metastones, he would feel sorry for himself. Immortal metastones were what he lacked the most right now. Without immortal metastones, his path of advancement would become incomparably difficult. What? 1 billion venerable grade immortal metastones? He's asking for too much. Many people of Great Cloud Empire rolled their eyes and almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. Today they finally witnessed what it meant to be an exorbitant demand of 1 billion venerable grade immortal metastones. This was daylight robbery. Celestial Venerable Yun, you have no room to bargain with me. Jiangchen said Lung Lung. Alright, I promise you. Yun Qianxuan gritted his teeth. Great Cloud Empire was indeed capable of taking out 1 billion venerable grade immortal metastones. That was the powerful foundation of a super empire, but even he, the emperor, would feel the pinch if he took out so many venerable grade immortal metastones. The second condition, Celestial Venerable Yun, kill yourself. You should know very well that I won't spare your life. I'll use your life and 1 billion venerable grade immortal essence stones in exchange for the safety of your imperial capital. Jiang Qin stated the second condition. Jiang Qin, you've gone too far. Your Majesty, this guy has no intention of letting us go. Let's fight it out with him. The people of Great Cloud Empire were infuriated. They had never suffered such humiliation before. Asking their emperor to commit suicide in front of the gates of the imperial capital was a humiliation to the dignity of an empire. Yun Qianxuan raised his hand, gesturing for everyone to quiet down. His face was surprisingly calm. He had probably guessed this condition long ago. He knew Jiang Chen's character very well. Jiang Chen had his own rules of survival. He would never show mercy to those who wanted his life. Moreover, Yun Qianxuan knew that if the situation changed and Jiang Chen fell into his hands, Jiang Chen would definitely die. He probably wouldn't even give Jiang Chen a chance to commit suicide. Yun Qianxuan, this is the greatest dignity I'll leave for you, Jiang Chen said plainly. Yes, this was the last dignity Jiang Chen left for Yun Qianxuan. If Jiang Chen wanted Yun Qianxuan to die, he could have killed Yun Qianxuan directly. He could have decapitated Yun Qianxuan without leaving an intact corpse. Asking Yun Qianxuan to commit suicide was indeed giving him a lot of dignity. Alright, I promise you, Yun Qianxuan said. Your Majesty, everyone's emotions were stirred. Say no more. It's worth it to sacrifice me to protect the imperial capital. Yun Qianxuan's tone was very strict. He knew very well that even if he didn't commit suicide, he would still die. Jiang Chen wouldn't give him a chance to live. Since he was going to die anyway, he was naturally willing to sacrifice himself to protect the imperial capital. Yun Qianxuan believed in Jiang Chen's character. Although Jiang Chen was decisive and cruel, his words were trustworthy. Yun Qianxuan, you're a good emperor. Jiang Chen nodded. Yun Qianxuan's performance at the crucial moment was very admirable, but it couldn't stop Jiang Chen's determination to kill Yun Qianxuan. Enemies could only be destroyed. Jiang Chen, I'll go prepare the immortal metastones for you, Yun Qianxuan said. Yun Qianxuan spoke. 1 billion venerable grade immortal metastones wasn't a small amount. Only he, the emperor, had the authority to open the treasury and transfer them. Agreeing to Jiang Chen's condition and keeping the imperial capital intact was the last thing he could do for Great Cloud Empire. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. He wasn't afraid that Yun Qianxuan would escape. Jiang Chen knew that Yun Qianxuan wouldn't dare to gamble with the lives of millions of people in the imperial capital. With a sway of his body, Yun Qianxuan vanished. The remaining experts of Great Cloud Empire's facial expression darkened to the extreme. They glared at Jiang Chen furiously, but that was all they could do. They knew very well that Yun Qianxuan had to do this in order to save their lives. Otherwise, Great Cloud Empire would face a true disaster. They were indignant, angry, and hateful, but so what? In this world where strength reigned supreme, the weak were prey to the strong. If they failed, they would have to accept the outcome. They knew very well that if Jiang Chen were to fall into their hands today, he would suffer a fate worse than death, and he would certainly die. If Great Cloud Empire won today, it would be a disaster for the tens of thousands of soldiers of Great Qin Empire. From this point of view, they should actually thank Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen had given them a chance. Soon, Yun Qianxuan returned with an interspatial ring in his hand and threw it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Qin caught the ring and put it away without even looking at it. Yun Tianzun wouldn't dare to play tricks on him over such a trivial matter because he couldn't afford the consequences. Jiang Qin, I hope you will keep your word. After Celestial Venerable Yun said that, a long sword appeared in his hand, and it landed on his neck with lightning speed. With a ripping sound, Celestial Venerable Yun slit his own throat, and beautiful blood spurted out. It was a desolate color. Your Majesty! Countless people roared. All the people of Great Cloud Empire knelt down. Many of them were grief-stricken and wept bitterly. For Great Cloud Empire, Celestial Venerable Yun's death was great and valuable. He was a qualified emperor. Jiang Chen's face was grim. He wasn't a cold-blooded person, but sometimes he had to be cold-blooded. Jiang Chen turned around and came to the camp of Great Qian Empire. Tens of thousands of admiring eyes fell on Jiang Chen. He was like the brightest star in the sky. He had become the omnipotent god in the hearts of these soldiers. Jiang Chen was probably the only one who could single-handedly destroy an empire. Little Qinzi, Great Cloud Empire is finished. What should we do next? Asked Yang Bufan. Great Cloud Empire is deeply rooted. The faith of a nation won't be destroyed so easily. This is also why I didn't attack them today. Great Cloud Empire will be annexed by Great Qian Empire sooner or later, but it will take a very slow process. You and xuanhuan will return to the cities of Great Cloud Empire that we have occupied. Win the hearts of the people and change their faith. This is what Great Qian Empire has to focus on next. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles in the future. Said Jiang Chen seriously. Yang Bufan and xuanhuan nodded silently. They knew that Jiang Chen was right. The destruction of an empire wasn't a joke. War was destined to breed hatred. This was something that couldn't be changed. It could only be eliminated little by little in the future. However, the people of a nation had to be changed by faith. This process wouldn't be any easier than destroying an empire. Brother Jiang, what about you? Asked xuanhuan. Judging from Jiang Chen's tone, it seemed that he had no intention of returning with them. I'm going to annihilate the emperor and old emperor of Heavenly Jade Dynasty. This war was initiated by Heavenly Jade Dynasty and Great Cloud Empire at the same time. They will have to pay a heavy price. This war will thoroughly establish the divine might of Great Qian Empire. In the future there won't be 3 empires in eastern Xuanhu, but 1. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated. From the moment he set off for Crane Hawk City, he had no intention of letting go of either Great Cloud Empire or Heavenly Jade Dynasty. In Jiang Chen's opinion, these 2 empires must be treated fairly. What Great Cloud Empire suffered, Heavenly Jade Dynasty also suffered. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, xuanhuan's body couldn't help but tremble. The eyes of the soldiers below turned even more fiery. They didn't expect that Jiang Chen would be so decisive. Such a figure was too terrifying. He felt fortunate that Great Qian Empire had made friends with Jiang Chen instead of becoming enemies. All right. Brother Jiang Chen, be careful. Xuanhuan reminded, then left with the army. He knew that his warning was unnecessary. Given Jiang Chen's current ability, the experts of Heavenly Jade Dynasty could only stretch out their necks and wait to be slaughtered. Even Venerable Extermination, a half-step sovereign, had died in Jiang Chen's hands, let alone a late immortal venerable. That's right. You're right. Chapter 1897. The Imperial Capital of Heavenly Jade Dynasty. At this moment the Imperial Capital was in complete chaos. All the higher-ups of the dynasty stood out with a nervous look on their faces. The Emperor Tianzuanyu, the old emperor, and the Supreme Elder of Heavenly Jade Dynasty couldn't stay calm. Hurry up. Support the Grand Formation. All immortal venerables and immortal emperors, support the Grand Formation. Tianzuanyu bellowed. It was as though doomsday was coming to the Imperial Capital. That's right. To them it was doomsday. Not long ago they received news from Great Cloud Empire that Jiang Chen had killed the old emperor, Supreme Elder, and the half-step sovereign Venerable Extermination. Now he was heading towards Heavenly Jade Dynasty. After the news spread, the entire Heavenly Jade Dynasty was plunged into chaos. Not only Tianzuanyu, even the old emperor and Supreme Elder were filled with fear. Even if they were willing to believe that the news was true, they had to admit that the current Jiang Chen had grown to the point where they could only look up to him. Heavenly Jade Dynasty didn't have any mighty half-step sovereigns. They initially thought that it would be a piece of cake for them to annihilate Great Qian Empire with the support of Venerable Extermination, but now it seemed like they were gravely mistaken. The resolution of the matter was completely out of their expectation. The scariness of Jiangchen had long exceeded their imagination. Facing the impending arrival of Jiangchen, Heavenly Jade Dynasty had to be prepared as soon as possible. What they needed to do was to deploy the Grand Formation to protect the imperial capital. This Grand Formation was their only and last resort. They had no way to escape and nowhere to hide. After all, this was the foundation of Heavenly Jade Dynasty. Whether it was the Emperor or the old Emperor, they wouldn't risk the safety of the entire imperial capital just for their own safety. Their only hope now was that the Grand Formation could protect them and stop Jiangchen. Damn it! Is that bastard the reincarnation of a deity? How did he grow so quickly? Furthermore, he's so monstrous that even half-martial emperors are no match for him. I didn't expect Great Cloud Empire to be finished just like that. Even Celestial Venerable Yun has committed suicide. That Jiangchen is incomparably ferocious. After destroying Great Cloud Empire, he will surely come to us. It seems our Heavenly Jade Dynasty is doomed. Don't be so pessimistic. Our defensive formation can withstand the attack of a peerless venerable. I heard that Jiangchen was able to kill a half-step emperor because of a special reason. No one wasn't nervous. Everyone's emotions fluctuated greatly. They couldn't be blamed. The Heavenly Jade Dynasty was about to usher in its doomsday. It was natural for them to be afraid. A storm was brewing. All the experts of the Heavenly Jade Dynasty were ready and waiting for the storm to come. They all knew that the storm was coming and there was no room for luck. Huff huff. A strong wind howled as a human figure suddenly appeared in the sky. It was half human and half dragon, and it brought with it an incomparably powerful aura. When the crowd saw that figure, it was still very far away. They only saw that figure walking in the air, disappearing with each step, and with a few flashes, it appeared in the sky above the imperial capital of the Heavenly Jade Dynasty. He's here. It's Jiangchen. This bastard is progressing too fast. I'm speechless. Damn it. He's coming to annihilate our entire dynasty. Let's fight him. The storm had finally arrived. The experts of Heavenly Jade Dynasty couldn't keep calm anymore. If it was in the past, they wouldn't care even if Jiangchen came. After all, a large dynasty wouldn't put Jiangchen in their eyes at all. But now it was different. Chapter 1898. As soon as these words were spoken, the Heavenly Jade Dynasty erupted with intense anger. Countless people's eyes were spitting flames, especially Tianzuanyu, the old emperor, and the Supreme Elder. They didn't want to die without a fight. They didn't want to be as cowardly as Yun Tianzuan. The dignity of the dynasty was still important. Moreover, the current situation of Heavenly Jade Dynasty was different from that of Yun Tianzuan. At that time, Yun Tianzuan didn't have a choice. The Supreme Elder and the old emperor had died in the hands of Jiangchen because they underestimated him. Therefore, Yun Tianzuan had no room to resist. In order to protect the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire, he could only choose to commit suicide according to Jiangchen's words. However, the current Heavenly Jade Dynasty was different. They were fully prepared and felt that they could fight against Jiangchen. No matter what the outcome would be, they would have to fight him first. Jiangchen, you are too arrogant. We have already set up the defensive Grand Formation. Do you think you can break it? The old emperor shouted. It seems that you are ready to fight to the death with me? Jiangchen's killing intent had begun to condense. There was no formation in this world that he couldn't break. Jiangchen, it's impossible for us to die without a fight. I don't believe that you have the ability to do so. If you have the ability, break our Grand Formation first, said Jiangchen. The Supreme Elder shouted. They had already seen through Jiangchen's attitude. He had no intention of letting Heavenly Jade Dynasty go. Besides, there was no room for negotiation between the two sides, which was within their expectations. A bunch of ignorant fools. Since you're so confident in your grand defensive formation, I'll show you what it means to put up a desperate resistance, what it means to struggle on your deathbed. After saying that, Jiangchen drew out the Heavenly Saint Sword with a clang. The Heavenly Saint Sword let out a melodious cry, then it turned into a blood-red dragon, looking extremely valiant. At the same time, Jiangchen unleashed the unity of man and sword. A true heavenly dragon emerged and crashed into the defensive formation of Heavenly Jade Dynasty. Everyone be careful. This man is powerful. Defend the grand formation with all your might. Tianzuanyu hastily warned when he saw Jiangchen attacking. Buzz buzz, a buzzing sound reverberated in the sky. A layer of pale blue light barrier floated above the imperial capital, isolating the entire imperial capital from the outside world. This was the last line of defense of the Heavenly Jade Dynasty. It was also the most powerful line of defense. It would be impossible for an ordinary person to break through this great formation. In their opinion, no matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, it would be impossible for him to break through their great formation so easily. Rumble, Jiang Chen's actions were very barbaric. The terrifying dragon sword directly collided with the layer of protective array. The terrifying energy transformed into layers upon layers of indestructible air waves, spreading out in all directions of the formation. The entire formation shook violently and cracks appeared in many places. Some of the weaker cultivators directly spat out blood under the tremors and found it extremely difficult to even stand. After absorbing venerable extermination's 30,000 dragon marks, Jiang Chen's battle prowess increased a lot. At this moment he executed the Dragon Sword Unity technique, which directly raised his battle prowess to the extreme. That kind of terror was enough to destroy everything in the world. However, even though Jiang Chen attacked with all his might, he still couldn't destroy the opponent's grand formation. After some cracks appeared on the grand formation, it automatically repaired itself. Seeing this, the people of the Heavenly Jade Dynasty heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, the shock and fear in their hearts reached the extreme. The attack of Jiang Chen just now was too terrifying. It should be known that the people supporting the grand formation at this moment were almost all the experts of the Heavenly Jade Dynasty. It was equivalent to the alliance of these experts. Even so, the grand formation still felt like it was in danger. However, it seemed that it was almost impossible for Jiang Chen to easily break through the grand formation. This was good news for the Heavenly Jade Dynasty. Jiang Chen, don't waste your energy. You can't break this grand formation. Xuanhuan said loudly, trying to make Jiang Chen retreat. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Without saying a word, he used the Great Divination Art and Great Soul Derivation Art at the same time. The barbaric attack just now was just a probing attack from Jiang Chen. Firstly, it was to test his battle prowess. Secondly, it was to see if the grand formation was really that hard to break. The result was obvious. The grand formation was firm. With his current battle prowess, even if he attacked with all his might, he wouldn't be able to break it. However, Jiang Chen didn't plan to use such a barbaric method to break the grand formation. In his opinion, there was no formation in the world that couldn't be broken. The Great Divination Art and Great Soul Derivation Art could easily find the weakness of the grand formation. As long as the weakness was found, everything would be easy. Swish. Jiang Chen put away the Heavenly Saint Sword and struck out an illusory Tai Chi diagram between his palms. The yin and yang fishes swam back and forth. It was extremely mysterious. The Great Divination Art was frantically operated, and soon he found the weakest point of the grand formation. Xuanhuan, the formation that you are so proud of is just SOSO, Jiang Chen said. Violent energy rushed towards the Tai Chi diagram like a tidal wave. Immediately, the enormous Tai Chi diagram became incomparably clear. The yin and yang fishes represented the Great Tao. Supported by Jiang Chen, they struck the weakest point of the grand formation at lightning speed. Long. The grand formation could no longer withstand the impact. It began to crack from the weakest point, then spread rapidly. Countless cracks began to appear on the entire grand formation. Many of them suffered a tremendous backlash. Blood spurted out from their mouths as they were bounced back by the broken grand formation. The weakest point of the grand formation was broken, forming a series of chain reactions. The entire grand formation began to collapse. Blood spurted out from everyone's mouth. Some of them let out wails and died on the spot. Even Xuanhuan and the two late immortal venerables had an ugly look on their faces. There were traces of blood at the corner of their mouths. Impossible. This is impossible. How could this be? How could the grand formation be broken so quickly? How did this bastard do it? This is too terrifying. He isn't human. Our Heavenly Jade Dynasty is finished. We no longer have the means to fight this monstrous genius. Despair filled everyone's heart. There was no hope left for Heavenly Jade Dynasty. Even the defensive grand formation had been broken by Jiang Chen so easily. They initially thought that the grand formation could last for a long time, forcing Jiang Chen to retreat. Now it seemed like their thoughts were too naive. The defensive grand formation that they were so proud of was utterly vulnerable in front of Jiang Chen. Chapter 1899. The imperial capital's sky seemed to have changed color, and the air was filled with intense pressure. Despair and unwillingness were everywhere. Xuanhuan, the old emperor, and the Supreme Elder all had the most unsightly expressions. "We've lost." The old emperor shook his head. After the grand formation was destroyed by Jiang Qin, he knew that Heavenly Jade Dynasty was doomed. The only thing they could do now was to follow Jiang Qin's advice and commit suicide, just like Yin Tianzuan. In that case they could still exchange for some life for the imperial capital. "Jiang Qin, the three of us will commit suicide." "I hope you can keep your promise," said the old emperor. Tianzuan said. He was a smart person and he knew that it was useless to say anything else at this point. Jiang Qin didn't speak. His face was expressionless. No one could tell what he was thinking at the moment. Tianzuan shook his head and returned to the imperial capital. A few moments later he returned with a spatial ring in his hand. He threw it to Jiang Qin and said, "This is 1 billion venerable grade immortal meta stones." Then Tianzuan, the old emperor and the Supreme Elder exchanged a glance and chose to commit suicide at the same time, just like Yin Tianzuan. To them this was probably the most dignified way to die. "Your Majesty." Heavenly Jade Dynasty was in a state of grief. Jiang Qin wasn't in the mood to appreciate this. He turned and left in a phantom. This was the immortal world, a cruel world where the winner was the king and the loser was the bandit. Through today's events, Jiang Qin understood the importance of strength. This made him even more eager to improve his cultivation base. Jiang Qin knew that the immortal world wouldn't be peaceful in the future. Putting aside the catastrophe that Wu Ningzhu mentioned, just a few immortal courts were enough for Jiang Qin to fight for. In just a day, Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty had collapsed. The emperors and old emperor were dead. The news spread across the entire East Xuanhu very quickly. This was a great revolution in East Xuanhu. To East Xuanhu it was undoubtedly an earthquake. On the other hand, Jiang Qin, who was already well known by everyone, had become famous after this battle. Countless people would sigh at the mention of his name. This is a major event. Jiang Qin single-handedly annihilated Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty. He's too monstrous. Is this bastard still human? He must be the reincarnation of a deity. Otherwise he wouldn't be so monstrous. Who would have thought that Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty would be destroyed so easily? It seems like it's not a good thing to offend Jiang Qin. First it was Corpsine sect, now it's Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty. So far, 3 of the 11 major powers in Eastern Profound Domain have been destroyed by Jiang Qin. This is the first time in the history of Eastern Profound Domain. Chaos's world. The heaven. The rise of an emperor empire. The devil dynasty is. Ancient emperor of emperor. Everyone was shocked. Everyone was talking about Jiang Qin. Although the foundation of Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty was still there, in people's eyes, these two empires only existed in name. It was almost equivalent to being annihilated, because it was almost certain that these two empires would be devoured by Great Qin Empire bit by bit. The miserable state of the two empires had also put the major powers that were enemies of Jiang Qin in a precarious situation. These major powers began to feel nervous and restless, fearing that Jiang Qin would attack them at any moment. They simply couldn't deal with him. Great Qin Empire was in jubilation. The imperial capital and genius prefecture were seething with excitement. Even Yang Yu and the old emperor hadn't expected the outcome of this war. It was something that they didn't even dare to think about. Who would believe that one person could annihilate two empires? We have high hopes for Jiang Qin, but it seems like we have underestimated him. He has brought a great surprise to our empire. This surprise came so suddenly that I can't even react to it. Great Qin Empire, Great Qin Empire. Yeah, it's like a dream. If it didn't happen, who would believe it? Your Majesty's eyesight is truly brilliant. Jiang Qin is the lucky star of Great Qin Empire. I thought that there would be a long tug-of-war with the two empires, but I didn't expect that Jiang Qin would be able to resolve it so quickly. Those immortal venerable experts were so excited that they couldn't even sit down. Jiang Qin has indeed given us another great surprise. Yang Yu nodded, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Your Majesty, Brother Jiang Qin seems to have returned not long ago, but he went straight to King Fan Prefecture for seclusion. He didn't come to the Imperial Palace. Someone spoke. I think Brother Jiang must have gained a lot of benefits in this war. Don't disturb him. Yang Yu said. The others nodded silently. Presently, Jiang Qin was the most important figure in Great Qin Empire. Now that Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty only exist in name, it's up to us to carry out the next step of our plan. We will gradually annex the two empires. Yang Yu's chi fluctuated as he issued an order. Jiang Qin had already paved the way for them. If they didn't take it, they would look too useless. The current Jiang Qin chose to go into seclusion as soon as he returned. Just like what Yang Yu had said, he had obtained great benefits this time and needed some time to digest them. He was currently hiding in the 33rd level of the Ancestral Dragon Pagoda to stabilize his foundation. In the next few days, Eastern Xuanhu was in turmoil. Great Qin Empire's power was unparalleled, gradually annexing the other two empires. 3 days later, Jiang Qin walked out of the Ancestral Dragon Pagoda. 3 days in the outside world was equivalent to 3 months in the pagoda. He was brimming with energy and felt indescribably comfortable. Brother Qin, congratulations on advancing your cultivation base. Yan Qinyu came to Jiang Qin's side with a smile when she saw Jiang Qin coming out of seclusion. When the matters here are almost settled, I will go to Fengqi Immortal Domain. Jiang Qin said that Nangong Wenyan was still in danger. He had to go there as soon as possible. There's still time before the 1-month deadline. Yan Qinyu nodded. She had always supported Jiang Qin unconditionally in whatever he wanted to do. Besides, she knew the relationship between Jiang Qin and Nangong Wenyan. Now that Nangong Wenyan was in trouble, Jiang Qin naturally couldn't sit idly by. Long. At this moment, the void outside the imperial capital suddenly erupted with a loud rumble. Then boundless pressure rushed over like a tidal wave. In just the blink of an eye, the powerful pressure enveloped the entire imperial capital. What's coming has come. Chapter 1900. The sudden and powerful pressure filled the entire imperial capital in an instant. All the higher-ups in the imperial palace were alarmed and immediately flew out of the palace. Soon after, 2 figures appeared out of thin air. They were 2 old men who seemed to be in their 60s or 70s. Each of them carried a powerful rage and murderous intent. Their auras were extremely powerful, not any weaker than the half-martial monarch Li Wangye who had come to the Great Qin Empire previously. In other words, they were 2 powerful half-martial monarchs. Yang Yu, the old emperor, and the higher-ups of Great Qin Empire flew out of the palace. Although they were surprised by the arrival of the 2 half-step sovereigns, they didn't show the slightest fear. With Yan Qinyu in the imperial capital, they weren't afraid of half-step sovereigns. It's the old ancestors of Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty. I didn't expect that they would come here. It's predictable that they will show up when Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty are facing destruction. But we don't have to be afraid. With Miss Yin here, we will be able to resist them. That's right. Don't be afraid of them. Miss Yin will appear at any time. The immortal venerables of Great Qin Empire formed a human wall to protect the imperial capital. Where's Jiang Qin? Tell that little bastard to come out. The old ancestor of Great Cloud Empire demanded Jiang Qin as soon as he arrived. They were well aware of the situation of Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin, the 2 empires wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. Therefore, it was imaginable how much they hated Jiang Qin. Both of you are already experts of the immortal court. Why are you interfering in the battle between the major powers of Eastern Xuanhu? Yang Yu spoke. Cut the crap. Get Jiang Qin out here. The old ancestor of Heavenly Jade Dynasty didn't seem to have a good temper, but no one in his position would be in a good mood at this moment. You're disturbing my rest by making a fuss. You have no morals at all. Right at this moment, a lazy voice rang out. 2 silhouettes appeared and stood beside Yang Yu. They were none other than Jiang Qin and Yan Qinyu. Seeing Yan Qinyu, everyone from the Great Qin Empire heaved a sigh of relief. This was the reincarnation of the powerful Empress Nine. They had personally witnessed how terrifying Yan Qinyu was. Even the heaven-devouring devil ape was no match for her. No matter how many half-sovereigns came, it would be useless. The 2 great ancestors immediately looked at Jiang Qin and said almost at the same time, "You're Jiang Qin?" "That's right. I'm him." "Why didn't the 2 of you stay in the immortal court and enjoy your life? Why did you have to come here to die?" Jiang Qin spoke indifferently, and he didn't take the 2 quasi-emperors seriously at all. "Jiang Qin, you have destroyed our 2 empires. Today we will definitely cut you into 1,000 pieces." The old ancestor of Great Cloud Empire spoke maliciously. His powerful qi had already locked onto Jiang Qin, seemingly determined not to give Jiang Qin the slightest chance to escape. "Brother Yun, there's no need to talk so much with this little bastard. Just tear him apart and annihilate Great Qin Empire." The old ancestor of Heavenly Jade Dynasty was even more ferocious, but they couldn't be blamed. The tragic fate of the 2 empires had completely aroused their anger. This time they had disregarded the rules of the immortal court. Not only did they want to kill Jiang Qin, but they also wanted to annihilate Great Qin Empire at all costs, resolving the final crisis of Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty. As long as Great Qin Empire was annihilated, even if Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty were reduced to second-rate powers, they wouldn't perish. Additionally, the two empires still had their foundation. They would rise again one day. Just the two of you want to kill Big Brother Qin? Yan Qinyu appeared in a flash, exuding an incomparably cold qi like the goddess of ice. A little girl wants to stop me? Then I'll kill you first. The old ancestor of Heavenly Jade Dynasty moved. A huge golden palm slapped towards Yan Qinyu. They had been staying in the immortal court for a long time. They had long since stopped caring about the affairs of Eastern Profound Domain. Therefore, they didn't know Yan Qinyu's identity despite the uproar in Eastern Profound Domain. Plus, their status in the immortal court wasn't very high, so no one had told them about what happened in Exquisite Paradise. Therefore, they didn't know Yan Qinyu's existence at all. In their opinion, Yan Qinyu was just a puny immortal venerable. Even if she was a late immortal venerable, they wouldn't put her in their eyes. Today, no one would be able to stop them from killing Jiang Qin and annihilating Great Qin Empire. Courting death. Yan Qinyu didn't hold back at all. She immediately unleashed a powerful dark yin palm. The frighteningly huge ice palm instantly erected an ice wall. The cold air sealed the entire space, and it collided with the great ancestor's huge palm. Onglong. The shockwave was like a raging storm. Yan Qinyu's cold qi was so strong that it froze the entire battlefield. The old ancestor's attack couldn't even withstand a single blow from Yan Qinyu's dark yin palm. His attack was destroyed in an instant. The old ancestor was sent flying backward for hundreds of meters before he could stabilize his body. What? The old ancestor of Heavenly Jade Dynasty exclaimed. His face turned incomparably pale. His hair and beard were covered with white frost. His body was shivering from the cold. He stared at the unparalleled beauty who had appeared out of nowhere. He couldn't believe and accept this result. Before they came to Great Qin Empire, they had never thought that there would be someone who could fight them. No, this wasn't a fight at all. This was absolute suppression. Just one collision had made him realize that he was no match for this woman. However, this was too normal. One should know that Yan Qinyu was no longer the Yan Qinyu who had just come out of Monarch Mountain. Back then, she had suffered serious injuries when she collided with the northern and southern dynasties. Now, her injuries had almost fully recovered. Her cultivation base was infinitely close to the half-step sovereign realm. Ordinary half-step sovereigns wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from her. Good. Miss Yan's means are getting more and more powerful. I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. Ah. Do you think two half-step sovereigns can pose a threat to Great Qin Empire? What a joke. Look at their old faces. Where's their previous majesty? The people of Great Qin Empire were gloating. Yan Qinyu was much stronger than they had imagined. With her here, the two old ancestors wouldn't be able to cause any harm to Great Qin Empire, let alone kill Jiang Qin. Who are you? The old ancestor of Great Cloud Empire looked at Yan Qinyu and asked. Get lost. Yan Qinyu cast an indifferent glance at the old ancestor of Great Cloud Empire and said impatiently. The word, get lost, had undoubtedly hurt the self-esteem of the two old ancestors. Given their status and identity, they probably wouldn't have the chance to hear such a word in their lifetime. The old ancestor of Heavenly Jade Dynasty approached the old ancestor of Great Cloud Empire and said in a low voice, When did such a heaven-defying figure appear in Great Qin Empire? Her strength is extremely terrifying. Even if you and I join forces, we won't be a match for her. If we continue to fight, I'm afraid we will die here today. What should we do now? The old ancestor of Great Cloud Empire pondered with a frown. The coldness in his eyes intensified. It seems we have to change our previous plan. Let's leave this place first. Both of them nodded at each other and immediately reached a consensus. Both of them were experts from the older generation, and they were both like old foxes. Each of them was more shrewd than the other. They would never act recklessly. With their eyesight, they could naturally tell that with Yan Qinyu here today they had no chance at all. Let's go. With a sway of their bodies, they vanished in the blink of an eye. Not good, Xiaoyu. We can't let them leave. Upon seeing this, Jiang Qin said to Yan Qinyu hastily. At this moment, even the experts of Great Qin Empire changed their facial expression. Given their intelligence, it was impossible for them to not know what Jiang Qin was worried about. Those were two mighty half-step sovereigns. If they were to confront Great Qin Empire head-on, they wouldn't care as long as Yan Qinyu was here. However, if the two of them were to attack from the dark, many people of Great Qin Empire would die tragically in their hands. As the saying goes, it's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against a stab in the dark. If they were to let them go today, the disaster of Great Qin Empire would begin. Just like when Li Wangye came to capture Jiangqin, Xiao Wangqing said that if he dared to touch Jiangqin, he would kill every single person of the immortal court he saw in the future. This threat alone was enough to deter Li Wangye. The current situation was the same. At this moment, Yan Qinyu finally reacted, but it was already too late. The two old ancestors didn't suffer any serious injuries. The old ancestor of Great Cloud Empire didn't even have the slightest injury. If a half-step sovereign in his peak condition wanted to escape, even Yan Qinyu might not be able to stop him, not to mention that Yan Qinyu had already wasted some time. To a mighty expert, even a split second was enough to change everything. Arg! At this moment, two shrill cries suddenly rang out from within the void. The cries clearly came from the two old ancestors, and everyone heard them clearly. However, this sudden scream stunned everyone from the Great Qin Empire. Yan Qinyu obviously didn't have the time to make a move. Then who was the one who made a move? Chapter 1901. Looking at the two heads, who else could it be other than the two old ancestors who had just escaped, killing two great emperors with a wave of his hand? Even Yan Qinyu wouldn't be able to do something like that. However, this incomparably domineering mysterious man had actually killed the two of them with ease and taken their heads. Only a true immortal sovereign would have such an ability. That's right. This man was an immortal sovereign. Jiang Qin could sense the aura of an immortal sovereign from him. It was the same as the first great sovereign of the immortal court, Yuan Xiaolei. In other words, this man was also a first-grade great sovereign. However, why would a powerful immortal sovereign help Great Qin Empire at such a critical moment? Since when did Great Qin Empire come into contact with a great sovereign? The faces of the experts of Great Qin Empire were also blank, as though they didn't know who this man was. But when the old emperor and Yang Yu's eyes fell on the man, their expressions became incomparably excited. Old ancestor. Oh my God. Old ancestor, you are still alive. Yang Yu, the descendant of Yang family, greets old ancestor. The members of the Yang family couldn't restrain their emotions. Led by Yang Yu, all of them knelt down. Old ancestor? Old ancestor of Yang family? Yang Junlong? Oh my God. For a moment, everyone knelt down. In the entire Great Qin Empire, who else could make the old emperor and the emperor kneel down at the same time except for that legendary figure? Jiang Qin's eyes widened and fell on the man without blinking. He had seen Yang Junlong's portrait before, but it was an old man in his twilight years, completely different from this majestic man in front of him. However, Jiang Qin didn't doubt Yang Junlong's identity. Even if he was mistaken, the people of Yang family wouldn't be mistaken. The bloodline of Yang family was there for all to see. Moreover, Jiang Qin didn't find this situation strange. Xiao Wangqing was an obvious example. The transformation from a filthy old liar to the most handsome man in the immortal world was something that Jiang Qin couldn't accept. Greetings, Senior Yang Junlong. Jiang Qin cupped his fist and saluted Yang Junlong. Yan Qinyu also slightly nodded her head in greeting. She would never salute Yang Junlong. No matter how famous Yang Junlong was, could he be more famous than Empress Nainin? The old ancestor isn't dead. To think that the old ancestor is still alive and has become a great emperor. This is a great fortune for the Great Qin Empire. That's right. If it wasn't for the old ancestor's appearance today, those two half-martial emperors would have escaped. Now that the old ancestor has personally gotten rid of those two calamities, it's truly great. It's Patriarch Yang Junlong. That's right. I've seen a portrait of him when he was young in the Yang family's secret records. That's right. The people of the Great Qin Empire were very excited, especially the people of the Yang family. They couldn't help but be excited. Yang Junlong had always represented a legend in the Great Qin Empire. It was just that Yang Junlong had disappeared for too long. Most of the time, he had been forgotten and was only regarded as a kind of religion. Who would have thought that the legendary existence would actually appear at the most critical moment of the Great Qin Empire today? Get up, all of you, Yang Junlong said. Looking at the prosperity of the Great Qin Empire, his face also revealed a trace of a smile. Thank you, old ancestor. The higher-ups of the Great Qin Empire said in unison and slowly stood up. Yang Junlong casually threw away the two heads and came to Jiang Qin's side. He nodded and smiled. Jiang Qin, a very good young man. At this moment Yang Junlong was so close to Jiang Qin, but he gave Jiang Qin an illusory feeling. This made Jiang Qin couldn't help but feel surprised. It felt as though the person standing in front of him didn't exist at all. But he was standing there and he really existed. This made Jiang Qin even more puzzled. It wasn't that he hadn't seen a great emperor before, but Yuan Xiaolei didn't leave such an unreal feeling. Out of curiosity, Jiang Qin secretly operated the great divination art. This test didn't matter much, but Jiang Qin's face instantly changed. Senior Yu. Before Jiang Qin could finish his words, Yang Junlong raised his hand to stop him. Jiang Qin didn't finish his words, but the shock in his heart couldn't be concealed at all. The surging emotions in his heart made him somewhat unable to control his emotions. Because he was shocked to find that the Yang Junlong in front of him was just a clone. It wasn't strange to have a clone. In this heaven and earth, there were many cultivation techniques that could cultivate a clone. But what about the clone of an immortal sovereign? A clone already has the cultivation of a first-grade immortal sovereign. How strong is Senior Yang Junlong's main body? Jiang Qin didn't dare to imagine. According to his estimation, Yang Junlong's main body must be at least a 5th-grade immortal sovereign if he could cultivate a 1st-grade immortal sovereign clone. How terrifying was that? However, Jiang Qin soon felt relieved. Yang Junlong was a figure of the same generation as Xiao Wangqing. The two of them had a very good relationship. Xiao Wangqing once said that the person he admired the most in his life was Yang Junlong. Such calmness was enough to prove Yang Junlong's strength. Xiao Wangqing was trapped by the Tao of forgetfulness, which caused him to fall into depravity for hundreds of years. Hence, his cultivation was also delayed. But Yang Junlong didn't. With Yang Junlong's talent, it wasn't impossible for him to reach the 5th-grade immortal sovereign realm if he had a fortuitous encounter. It's a blessing for our great Qin Empire that the old ancestor has returned. The old emperor said, unable to conceal his excitement. Except for Jiang Qin and Yan Qinyu, no one else could see that Yang Junlong was just a clone. This also showed Yang Junlong's brilliance. I'm just here to have a look. I'll leave soon. You guys go ahead and do your own things. Yang Junlong said to Yang Yu and the others. Then he looked at Jiang Qin and said, Jiang Qin, follow me. After saying that, Yang Junlong turned and flew away. Obviously, Yang Junlong knew everything that had happened recently. So, he wasn't a stranger to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin didn't have any doubts about this. A figure like Yang Junlong was almost omnipotent. Jiang Qin held Yan Qinyu's hand and followed Yang Junlong's footsteps. On top of a barren mountain, Yang Junlong stood tall, with Jiang Qin and Yan Qinyu standing behind him. Senior. Jiang Qin called out. Jiang Qin, how did you know that I'm just a clone? Yang Junlong looked at Jiang Qin curiously. His eyes were filled with amazement, and he didn't conceal his admiration for Jiang Qin. Just based on the fact that Jiang Qin could see that he was just a clone, this young man was extraordinary. Junior has cultivated a kind of soul-refining technique. That's why my soul perception is more sensitive. Jiang Qin said. And I already know what you've done for Great Qin Empire. I'll leave soon. Tell me, what benefits do you want? I'll try my best to satisfy you. Yang Junlong said. I'm working for Great Qin Empire out of my own free will. I, Jiang Qin, am also a member of Genius Prefecture. Plus, I've already gotten what I wanted in this war. Plus, I didn't ask for any benefits from Senior. Jiang Qin said truthfully. He had always done things according to his heart. If he asked for benefits from Yang Junlong, the meaning would change completely. Ah, good. Jiang Qin, I'm starting to like you a little. Since you don't want anything, forget it. Yang Junlong burst into laughter. The admiration for Jiang Qin in his eyes intensified. But Senior, Junior has a question to ask. Jiang Qin said. Go ahead. Yang Junlong said. May I know the cultivation base of Senior's main body? Jiang Qin asked. He had his own purpose in asking this question. 6th grade immortal sovereign. Kid, you still have a long way to go. Yang Junlong patted on Jiang Qin's shoulder. He didn't hide his true cultivation base. Jiang Qin couldn't help but feel excited when he heard that Yang Junlong was a 6th grade immortal sovereign. He had always wanted to do something, but he couldn't find the opportunity to do so. Now that he saw Yang Junlong, he felt that the opportunity had come. Junior has another question. I hope Senior can answer it truthfully. Jiang Qin's tone suddenly became incomparably solemn. Ask away. Yang Junlong said. Senior, have you been to the legendary sovereign domain all these years? Jiang Qin asked. Oh, you know about sovereign domain? Yang Junlong looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. To be honest, Senior, this is the reincarnation of Empress Nine. That's why Junior knows something about sovereign domain. The reason why Jiang Chen revealed Yan Qinyu's identity was to pave the way for what he was going to do next. He wanted Yang Junlong to take him seriously. What? Sure enough, Yang Junlong's eyes immediately fell on Yan Qinyu when he heard about Empress Nine. He then cupped his fists and said, "Excuse me." Even though Yan Qinyu was only an immortal venerable, the name of Empress Nine was still there. Even Yang Junlong didn't dare to slight her. Yan Qinyu nodded in response. "Jiang Chen, is there anything I can help you with?" Yang Junlong looked at Jiang Chen again. He wasn't a fool. He could naturally tell from Jiang Chen's tone that Jiang Chen wouldn't ask about sovereign domain if he didn't need his help. "Yes, I would like to ask Senior to bring me to sovereign domain," Jiang Chen said in an incomparably firm tone. "Jiang Chen, given your current strength, it's not suitable for you to go to sovereign domain." Yang Junlong shook his head. To be honest, Jiang Chen has a favor to ask. One of his life and death brothers is trapped in desolate ancient land. He has to go to sovereign domain before going there. Jiang Chen said that the matter of De Huang Dog was like a stone in his heart. He wanted to go to desolate ancient land all the time, but it would be extremely difficult to find De Huang due to the limitation of his cultivation base. Moreover, Wu Ningzhu had said that desolate ancient land was extremely dangerous. Even great sovereigns would have a slim chance of survival if they went there. Therefore Jiang Chen could only wait. It would take a long time if he was strong enough. If something happened to De Huang, Jiang Chen would regret it for the rest of his life. Now that he had met Yang Junlong, a 6th grade great sovereign in sovereign domain, he couldn't miss this opportunity. Chapter 1902. Even with Yang Junlong's composure, his expression changed slightly when he heard the words desolate ancient land. It was obvious how dangerous the desolate ancient land was. "Jiang Chen, you're going to the desolate ancient land. It's not a joke. If you don't do it properly, you might die. You have to think it through." Yang Junlong reminded Jiang Chen in a solemn tone. "I've thought it through. My brother is trapped there. I have to save him." Jiang Chen's tone was very firm. He wouldn't hesitate even if he had to climb a mountain of daggers or go into a sea of fire. Furthermore, it was precisely because of the danger of the desolate ancient land that Jiang Chen was worried about De Huang Dog. "Forgive me for being straightforward. Why is your brother trapped in the desolate ancient land?" "As far as I know, one has to go through sovereign domain to enter the desolate ancient land. Sovereign domain is the highest place in the immortal world. As the name suggests, sovereign domain is full of immortal sovereigns, with the lowest cultivation base being a 1st-grade immortal sovereign. Anyone who has reached the immortal sovereign realm would know about the catastrophe and the barbarian race. Therefore, many people would volunteer to enter sovereign domain after reaching the immortal sovereign realm. Moreover, there's a rule in sovereign domain that only 6th-grade great sovereigns and above can enter sovereign domain. How did your friend end up in the desolate ancient land?" Yang Junlong looked at Jiang Chen in confusion. He didn't hide anything about the barbarian race. After all, Empress Nine was here. She would definitely tell Jiang Chen about the secret of the immortal world. "To tell you the truth, my brother was killed in that catastrophe. I'm afraid he's just a reincarnation now. I don't know why he's in the desolate ancient land, but it's a fact that he's there. He needs me now. I have to go and save him." The firmness in Jiang Chen's tone surprised Yang Junlong, but because of this he admired Jiang Chen even more. A man who was willing to risk his life to save his brother, how could he not admire such a man who valued comradeship? "I see. That war shocked the heavens and earth. It's a pity that I wasn't even born then. Countless experts have fallen in that war. The fact that your friend was able to reincarnate in that war is enough to prove his strength. I'm full of respect for the people who fought in that war. Since you want to go, I'll agree to your request." Yang Junlong's chi fluctuated as he agreed to Jiang Chen's request. He was a hot-blooded man. Since Jiang Chen was willing to risk his life for his brother, there was nothing else he could say. "Thank you, Senior." Jiang Chen was ecstatic. He knew very well that an immortal emperor was the threshold to enter the sovereign domain. If Yang Junlong didn't bring him along, then he would have to wait until he became an immortal emperor. At the very least, he needed to have the strength of an immortal emperor. There was still a long way to go in order to become a supreme immortal emperor. He couldn't afford to wait that long. He was worried about De Huang Dog. Moreover, the days without De Huang Dog were very boring. Jiang Chen was already used to the dog's existence. Without De Huang Dog by his side, it was as if the most important thing in his life was missing. You don't need to thank me. I Yang Junlong always do things according to my own preferences. If I want to do something, even the Heavenly Emperor can't stop me. Even if there's a pit of fire in front of me, I'll still jump in. If I don't want to do something, I won't do it even if you hold a knife to my neck. You are very much to my liking, so even if it's the desolate ancient land, I'll still go. Yang Junlong said. Jiang Qin burst into laughter. He could see that Yang Junlong was also a man of temperament. It was an incomparably happy thing to be friends with such a person. Jiang Qin was also a man of temperament. Jiang Qin, get ready. We'll set off for Emperor Domain tomorrow. Yang Junlong patted Jiang Qin's shoulder. All right, we'll gather here tomorrow. Jiang Qin nodded his head, then he left with Yan Qinyu. Big brother Qin, this journey is full of danger. I'll go with you. Yan Qinyu said. No, you can't go. Jiang Qin immediately stopped her. Why? Yan Qinyu was somewhat dissatisfied. If you leave, Great Qin Empire will be in danger. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty are on the verge of extinction. Their old ancestors have been killed by Yang Junlong. What danger can there be? Yan Qinyu asked in confusion. You've overlooked one person, the Northern and Southern dynasties. Jiang Qin said, his eyes overflowing with coldness at the mention of the Northern and Southern dynasties. You and the Northern and Southern dynasties were seriously injured in the Battle of Monarch Mountain. Now that you've almost fully recovered, it's conceivable that the Northern and Southern dynasties will be in the same situation. I know the Northern and Southern dynasties very well. If I'm not mistaken, the Northern and Southern dynasties will soon return to East Xuanhu. Given his style of doing things, it's certain that he will dominate East Xuanhu. At that time, Nanbei family will launch an attack and all the major powers will be in danger. Only you can fight against the Northern and Southern dynasties. If you leave, Great Qin Empire will fall into a real crisis. The Northern and Southern dynasties were Jiang Chen's most valued opponents. They had been fighting each other since they were in St. Origin World. Until now, only Empress Nine could fight against the reincarnation of Great Sovereign Badian. Hearing what Jiang Qin said, Yan Qinyu couldn't help but silently nod her head, because she knew what Jiang Qin said was right. She had recovered from her injuries, and with Nan Beichao's abilities, he must have almost fully recovered as well. If she left, no one would be able to fight against Nan Beichao. But I'm a little worried about you going alone. Yan Qinyu said. With Senior Yang Junlong around, there's nothing to worry about. Besides, I'm not going alone. I'll go look for Monkey later. It's time for our honeymoon period to end. Jiang Qin said that he was going to take Long Shirsan with him to the sovereign domain this time. Long Shirsan's bloodline of the Battle Saint Ape was extraordinary. Of course, the real reason why Jiang Qin wanted to take Long Shirsan with him was not because of his bloodline, but because of his eyes. Nothing could hide from the fiery golden eyes. Jiang Qin could foresee that it would not be easy to find De Huang even if he arrived at the wildlands. If he took the fiery golden eyes with him, it would be much easier. And I'm much more at ease with Long Shirsan. That guy has extraordinary means and the fiery golden eyes. He can do things that even Yang Junlong can't. He will definitely be of great help when the time comes. Brother Qin, I hope you can bring De Huang back in one piece. Yan Qinyu nodded. Long Shirsan was indeed a very good choice to follow Jiang Qin to the sovereign domain. At present he was also the best choice. As for De Huang Dog, he was no less important than Jiang Qin in Yan Qinyu's heart. De Huang Dog was always in desolate ancient land. Therefore, Yan Qinyu had no objection to Jiang Qin's decision to enter the desolate ancient land to rescue De Huang Dog. Don't worry. That guy is very lucky. He will be fine. Jiang Qin smiled. He was very confident in Big Yellow, who was a freak. Xiaoyu, you go back to the imperial capital first. I'm going to find Monkey. As soon as Jiang Qin finished speaking, he vanished in a flash. Exquisite paradise. Dragon Shirsan and Lan Lingji had just gotten married. The two of them leaned against each other, sitting on the tallest building as though they were in the clouds. The two of them were really big-hearted. The sky outside was about to be smashed, but they were still happily lovey-dovey here. Brother Shirsan, I heard that Jiang Qin has annihilated 2 empires alone. I really didn't expect Jiang Qin to grow so fast. Lan Lingji sighed. Although they hadn't left Exquisite Paradise in the past few days, they were still aware of the major events that had happened outside. Of course. That bastard is a freak. When Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty offended him, they should have expected this outcome. Some people can't be offended, such as that freak Jiang Qin and me. Long San was incomparably narcissistic. Talking bad about people behind their backs? Monkey, I haven't seen you for a few days, but you've grown a lot. A voice suddenly sounded from behind them. Before they could turn around, Jiangchen had already appeared beside them. You come and go without a trace. Are you a ghost? You scared me. Monkey glared at Jiangchen in annoyance. Can you two have some humanity? Is it really good to be so ambiguous in front of me? Jiangchen looked at Lan Lingji, who was still nestled in Long San's arms, and spoke with a bitter face. You are just envious. Long San said. All right, I'm not here to argue with you today. I have something important to discuss with you. Jiangchen's tone turned solemn all of a sudden. Sensing Jiangchen's tone, Long San immediately put away the joking expression on his face. Lan Lingji left with a sway of her body. She was a smart person and could tell that Jiangchen wanted her to leave. I'm sorry, Miss Lan. Jiangchen spoke to the direction where Lan Lingji disappeared. However, Lan Lingji didn't take it to heart. She knew that Jiangchen must have something important to discuss with Long San. It was so important that even she couldn't know about it. Sometimes, it wasn't suitable for a woman to be involved in the affairs between men. Little Qinzi, what's the matter? Asked Long San. Monkey, you should know that De Huang has entered the desolate ancient land, right? Jiangchen said. Yes, but we don't know where the desolate ancient land is. Long San nodded. I found the location of the desolate ancient land. Tomorrow we'll set off to rescue De Huang. Come with me. Jiangchen said. All right. Without hesitation, Long San agreed. All right, I'll tell you some secrets that you don't know and the location of the desolate ancient land. Jiangchen said. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 1903. In the following period of time, Jiangchen told Long San about the secrets of the immortal world bit by bit, from the catastrophe of ancient times, to sovereign domain, to the division of immortal sovereign realms, to the location of the barbarian world and desolate ancient land. Despite Long San's temperament, he couldn't help but gape in disbelief. Motherfucker. Let me digest it first. Long San shook his head. There were 9 levels of immortal sovereign realm. This wasn't a big deal. Cultivation itself was a never-ending thing. A powerful cultivator must have the expectation of reaching a higher realm. The catastrophe of the immortal world didn't surprise him much. After all, he had seen it in the Golden Horizon. The scene of the Great Thousand Mirror was enough to explain it. However, the matter of sovereign domain and desolate ancient land had surprised Long San. As a matter of fact, Jiangchen's reaction wasn't any better than Long San when he first received the news. Just like Long San, he had always thought that the immortal court was the most powerful place in the immortal world. He had never thought that there would be another sovereign domain. But now, it seemed that there was an essential difference between sovereign domain and the immortal court. The main purpose of sovereign domain was to fight against the barbarian world, to prevent them from secretly attacking the immortal world. The barbarian world was a bloodthirsty race that was as ferocious as a devil. Their reproduction speed was extremely fast. Once they descended on the immortal world, it would be the end of the world, just like the catastrophe of the past. If sovereign domain had existed in the past, the immortal world wouldn't have suffered such a great loss. What surprised Long San more was Yang Juanlong's cultivation base. A 6th grade great sovereign. This name alone was enough to cause a bloody storm. Yang Junlong and Xiao Wangqing were from the same generation. Xiao Wangqing was merely a half-step sovereign. No matter how powerful Yang Junlong was, he was at most an immortal sovereign, a 2nd or 3rd grade immortal sovereign. Who could stand a 6th grade immortal sovereign? Jiangchen and Long San were arrogant people, but even they would feel uneasy when facing a 6th grade great sovereign. After all, the gap between their realms was too huge. 13. This trip to the desolate ancient land will be very dangerous. You might even encounter experts from the barbarian world. Think carefully. Jiangchen's tone was solemn. Although they were brothers, he still had to make things clear in advance. Little Qinzi, do you even need to think about this? Since Big Yellow is in trouble, how can I, his brother, stand by and watch with folded arms? I'm more than happy to be of help. If you didn't call me and went to the savage land by yourself, I would be angry. Long San patted his chest, then his chi fluctuated. It is said that the barbarians of the barbarian world are incomparably powerful. They even killed a peerless great sovereign like Empress Xiaoyao. I, Master Monkey, would like to see how powerful they are. Moreover, how can I miss out on such an exciting thing? De Huang Dog was equally important to Long San. Before he came out from the wondrous rock, he had been following beside Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. He was very familiar with De Huang Dog. Later on, the two of them fought side by side. Coupled with their similar interests, they had become life and death brothers. Now that they were going to save De Huang, he naturally wouldn't shirk his duty. Good brother. Jiang Chen and Long Shisan clapped their palms together. That was the strength of brothers. When their hands clasped together, it represented invincibility. They were fearless, not even the terrifying desolate ancient land could stop their footsteps. The next day, when Jiang Chen and Long Shisan arrived at the appointed place, Yang Junlong was already waiting for them. Senior, this is the battle Saint Ape Long Shisan. You will go with us. Jiang Chen gave a brief introduction. And good. Let's go now. Yang Junlong nodded. Then, with a sway of his body, a thick golden beam of light rushed out of his body. The light beam was different from ordinary energy beams. It was covered with densely packed veined patterns, giving people a feeling that it was a supreme law. This is a great sovereign law. Jiang Chen said, his eyes unblinkingly fixed on the golden light beam. That's right. The real difference between a half-step sovereign and an immortal sovereign is the condensation of a great sovereign law. An immortal sovereign stands at the peak of the heavens and earth, so they also cultivate the law. In the immortal world, only a great sovereign law can communicate with a sovereign domain. In other words, the strength of a great sovereign is the threshold to enter a sovereign domain. Yang Junlong said. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that many great sovereigns can enter sovereign domain at any time? Asked Long Shisan. It's not as simple as you think. Sovereign domain has its own rules. 6th grade great sovereigns and above must go to sovereign domain. 6th grade great sovereigns and below are free to choose, but once they enter sovereign domain they can't come back. This is the supreme rule that was personally set by Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Xianxia. No one dares to violate it, said Yang Junlong. His face couldn't help showing a trace of respect when he mentioned Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Xianxia. Then how did you come back, senior? Asked Long Shisan. Haven't you noticed that I've only brought back a clone? Said Yang Junlong with a smile. Jiang Chen and Long Shisan nodded at the same time. It seemed that no one dared to violate the rules of sovereign domain. Even the 6th grade great sovereign Yang Junlong only had a clone of a 1st grade great sovereign. One should know that there were only a few great sovereigns in the world who could cultivate a clone, and the strength of the clone wouldn't be very strong. A figure like Yang Junlong must have powerful means and trump cards. Therefore it was possible for a clone to come back. Moreover, the clone that came back yesterday was going back now. Senior, if we go to sovereign domain, will we not be able to come back? Asked Jiang Chen. This was what he had to worry about. It would be very embarrassing if they couldn't come back. No, your cultivation base isn't at the great sovereign level, so you're not restricted by the rules. Yang Junlong shook his head. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen and Long Shisan were completely relieved. As a supreme existence, they naturally wanted to go to sovereign domain. They would go there sooner or later, but not now. Their main purpose of going to sovereign domain was to save De Huang. There were still many things to be done in the immortal world. Long. As the great sovereign law shook continuously, a portal suddenly appeared in the void. The portal wasn't big, but it was big enough for the three of them to enter. Jiang Chen and Long Shisan's expression instantly turned solemn. Both of them knew that this portal led to sovereign domain. It would be a lie to say that they weren't nervous when they thought that they were about to go to the legendary supreme sovereign domain. Little Chinzi, do you think we're the only ones below the great sovereign realm to enter sovereign domain? Asked Long Shisan with a smile. Should be about right. Jiang Chen also smiled. You're right. Not everyone wants to go to sovereign domain even if they're great sovereigns. Sovereign domain is a world created by many peerless great sovereigns. It's not big, nor is it as prosperous as you imagine. The existence of sovereign domain is just a responsibility. Those below the great sovereign realm aren't fools. Aren't they courting death by going to sovereign domain? Moreover, they're restricted by the rules. Without the great sovereign law, they can't enter sovereign domain, said Yang Junlong. In fact, he had already violated the rules by bringing Jiang Chen and Long Shisan to sovereign domain. However, Yang Junlong was a man of character. He did whatever he wanted to do. Jiang Chen and Long Shisan exchanged a glance. They didn't know whether they should be proud of being the first person to enter sovereign domain without the cultivation base of a great sovereign. Let's go. With a sway of his body, Yang Junlong took the lead and entered the illusory portal. Jiang Qin and Long Shisan didn't hesitate and followed suit. Bang! The spatial passageway soon came to an end. A powerful spatial force fell on Jiang Qin and Jiang Qin, and they were bounced out of the void passageway. However, the three of them landed steadily. After all, it wasn't the first time they had experienced this kind of void passageway. A cold wind blew on Jiang Qin and Long Shisan's faces, making them feel refreshed. The two of them looked around curiously and found that they were in the wilderness. However, there was a city 1,000 miles away. The city didn't look huge. It wasn't as big as a city in East Xuanhu. But from this point, it seemed that Sovereign Domain wasn't as prosperous as they had imagined. However, the immortal Qi in Sovereign Domain was extremely rich. It was so rich that no other place could compare to it. They could collect the essence of a great sovereign in the void, but they couldn't smell the great sovereign law. This made Jiang Qin and Long Shisan extremely excited. Putting aside the degree of prosperity, it was indeed the best place to cultivate. Whoosh whoosh. As soon as the three of them appeared, two figures appeared in front of them. They were two elders who were only first-grade great sovereigns. They seemed to be guardians. Whenever someone appeared in Sovereign Domain, they would immediately come forward to investigate. But when they saw Yang Junlong, they quickly saluted and said, "So it's Lord. And guard the border of Quicksand City well." Yang Junlong nodded and led Jiang Qin and Long Shisan towards the city ahead. Jiang Qin and Long Shisan were somewhat surprised by the situation. It seemed that Yang Junlong was doing well in Sovereign Domain. Why did Lord bring two juniors here? They don't seem to be great sovereigns. Alright, that's not our concern. We just need to do our job well. The two old men couldn't help but say in surprise when they saw Yang Junlong and his companions disappear. Senior. Chapter 1904. After listening to Yang Junlong's words, Jiang Qin and Long Shisan tactfully chose to keep quiet. They were indeed very curious about the situation in Sovereign Domain. From Yang Junlong's words, they knew that the city in front of them was called Quicksand City, and it seemed that Yang Junlong's position in the city wasn't ordinary. Sovereign Domain was completely different from what they had imagined, but judging from the size of Quicksand City, it wasn't difficult to guess that there were many cities like this in Sovereign Domain. There might even be a division of forces. However, since Yang Junlong didn't say anything, they didn't ask. Just as Yang Junlong said, they weren't qualified to know too much about Sovereign Domain. Jiang Qin and Long Shisan didn't insist on this matter. After all, their purpose in coming here was to find De Huang Dog. As long as they found De Huang Dog, they would leave immediately. When their cultivation base became stronger, they would definitely come to Sovereign Domain again. Jiang Qin and Long Shisan followed Yang Junlong into Quicksand City without saying a word. Quicksand City wasn't big, but compared to the population of Sovereign Domain, it wasn't small. There were only a few shadows on the ancient streets, and it didn't have the bustling feeling of a city. Jiang Qin felt that the population of a city like this was at least 10,000 times more than a city of the same level in the immortal world. After all, most of the people who came here were great sovereigns. Although there were some who weren't great sovereigns, they might have been born in Sovereign Domain and wouldn't leave. The number of great sovereigns in Sovereign Domain should be far beyond Jiang Qin and Long Shisan's imagination. This place had already become a world of its own. People who came here could have children, and those who were born here had the support of the powerful bloodline of the descendants of great sovereigns. In addition, the cultivation environment here was very good, so many of them had become great sovereigns. In other words, after such a long time, Sovereign Domain had already formed its own scale, but Jiang Qin and Long Shisan didn't know how big it was. They didn't dare to guess, but they didn't care. They would know everything when they were qualified to enter Sovereign Domain in the future. There was a low hillside behind Quicksand City. Yang Junlong's main body was here, and it seemed that he was waiting for them. After the clone brought Jiang Qin and Long Shisan over, it merged with the main body. Senior. Jiang Qin and Long Shisan cupped their fists and saluted Yang Junlong. Even though they were mentally prepared, they still felt tremendous pressure when facing a powerful 6th-grade great sovereign. One had to know that there was a huge gap between a clone and the main body. The might of a superior being that was casually emitted was not something that a clone could emit. Are you sure you want to go to the desolate ancient land? If you back out now, it's not too late. I'll send you back immediately. Yang Junlong said. Senior, we want to go. Jiang Qin said firmly. All right, since you must go, I'll go with you. Yang Junlong nodded. He knew Jiang Qin's character. He would never go back on his decision, and it was impossible for him to change his mind just because of the danger ahead. He and Jiang Qin were the same kind of people. Thank you for your help, senior. Jiang Qin said sincerely. If it wasn't for Yang Junlong, he didn't know when he would be able to come to Sovereign Domain, let alone meet De Huang. And you guys can't stay in Sovereign Domain for too long. I've already violated the rules of Sovereign Domain by bringing you guys here secretly. We'll depart for the desolate ancient land now. I want to remind you that I can't reveal my strength easily in the desolate ancient land, so you must be careful. Yang Junlong warned Jiang Qin in a solemn tone. Jiang Qin and Long Shisan nodded, feeling a little nervous. They could imagine how terrifying the desolate ancient land was when they saw a 6th-grade great sovereign being so cautious towards the desolate ancient land. Then Yang Junlong raised a finger and drew a line in the void, creating a black portal. He then led Jiang Qin into it. The means of a 6th-grade great sovereign was beyond Jiang Qin and Long Shisan's imagination. It was very easy for them to enter the desolate ancient land. Senior, how dangerous is the desolate ancient land? Jiang Qin couldn't help but ask. The danger of the desolate ancient land isn't because of the existence of terrifying things. Before the sovereign domain was formed, the desolate ancient land had always been under the control of the barbarian world. The war of the Golden Clans spread to this place. It is said that the war in the desolate ancient land was much more intense than the war in the Golden Horizon. Many supreme barbarian sovereigns of the barbarian world died. Even though the sovereign domain has been formed, it only prevents the barbarian world from entering the immortal world through the desolate ancient land. That is to say, the desolate ancient land is still under the control of the barbarian world. Yang Junlong paused for a moment before he continued. Because of the existence of the sovereign domain, the barbarian world's surveillance on the desolate ancient land is extremely strict. Once a powerful expert from the sovereign domain enters the desolate ancient land, he or she will be discovered by the barbarian world. That's why I said that the danger of the desolate ancient land lies not in itself, but in the barbarian world. The sovereign domain and the barbarian world haven't been peaceful for a long time, and there have been many battles. Therefore, the danger of us entering the desolate ancient land is to avoid being discovered by the barbarian world. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Even with my strength, I have a slim chance of survival. Moreover, the barbarian world's surveillance on the powerful great sovereigns is the strictest. Therefore, I have to conceal my aura and try my best to enter the desolate ancient land quietly. Yang Junlong felt that it was necessary for his brothers to explain the situation to Jiang Qin and Long Shisan. He naturally wouldn't let the two of them enter the desolate ancient land alone. That's why he took the risk to follow them, but he wouldn't interfere unless there was something wrong. Jiang Qin and Long Shisan exchanged a glance and nodded. They understood Yang Junlong's words very well. The danger of the desolate ancient land wasn't a big problem. Just like the Golden Horizon, they could deal with it with their current strength. The most important thing now was the barbarian world. After all, the desolate ancient land had become the most sensitive place in the barbarian world. Therefore, the surveillance on it was very strict. Under such circumstances, a 6th-grade great sovereign would be easily discovered by the barbarian world once he released his qi. It seems like we have to be careful this time, Jiang Qin said. At the same time, his heart was filled with gratitude towards Yang Junlong. After all, Yang Junlong's willingness to follow them under such circumstances was enough to show his sincerity. Jiang Qin and Long Shisan understood that the reason why Yang Junlong followed them was because he was worried about them. Yang Junlong would definitely protect them at all costs at the critical moment. Ooh! The gloomy and cold waves were getting stronger. That was the aura of the desolate ancient land. The passageway of the void trembled unceasingly. Variegated spatial turbulence flashed past them like ice blades. However, with a 6th-grade great sovereign maintaining the passageway, it was enough to ensure that the passageway was sturdy. Even if the spatial turbulence waves were to come into contact with it, it wouldn't cause any real damage to the passageway. We're almost there. Conceal your qi completely. We'll talk after we enter, Yang Junlong said. Jiang Qin and Long Shisan didn't dare to be negligent. They quickly concealed their qi completely. When they were about to reach the end of the spatial passageway, the three of them took a step forward at the same time and walked out of the passageway. Gusts of strong chilly wind suddenly blew from all directions, causing people to shiver. Jiang Qin looked around and found that the surrounding space was filled with a gloomy smell. The air was filled with the aura of death and evil. It was as if he had arrived at hell, making him feel very uncomfortable. Jiang Qin looked around and found out that the surrounding space was filled with a gloomy smell. This is the desolate ancient land, Yang Junlong said. Just as Yang Junlong's voice faded, Two black shadows suddenly appeared in the distance. The two shadows moved extremely fast. In the blink of an eye they arrived in front of Jiang Chen and the others. They were two black-clothed young men who seemed to be around the same age as Jiang Chen. Their chi was completely different from that of humans. Their eyes were blood-red, their lips were black, and their bodies were very strong like devils. They're from the barbarian race. Yang Junlong frowned. He didn't expect to encounter barbarians as soon as they entered the desolate ancient land. However, the cultivation base of these two men wasn't very strong. They were merely early immortal venerable experts, which meant that they couldn't cause any harm to Jiang Chen and the others. You are humans of the immortal world. One of the barbarians spoke in the same language as Jiang Chen and the others. Kill them and drink their blood. The other barbarian said, pouncing at Jiang Chen and the others. Senior, what should we do? Jiang Chen looked over at Yang Junlong and asked for his opinion. They had come here to look for De Huang in order to keep a low profile, but they had never thought that they would encounter barbarians as soon as they entered the desolate ancient land. Kill them. Yang Junlong said Lung Lung. All right. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated. Both of his hands turned into dragon claws and struck at lightning speed, beheading the two barbarians. Both of them died on the spot. The moment the blood of the barbarians flowed out, Jiang Chen discovered that there was an extremely evil taste flowing in the blood of the barbarians. It was even more evil than the devil. Without any hesitation, the ancestral dragon pagoda opened up and absorbed the blood of the two barbarians. The true barbarians are very pure. Their bodies contain the bloodline of the barbarian god. The barbarians here have completely changed their bloodline. They are just barbaric evil spirits that are more ferocious than the devil. Jiang Chen spoke coldly. It seemed like the barbarians of the barbarian world had completely lost the meaning of being a barbarian. They had become evil and bloodthirsty creatures, which would be the scariest once they developed. Chapter 1905. Yang Junlong's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment when he saw Jiang Chen casually absorbing the blood essence and chi of the barbarians. He had never seen such a method of Jiang Chen before. After all, there was a fundamental difference between the human race and the barbarian race, especially now that the barbarians had completely mutated. They were almost no different from demonic beasts and devils. Even a sixth-grade great sovereign like him couldn't directly absorb the things of the barbarian race. After all, the bloodline of the barbarian race would repel it. But Jiang Chen didn't seem to be affected at all. After absorbing the chi essence of the two barbarians, Jiang Chen's chi had also improved. Although it wasn't obvious, Yang Junlong could still sense it with his perception. However, Yang Junlong didn't ask about it. After all, this was Jiang Chen's own secret. Yang Junlong was very happy that Jiang Chen could restrain the barbarians. As a sixth-grade great sovereign, he knew better than anyone that there would be a war between the immortal world and the barbarian world sooner or later. After the catastrophe, both sides had gone through countless years of recuperation. Given the belligerent and bloodthirsty nature of the barbarians, they certainly wouldn't stay still. There's something unusual about this place. Yang Junlong said. Senior, I found a lot of barbarian chi in the places where my soul power passed. Most of them don't have very strong cultivation base. Jiang Chen said with a frown. The desolate barbaric ancient sovereign was a strange spatial zone that connected the immortal world and the barbarian world. Even if it was the territory of the barbarian world, there shouldn't be too many people here. After all, after the war, this place had become a land of death, just like the golden horizon of the immortal world. If I'm not mistaken, the barbarian world should be using this place as a training ground for the geniuses of the barbarian world to train and seek fortuitous encounters. It seems like our luck isn't good to meet the geniuses of the barbarian world. In this way, the experts of the barbarian world will definitely pay more attention to the movements here, which will be very disadvantageous for us to look for the person. Yang Junlong said worriedly. They didn't expect such a situation in advance. Senior, I think this is a good thing. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled as a smile hung at the corner of his mouth. What do you mean? Yang Junlong looked at Jiang Chen. According to Senior, there shouldn't be a problem as long as you don't interfere. Monkey and I are just immortal venerables. We don't have the chi of a great sovereign or the laws of a great sovereign. So even if we fight here, it won't attract the attention of the great sovereigns of the barbarian world. After all, those powerful barbarian sovereigns wouldn't put existences below the great sovereign realm in their eyes. Plus, the barbarian world knows that there are very few existences below the great sovereign realm and sovereign domain. Jiang Chen said. You're right, but this isn't necessarily a good thing. After all, there are so many geniuses in the barbarian world. It's easy to affect our search. Yang Junlong said. Although what Jiang Qin said was right, he didn't think that it was a good thing. Senior, you might not know this, but I've cultivated a cultivation method that can restrain these barbarians. After killing them, I can absorb all of their essence and blood essence and turn them into my own energy. With these barbarian geniuses, it's enough for me to break through to the immortal venerable realm. Moreover, killing one of these barbarian geniuses will reduce the threat to our immortal world. Jiang Qin said. He was in a good mood after sensing the bloodline of the barbarians. Although it wasn't a wise choice to fight the barbarians in desolate ancient land, it was definitely a good opportunity for Jiang Qin. As the saying goes, danger and opportunity coexist. Jiang Qin's courage had never been small. The more challenging the battle, the more excited he became. Furthermore, Jiang Qin began to look forward to the battle with the barbarians in the future. To him, these barbarians were his tonics. He was afraid that he would have to rely on these barbarians if he wanted to improve the Zulong Tower quickly. Kid, you're really audacious. You're still thinking about how to eliminate the barbarian geniuses to improve your cultivation base. But I like it, but we still have to be careful not to come into contact with these barbarian geniuses. It won't be fun if we're exposed. Don't forget our purpose of coming here, Yang Junlong said. Said Yang Junlong. His words were full of praise for Jiang Qin. He could see the shadow of his younger self in Jiang Qin. He was fearless and there was nothing that he didn't dare to do. Of course. Finding De Huang is our top priority. Jiang Qin nodded. Nothing was more important than finding De Huang dog in desolate ancient land, but Jiang Qin wouldn't show mercy if they came into contact with the barbarians on the way to find De Huang dog. Monkey, use your fiery golden eyes to take a look and see if you can find any traces of Big Yellow. Jiang Qin looked at Long Shisan. Okay. Long Shisan nodded. 2 rays of golden light shot out from his eyes. His eyes immediately turned into 2 blazing suns. Nothing could hide from his fiery golden eyes, but Long Shisan couldn't find any trace of De Huang dog. There's no trace of De Huang's chi. Maybe this place isn't deep enough. Let's go deeper and have a look. Long Shisan said. And? Jiang Qin nodded. This situation was within his expectation. De Huang dog was incomparably mystical. He must have left a layer of protection for himself. It wouldn't be easy to find De Huang dog. In the following time, Jiang Qin and the other 2 slowly flew towards the depths of desolate ancient land. This ancient land was even vaster than the Golden Horizon. It wasn't easy to find a person's trace here. Along the way, Yang Junlong had been concealing his chi. From his appearance, he looked like an ordinary person. No one would have thought that such an ordinary person was actually a powerful 6th-grade great sovereign. The deeper they went into desolate ancient land, the denser the chi of the barbarians became. From time to time, they could feel the strong chi of the barbarians. There were more and more geniuses in the barbarian world. Jiang Qin and Long Shisan tried their best to avoid the gate. Those barbarians who couldn't avoid the gate were instantly killed by Jiang Qin and turned into Jiang Qin's nourishment. Chapter 1906. The desolate ancient land was just too vast. It was an incomparably difficult task to find the trace of De Huang dog without any clues. Additionally, there was a phenomenon that puzzled Jiang Qin. He didn't see any strange creatures in a place like the desolate ancient land. In other words, if it wasn't because of the barbarians of the barbarian world, there wouldn't be any danger here. This was completely different from the Golden Horizon. I know what you're confused about. I've said it before, the desolate ancient land is also part of the barbarian world's defense. The barbarian tribe is a very domineering race, so their bloodline and environment have caused the entire world to not allow a second kind of living being to appear. This is also the reason why there are no other living beings in the desolate ancient land, but don't underestimate this place. It's definitely not safe here. After the war in the past, many strange formations were left here, and many almighties of the barbarian tribe died here. They will create their own space, and once you fall into it, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yang Junlong could tell that Jiang Qin and Long Shisan were confused, so he explained directly. Moreover, I can sense a very dense killing intent here. Long Shisan said. That's right, these murderous intents are coming from the geniuses of the barbarian world. Their training is different from ours. We train to find treasures and opportunities, but the barbarian race trains to kill each other. There are many different forces in the barbarian world, and they also have the highest rule. Their rule is survival of the fittest. Therefore, every once in a while they will choose to let their genius disciples train. This kind of training is to kill each other. They all step on the flesh and blood of their own people to rise to the top. Yang Junlong said. Jiang Qin and Long Shisan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Such a race was really terrifying. Not only were they cruel to their enemies, but they were also cruel to their own people. This was a bloodthirsty race that worshipped the strong. However, it had to be said that the people who were trained in this way were extremely terrifying. They had experienced the baptism of blood and the tempering of life and death. Coupled with the blessing of the barbarian race's bloodline, this race was truly powerful. This was probably the reason why the barbarian world could pose such a threat to the immortal world. It was conceivable that if a human of the same level were to fight with the barbarian race, the human would be no match for them. Many of the geniuses of the major forces of the human race were like flowers in a greenhouse. They had never experienced life and death. So, they would feel fear in their hearts when they encountered the savagery of the barbarians. And they would be defeated before the battle even started. So you can imagine, if the immortal world starts a war with the barbarian world, it will definitely be a catastrophe. After all, there are only a few people with powerful bloodlines in the immortal world. Most of them are ordinary people. Once they fight with the barbarian race who have fought for their lives, it will almost be the end of the world. Yang Junlong said. Jiang Qin and Long Shisan nodded to themselves. They finally understood how terrifying the barbarians were, and they finally knew why a single barbarian clan could go against the entire immortal dimension. At the same time, they knew the importance of the imperial region. Rumble. All of a sudden, an extremely intense battle wave rose from not far away, immediately attracting the attention of Jiang Qin and the other two. They knew that this was a battle between the geniuses of the barbarian race. They had already gotten used to it, but the battle this time seemed to be the fiercest. They had existed since ancient times, but as time passed, the berserkers had completely changed. Not only was their blood no longer pure, the remaining berserker blood was also gradually disappearing. It was easy to imagine just how great the temptation was for an existence who possessed the complete god of berserkers' blood to appear at this time. The pure barbarian god bloodline is actually so powerful. If I extract her bloodline and integrate it into my body, my cultivation base will immediately break through to the barbarian sovereign realm. In the future, I might even be known as the peerless barbarian sovereign. I might even break through the sovereign realm and reach the supreme realm. Chapter 1907. Seeing that the five of them couldn't take down the woman, the man finally moved. His body flickered and appeared in the middle of the battle. He suddenly punched out a black fist with unparalleled brute force. He directly punched out a terrifying barbaric pattern towards the beautiful woman. Seeing this, the woman turned pale with fright. She threw a punch as well. The energy emitted from her fist was golden in color. It looked incomparably sacred. It was completely different from the gloomy aura emitted by the barbarians. Rumble. The terrifying attack and air waves collided and the void was immediately shattered. Although the woman had a powerful bloodline, her cultivation was still weak. She could fight against 5 people who were 1 level higher than her, but she couldn't fight against an expert who was 2 levels higher than her. After all, the opponent was also a powerful genius. More importantly, the woman didn't seem to have a lot of fighting and killing experience. She was on a completely different level compared to those who spent their days killing. While the woman was sent flying hundreds of meters away. She coughed out a mouthful of blood and her face turned pale. Jiating Sun, aren't you afraid of the Wuka family's revenge for attacking me? The woman Lung Lung said. Wuka Ling Er, the saintess of the Wuka family, the only person in the world who has the pure bloodline of the barbarian god. You're too tempting. Since you've entered this desolate ancient land, life and death are determined by fate. This is the rule of our barbarian race. You've been in the barbarian world for a long time now, so you should be aware of it. As long as you give me your bloodline, I'll spare your life today and make you my woman. You'll live a luxurious life, said Jiating Sun. Although the Wuka family was extremely powerful in the barbarian world, the Jiating family was not inferior to them. Dream on. Wuka Ling Er said and flew away. She knew the rules of survival in the barbarian world. Since she had entered this desolate ancient land, it was no longer up to her. Wuka Ling Er wanted to escape, but Jiating Sun obviously wouldn't give her the chance. After all, it wasn't easy for him to block Wuka Ling Er's way. The five geniuses had already sealed the surroundings and Jiang Sun was the first to block wuxia way. Saintus, you can't run away. You'd better listen to me. You should know that my methods are not something you can handle. Kato Shin's face was gloomy as he approached wuxia step by step. He would never let go of such a great opportunity. At this moment, Jiang Chen and the other two had already arrived outside the valley. They could clearly see everything that was happening here. I didn't expect the barbarian tribe to have such a beautiful woman. Long Shan was amazed. What a tyrannical bloodline. This girl's bloodline seems to be extremely pure. Yang Juanlong's eyesight was unique. He could see that wuxia's bloodline was extraordinary at first glance. A trace of killing intent immediately emerged from his body. The emergence of such a genius in the barbarian race would be a huge threat to the immortal world. The barbarian race was different from the human race. Bloodline was very important to them. When Jiang Chen's gaze fell on wuxia's face, his eyes were filled with shock. He couldn't help but be serious. Ling. That's right. Wuxia was Ling. Although she had grown up, Jiang Chen could still recognize her at first glance. This reminded him of the barbaric little girl in Ranfeng Monastery, the little monstrous genius who had reached the 9th grade combat king at the age of 12. At that time the Zhou family and the Kong family were fighting. Later, Zui Yang helped Jiang Chen to enter the Nebula sect. These scenes appeared in Jiang Chen's mind the moment he saw Ling. Not good. This beauty looks very dangerous. Long Shan shook his head and said, looking like he was watching a drama. We have to kill this girl. Her bloodline is too strong. She will pose a great threat to our immortal world. Yang Junlong said. Swoosh. Before Long Shan and Yang Juanlong's words faded away, Jiang Chen had already dashed out. His body transformed into his dragon form and the heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand. Terrifying flames enveloped his body. The powerful flames had a restraining effect on the barbarian bloodline. Who's there? Jiang Sun bellowed when he saw someone rushing towards him. Big brother. Ling blurted out the name the moment she saw Jiang Chen. Her eyes were brimming with tears. It had been many years since they last met. She had grown from a barbaric little girl to a stunning beauty, but she would never forget her big brother, Jiang Chen. In this heavens and earth, only Jiang Chen could transform into a dragon. Jiang Chen's speed was very fast. In just a blink of an eye, he had appeared in front of Jiang Sun. Only then did Jiang Sun react. Realizing that the opponent wasn't from the barbarian world, he immediately struck out a powerful attack. Unfortunately, given his ability, he was no match for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's current combat strength was enough to kill an ordinary late immortal venerable. Logically speaking, it would still be difficult for Jiang Chen to kill a genius late immortal venerable like Jiang Sun, but Jiang Chen's ability to restrain the barbarian bloodline had lowered the level of Jiang Sun. Wuxi. Jiang Sun's attack was destroyed by Jiang Chen's sword. At the same time, the sword pierced through Jiang Sun's head. The opening of the Zulong Tower devoured Jiang Sun on the spot. It happened so fast that most of the people couldn't react in time. The five late immortal venerable geniuses were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Not only them, even Yang Junlong and Long Shan were shocked. They had thought that Jiang Chen was going to kill that beauty, but it turned out that he was going to save her. What the hell is he doing? Yang Junlong frowned. Don't tell me this bastard is attracted by her beauty. Long Shan was speechless. Immortal world. Run. The five barbarian geniuses finally reacted. They were like well-trained ghosts. They knew that the other party was powerful, so they turned around and ran. Monkey, what are you waiting for? Don't let them get away. Jiang Chen glared at Long Shan and lunged at one of the barbarians with his sword. Long Shan also acted decisively. He knew that Jiang Chen must have a reason for doing this. A few blood-curdling screams rang out. All five barbarian experts died in an instant without exception. An intermediate immortal venerable wasn't strong enough to withstand a single blow from Jiang Chen and Long Shan. After Jiang Chen absorbed all their blood essence and chi essence, the 57th floor of the Zulong Tower was finally fully condensed. Jiang Chen had also benefited a lot from this. His chi was much stronger than before. After killing these geniuses, Jiang Chen retracted his half-dragon form and turned to look at Ling. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit Chapter 1908. Big Brother. Xuelinger was so excited that she threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms. They hadn't seen each other since Jiang Chen left Saint Origin World and ascended to the immortal world. However, in Xuelinger's heart, Jiang Chen's image had never disappeared. He was a legendary figure. Xuelinger was always thinking about meeting Jiang Chen again. However, ever since she arrived in the barbarian world, Xuelinger knew that she would never have the chance to meet Jiang Chen again. Today, when she was in the most dangerous situation, Jiang Chen miraculously appeared in front of her, just like the big brother who protected her in the Nebula sect. Coupled with her encounter in the barbarian world, Xuelinger couldn't control her emotions at all. Yang Junlong and Long Shisan finally understood why Jiang Chen would act recklessly. Now, it seemed that the two of them not only knew each other but also had an unusual relationship. How can this bastard be so lucky with women? Every one of them is an outstanding beauty and they are all barbarian girls. I'm so envious. Long Shisan's face was full of envy. Yang Junlong was still concerned about Xuelinger's bloodline. Once such a powerful bloodline was brought to the barbarian world, it would be a threat to the immortal world. But at this moment, Jiang Chen felt uncomfortable all over. The Xuelinger in front of him was no longer the little girl in the past. Her soft body was in his arms. A unique fragrance went straight into Jiang Chen's nostrils. Even he couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. Why are you crying? You won't be beautiful if you keep crying. Jiang Chen comforted her. He had never thought that he would see Xuelinger here. He was naturally very happy at this moment. Xuelinger cried for a while before she calmed down. She wiped her tears and flashed out of Jiang Chen's arms. Big brother, you took advantage of me. Xuelinger put her hands on her waist and said righteously. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's mood was very complicated. You were the one who threw yourself at me. How did it become me acting like a hooligan? This is unreasonable. Of course, Jiang Chen had long understood that it was unwise to reason with women. Big brother, do I look good? Xuelinger moved closer to Jiang Chen's face, her big eyes blinking. She was simply a fairy. Jiang Chen was stunned again. He was not prepared for Xuelinger's question at all. Nice. Jiang Chen answered reflexively. After all, this was the truth. Hee big brother, then I'll marry you. Xuelinger giggled. Jiang Chen shuddered and almost broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately stretched out his finger and flicked Xuelinger's forehead. Naughty girl, don't be serious. Jiang Chen said angrily, but he was completely relieved to see that Xuelinger was still as mischievous as before. After all, he did not know what Xuelinger had experienced in the barbarian world. He was really afraid that the naive little girl had changed. Now it seemed that he was overthinking. There has just been a battle here. Let's go to another place. Yang Junlong reminded. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded and then left with Xuelinger. In another barren valley, Jiang Chen and the other three descended. Linger, how did you come to the barbarian world? Jiang Chen asked. Yang Junlong and Long Shisan also looked at Xuelinger. They already knew that Xuelinger was the same as Jiang Chen, ascending from the lower realm. However, Xuelinger came to the barbarian world. This was probably related to her bloodline. When I ascended, the barbarian god's bloodline in my body seemed to have been stimulated. Therefore, my ascension was deviated. Moreover, my aura was sensed by the people of the barbarian world, so they used a great method to let me enter the barbarian world. Xuelinger said. Jiang Chen and the other two nodded at Xuelinger's answer. They could basically guess that Xuelinger would have ascended to the immortal world if it was not because of her bloodline. Little girl, how did you become the saintess of the wuxia family? As far as I know, the wuxia family is a first-class family in the barbarian world. The old ancestor of the wuxia family was in existence on the same level as the immortal execution king and great sovereign Xianxia. Yang Junlong asked. I don't know. After I ascended, I was brought to the wuxia family. I think the higher-ups of the wuxia family used a great method to nurture me. Because of my barbarian god's bloodline, I was nurtured by the wuxia family and became the saintess of the family. They named me Wuxialinger. However, I know very well that the wuxia family nurtured me not for my own good, but for my bloodline. There's a great figure behind the wuxia family who wants to extract my bloodline. But because my bloodline is not mature yet, they nurtured me with great efforts. They will extract my bloodline when my cultivation base reaches the great sovereign realm. Xuelinger said. She was not a fool. On the contrary, she was very smart. She knew very well whether the wuxia family was treating her well or if they had other intentions. Therefore, Xuelinger's situation was very dangerous. However, there was nothing she could do about it. Her cultivation base was too weak after all. She could not change the situation at all. Looks like the barbarian world's ambition isn't small. Fortunately, I met you here. Otherwise, when your cultivation base reaches the great sovereign realm and your bloodline is extracted, the big shots of the Wuxia family will have a qualitative leap. By that time, the immortal world will be in real danger. Yang Junlong sighed. He knew very well how terrifying a pure barbarian god's bloodline was to the barbarians of the barbarian world. Xualinger's appearance was enough to change the history of the barbarian world and even the fate of the immortal world. Linger, isn't it very dangerous for you to stay in the Wuxia family? Jiang Qin said. He couldn't help but feel sorry for Xualinger when he thought about the pressure she had to endure in the barbarian world. My situation is indeed very dangerous. Plus, my bloodline is getting stronger and stronger, allowing my cultivation base to improve faster and faster. In addition to the Wuxia family's nurturing, it's only a matter of time before I become a great sovereign. Fortunately, I met you today, big brother. I'll follow you from now on and break away from the Wuxia family. Xualinger said happily. To her, meeting Jiang Chen was the happiest thing ever since she ascended to the immortal world. Of course, after we find De Huang, we'll return to the immortal world together. Jiang Chen said with a smile. De Huang? What happened to De Huang? Xualinger quickly asked. She wanted to ask why Jiang Chen appeared in the desolate ancient land, but it seemed like it was because of De Huang dog. Chapter 1909. Jiang Chen found out that Xualinger was very clear about the catastrophe between the immortal world and the barbarian world. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't hide anything and told Xualinger about De Huang. It seems like the barbarian world hasn't given up on waging another war against the immortal world. Even an immortal venerable knows about the history. I'm afraid that the barbarian world will tell them about the history from the very beginning so that they will have the idea of invading the immortal world. Yang Junlong shook his head and sighed. It was unwise for the immortal world to seal the history of the immortal world. They didn't let the people of the immortal world feel any sense of crisis. In that case, many of them would be at a loss when the catastrophe came. Fortunately, there was the sovereign domain. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know when the catastrophe would come. I didn't expect De Huang to have such a great background. He must be an extraordinary figure to have fallen in this desolate ancient land at the last moment. He might even be a peerless demon sovereign. However, I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to find De Huang's trace in this desolate ancient land. Xualinger sighed. She was shocked by the identity of De Huang dog, but she didn't know that her own identity was equally shocking. Of course, Xualinger wasn't the reincarnation of a great sovereign. She only possessed the complete and pure barbarian god's bloodline. Even so, she had become the most important figure in the barbarian world. The sudden appearance of so many barbarian world geniuses is indeed very disadvantageous to our search for De Huang. Jiang Qin frowned. Yes. All the geniuses below the barbarian sovereign realm have come and there are many half-step sovereigns among them. Xualinger said. She knew the barbarian world very well. How long will the barbarian world be this time? Jiang Qin asked. A total of 1 month. It's been 10 days now. Xualinger said. 20 more days. No, we don't have enough time. We can't wait. Jiang Qin said as he shook his head. There were only 20 days left until his appointment with Nangong Wentian. If he were to wait here for 20 days, it would definitely delay his plans. Jiang Qin was a person who didn't like to let fate decide what he wanted to do, especially when it came to De Huang. He had to ensure that he could bring De Huang out of this place. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait for a very long time. Moreover, the training of the geniuses in the barbarian world might have an impact on De Huang. In the following time, Jiang Qin and the other two were led by Xualinger to different places in the desolate ancient land. It seemed like it wasn't Xualinger's first time in the desolate ancient land. She was much more familiar with the place than Jiang Qin. Most importantly, it wouldn't matter if they met any barbarian world geniuses as long as they were with the saintess of the Wuxia family. Xualinger unleashed her barbarian god bloodline to the extreme and killed many barbarian world geniuses along the way. All of them were absorbed by Jiang Chen's Zulong Tower. 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye, but they still hadn't found any trace or chi of De Huang dog. At this time they couldn't help but feel anxious. However, Jiang Chen and the others didn't come back empty-handed. The essence and blood chi of the barbarian world geniuses that Jiang Chen had absorbed had a certain effect. The 58th floor of the Zulong Tower had been fully condensed. At the same time, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's chi si had increased by 10,000, reaching a total of 1,490,000. By this time, Jiang Chen's cultivation base had reached the peak of the half-step immortal venerable realm. He only needed 10,000 more dragon marks to advance to the immortal venerable realm. Little Qinzi, your chi is getting stronger and stronger. Long Shisan said. That's right. The barbarians of the barbarian world are simply top-grade nourishment for me. It seems that I won't have any problem advancing to the immortal venerable realm after coming to desolate ancient land this time, but I still haven't found any trace of De Huang. I'm very worried about it, Jiang Qin said with a frown. The advancement of his cultivation base was indeed a great thing. After confirming the attributes of the barbarians, Jiang Qin was very confident in fighting the barbarian world in the future. However, compared to the temporary advancement of his cultivation base, Jiang Qin preferred to find De Huang dog as soon as possible and leave this place. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this time, silhouettes of the barbarians streaked across the sky, heading towards the same direction. It was obvious that something big was going to happen. The barbarian geniuses might have found something. Yang Junlong said. Let me ask them. With a sway, Zueling air flew up and blocked the path of one of the barbarian geniuses. What happened? Saintus, someone has found a mysterious restriction. There might be a treasure left behind by someone from the immortal world. We're going there to have a look, said the man. He happened to be a member of Wuxia family, so he was very respectful when he saw Zueling air. After all, she was the saintess of Wuxia family. All right. You can go first. Zueling air turned and left after speaking. Big brother, we found a mysterious restriction. It might be left behind by an expert from the immortal world. Zueling air said. Mysterious restriction. It might be related to De Huang. Let's go and have a look. Jiang Chen's eyes immediately lit up. De Huang dog was an expert in restriction. Now that the barbarian geniuses had found a mysterious restriction, and judging from its chi, it must be left behind by an expert from the immortal world. Jiang Chen felt that it might be related to De Huang dog. They had been searching for 10 days without any clues. Now that the mysterious restriction had appeared, regardless of whether it was left behind by De Huang or not, Jiang Chen and the others finally saw a glimmer of hope. Jiang Chen and the other two had concealed their chi. It was very safe for them to follow Zueling air. At least they wouldn't be suspected. Tens of thousands of people had gathered in this wasteland. More and more people were rushing over. It seemed like the appearance of the mysterious restriction had attracted the attention of the barbarians. Of course, this was understandable. After all, there was nothing more attractive than the treasures left behind by an expert from the immortal world. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy. Only then can you emerge victorious. Obtaining the treasures left behind by an expert from the immortal world would allow one to have a better understanding of the immortal world. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.